In the sky above Central Continent, the boundless star array calculation formation could be seen in its initial form. A large number of Central Continent Gu Immortals were moving around rapidly. Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Xiao Xuanzi set up the formation while muttering to himself, thinking hard about the situation. Sister Bai Qing, do you think we can join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance? Not far away, Rainbow Butterfly Immortal Concubine Han Kai Xian transmitted and asked if Fairy Bai Qing wore a white gown with a green belt around the waist. She smiled plainly upon hearing this. Kai Xian, are you interested? How can I not be? A total of 20% discount with no restrictions on entering or leaving the alliance. This is such a huge bargain. If I am not from Spirit Butterfly Valley, I will have joined already. To sister, aren't you moved? Han Kai Xian asked. Han Kai Xian had colorful butterflies flying around her as she placed many Gu worms at their designated locations. Fairy Bai Qing pondered to herself. Although she was a Gu Immortal of Spirit Affinity House, she had a close relationship with Han Kai Xian. They called each other sisters in private. She knew the intention behind Han Kai Xian's question. It was because Fairy Bai Qing's daughter was Feng Jin Huang. She was close to Heavenly Court as a result. But Fairy Bai Qing shook her head. I can't be certain about this. Maybe we can ask friend He Feng Yang. In the past, Fairy Bai Qing might state her own opinion, but after Fairy Ziwei and Feng Jiugu's betrayal, Fairy Bai Qing started to act with caution. Little 9. Get to work. That after arranging this star path Immortal Gu, we will retreat immediately. Far away, He Feng Yang secretly transmitted to the 9 Palace Crane. He had had enough. After Fang Yuan's second declaration, everyone knew of the great advantage of joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Most importantly, they could leave at will, and there were no restrictions at all. He Feng Yang became the target of everyone's inquiry as they assessed him closely. He Feng Yang was instructed by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to openly hold an Immortal Gu transaction with Fang Yuan. Forget about what the Heavenly Court members thought of it. Currently, the Central Continent's 10 great ancient sex Gu Immortals were all moved who did not lack Immortal Gu, especially after the 5 regions became one and the regional walls vanished. Qi tides swept the world while heaven veins and earth veins merged. All sorts of immortal materials appeared like a pouring foundation. Among them, Earth Path, Qi Tide, and Heaven Path were most abundant. The Gu Immortals had a lot of immortal materials. The transactions in Treasure Yellow Heaven also increased in frequency, but Gu Immortals still had few Immortal Gu. Everyone was specialized in one field. If one was not a Refinement Path Gu Immortal, their success rate of refining Immortal Gu was just too low. From ancient times until now, after 3 million years of human domination, the pain of Gu refinement had never been lifted. Countless heroes and geniuses had sank into this bottomless pit of agony throughout their lives. Only several Refinement Path great experts could achieve great success, but their radiance could not reach everyone. Most Gu Immortals were disheartened by their Gu refinement attempts, but they still had to continue trying regardless. It was a painful but helpless process. Now, there was a Refinement Path Venerable. He was not like any other Gu Immortal as well. He was very special. He created the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance and publicly held transactions in Treasure Yellow Heaven to refine Immortal Gu for others. This made all the Gu Immortals who were drowning in despair feel hopeful. This was a type of warmth that entered their hearts. Most Gu Immortals were moved. And no matter how hypocritical Fang Yuan's Great Love Declaration was, the benefits were still presented before everyone, but the status of the Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects became their restriction. These Gu Immortals were mindful of Heavenly Court's attitude. Thus, they all looked towards He Feng Yang as an indicator. He was the first person in Central Continent's righteous path to make a transaction with Fang Yuan openly. Rumors said that this was due to the orders of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He Feng Yang had received Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's orders, but how could he tell them? Some things were allowed under the table, but they could not be spoken about. Once these things were exposed, the meaning would change. Thus, He Feng Yang had to keep a tight lip. But the more vague he spoke, the more others wanted to know. For example, Vicious Lightning Fiend came to ask him personally. Vicious Lightning Fiend had rank 7 cultivation level and was a famous expert. Compared to him, He Feng Yang was just a tiny character. But now, because of his transaction with Fang Yuan, He Feng Yang became renowned in Central Continent. Everyone paid attention to him. Towards Vicious Lightning Fiend, He Feng Yang had to lower his head, although he spoke vaguely and hinted about the situation. Vicious Lightning Fiend wanted a definitive answer. He Feng Yang faced immense pressure. But right at this time, another Gu Immortal approached him. It was Immortal Monkey King Shirley. This expert had been rank 7 for a long time. It was rumored that he was trying to reach rank 8 now, when Feng Jiugu was still part of Central Continent's righteous path. Immortal Monkey King Shirley was merely below him. Brother, He Feng Yang, tell me straightforwardly, can we or can we not do it? Shirley asked openly. With this question, He Feng Yang's pressure became even heavier. Fairy by Qing and Rainbow Butterfly Immortal Concubine also asked him, Fairies, I don't know either. He Feng Yang was having a terrible headache. Brother He Feng Yang, try asking them. Vicious Lightning Fiend said. He Feng Yang was near the point of tears. Brother, please understand, I am just a helpless subordinate. Vicious Lightning Fiend chuckled. You've known Fang Yuan for a long time. Your relationship is not normal. How can I not know that? He Feng Yang felt extremely grieved. He almost wanted to scream. I am really not close to this demon. He Feng Yang was still trying to find excuses to reply to Vicious Lightning Fiend without offending him when suddenly, Shirley directly suggested, I have a good idea. Brother, join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance now. I'm sure Star Constellation Immortal Venerable will not punish you. He Feng Yang's eyes rolled white as he felt like he would rather pass out. While He Feng Yang was in a tight spot, Liang Jingjing was also facing a tough predicament. Her divine sense had already entered Treasure Yellow Heaven to communicate with Fang Yuan's, after knowing that Light Heaven was converted into a large sum of contribution points in the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. She felt conflicted, but she felt terrible. This was a huge sum of contribution points. It would hurt her too much to give up on them. Liang Jingjing still had 2 Gu Immortals with her, because Flickering Light Grotto Heaven was destroyed. In this situation, she needed cultivation resources badly. But Heavenly Court would not help her for no reason. She had to make good use of every cultivation resource, starting all over again. Thus, the contribution points from giving up Light Heaven became her greatest temptation. Liang Jingjing was not afraid that Fang Yuan would go back on his words. After all, he had made a public declaration. If Liang Jingjing decided to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance again, Fang Yuan would definitely assure her safety in order to show the world that he was serious. Liang Jing was afraid of Heavenly Court and the other Gu Immortals in the world, but she had just betrayed Fang Yuan to join Heavenly Court. If she joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance again at this time, how would Heavenly Court feel? How would the entire world feel about it? At this moment, Liang Jingjing could not deny that she was feeling regretful. Of course, her hatred and anger towards Fang Yuan was still dominant and had not wavered. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Fang Yuan started to officially refine Heavenly Secret Gu. This was his 3rd rank 9 Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was very confident in this Gu refinement attempt compared to the previous 2. Because for this Gu refinement session, he had made the most extensive preparation possible. While refining Gu, Fang Yuan considered the big picture now that he reduced the criteria for joining the alliance. A huge commotion was caused. The influence would only become deeper later on. Lord Great Love, Immortal Venerable, I am Shang Tao Fan. May I join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance? A Southern Border Gu Immortal contacted Fang Yuan's will in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Actually, by now, many Gu Immortals had already contacted Fang Yuan's will, but this was the first person that stated his intention to join. You can join after paying a membership fee. Fang Yuan's will replied plainly, a single person's membership fee and a super force membership fee was different. A Shang Tao Fan asked, can I join secretly? Fang Yuan's will nodded in agreement. Then I will join the alliance. Shang Tao Fan replied immediately. He made arrangements with Fang Yuan's will on where and when to transact the resource point. Indeed, the membership fees for joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance were resource points. Shang Tao Fan is a peripheral member of Shang Clan, but this time, he was sent by Shang Clan as a representative to join my Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Fang Yuan instantly understood that this was Shang Clan's move. The resource point that he requested for was beyond Shang Tao Fan's personal capabilities, but during the talk, he agreed upon it immediately. It was evident that Shang Clan was backing him in this. Although Shang Clan does not have Wu Clan's resolve, they are capable of seeing the big picture. Regardless, Fang Yuan smiled. This was just the start. Soon, with Fang Clan's agitation and Wu Clan's lead, more and more super forces would try their luck. These super forces would likely behave like Shang Clan by first sending one member over to make use of the benefits of being a member of the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. But this was all within Fang Yuan's plan by giving them some benefits first. When these super forces are no longer to live without him, Fang Yuan would start to restrict the number of Immortal Gu each person could request to refine. Afterwards, these super forces would send even more Gu Immortals to join him. They might even come to him as a whole. Of course, Fang Yuan would not restrict them. If they wanted to leave the alliance, they could do so at any time. While refining the Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan used information path methods to contact Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, have you been well? Fang Yuan greeted with a warm attitude. The star constellation Immortal Venerable quickly replied, "I've been well, but some accusations came towards me from nowhere. Friend Great Love, do you have anything to tell me regarding this?" Fang Yuan laughed heartily. "To speak the truth, Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, I am here to lend you a hand, and I've heard that you are undergoing a huge project recently to create a super immortal formation that covers the entire area of Central Continent. To make such a huge formation, you will need many Immortal Gu. And I, Great Love Immortal Venerable, happen to be specialized in this aspect. Why don't you join my Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance? You will enjoy a 20% discount. That will save you a huge sum." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable laughed. She was laughing from anger. Regarding Fang Yuan's shamelessness, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not do anything but amazement. She had no choice but to admit that Fang Yuan's second declaration was a brilliant move that dealt with the situation effectively. Fang Yuan lowered the entry and exit criteria for the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. He did not consider the loyalty of these members, creating a whole new commotion. Using benefits to lure them, he displayed the advantage of refinement path. This was something that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could not match. They had no way of stopping him. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was certain. Right now, all the Gu Immortals in the world were greatly moved. Even the Gu Immortals of the Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were thinking of whether they could join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance now. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could restrain them and not let them join the alliance. But she could not stop them from thinking. Human minds were fickle. And in this entire fiasco, what did Fang Yuan lose? Basically nothing. Originally, he had taken in subordinates from Eastern Sea and the Two Heavens. They had no loyalty towards him. They had to join him because of the situation. It was not of their own will. It was unrealistic for Fang Yuan to depend on them if he wanted to attack Central Continent or the other regions. From Qin Dingling's success in making these people betray him, it showed that none of them had any loyalty to him. If there was only one venerable in the current world, everyone would be completely at his beck and called. But with the era of 4 concurrent venerables, as well as the contest of 3 venerables, these Gu Immortals were able to make a choice. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. She knew that Fang Yuan contacted her not to show off or brag about his move. Fang Yuan's suggestion for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance was a joke. He knew that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would not join the alliance and raise his prestige. Fang Yuan's true goal was to threaten her. Currently, Central Continent was assembling a formation of an unprecedented scale. At this crucial moment, if Great Love Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal Venerable made their move, it could easily cause the formation to crumble and fail. Fang Yuan has little immortal essence. He does not want to come and destroy my star array calculation formation, but he does not want me to succeed either. Thus, he contacted me. Fang Yuan had always been showing an anxious attitude as he used various Immortal Gu to exchange for resource points. It seemed like he was trying to raise the foundation of his immortal aperture to increase his immortal essence production. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made many investigation attempts, but similar to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, they could not see the truth that Fang Yuan was concealing. Thus, all along, she felt that Fang Yuan lacked immortal essence. This was a deep impression that he imprinted in her. She was not surprised that Fang Yuan contacted her. Immediately, she agreed to have a transaction with Fang Yuan. Heavenly Court would pay resource points, primordial domain, and immortal materials in exchange for Fang Yuan's refinement of Immortal Gu for them. The transaction was of a huge scale. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable even emphasized that the transactions would be done in batches. This entire duration would be quite lengthy. Fang Yuan knew that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was doing this to ensure her formation's safety. This was something Fang Yuan had expected. According to the arrangement of this incomplete formation, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was not making an exceptional formation. It was within Fang Yuan's tolerance level. Fang Yuan gave up on destroying it to obtain a beneficial transaction. This was an assured gain for him, especially when he was refining Heavenly Secret Gu now. At this juncture, Fang Yuan could not attack abruptly, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not know this. It was even quite a surprise that she was willing to use Primordial Domain as one of the transaction goods. Before this, Fang Yuan had always been negotiating with Heavenly Court to buy their Primordial Domain. The Primordial Domain had much greater value to him than Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. A Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had never agreed to it, but now, she was willing to give up some of the Primordial Domain to lure Fang Yuan into accepting the transaction. It is likely that in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's perspective, I have not taken the primordial domain in Treasure Yellow Heaven because I lack methods to retrieve it that thus, giving me a portion of the primordial domain now will not allow me to gain any advantage in a short period of time. To think that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable will be the first person to sell me primordial domain, I thought that I would have gotten it first through a blood path transaction with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. While thinking of this, Fang Yuan multitasked and contacted Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Friend Giant Sun, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has made such a huge move. The formation she is setting up must be quite important. She is the #1 wisdom path cultivator throughout history. With this formation's help, she will be able to scheme in the future without us even knowing it. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable laughed and quickly replied, "So what do you want to do?" Fang Yuan said directly, "I am willing to join hands with you to deal with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and destroy her formation. Wisdom Path is not simple. We saw its power in Crazed Demon Cave that we really should not let her create this immortal formation." Giant Sun Immortal Venerable gave an ambiguous answer. "That is a good suggestion. So, Great Love, have you considered Heavenly Lord by Zhu's suggestion already?" Fang Yuan chuckled. "We can always talk about it that I have a lot of Blood Path research results, and also Blood Path Immortal Gu." Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had always wanted to buy Fang Yuan's Blood Path resources. Now that Fang Yuan gave in, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable smiled and immediately contacted Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. "Heaven Refining Demon Venerable just contacted me. He wants us to attack your formation together. What do you think about that?" Giant Sun Immortal Venerable immediately exposed Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly to herself. She used a similar method to make a transaction with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. The three Venerables continued to negotiate and plot against each other. As a Wisdom Path Gu cultivator, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was superior than the others. She vaguely held the upper hand eventually. She gave up some benefits to temporarily appease Fang Yuan and Giant Sun. "I finally stabilized these two. But if the formation I am making is any stronger, this situation will be harder to deal with." It was not that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable lacked a better formation, but she could not create it now. If she tried to, the two Venerables would try to destroy it. There would be no way of talking them out of it. The star array calculation formation was specially chosen by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable as it did not cross their bottom line. The two Venerables were willing to let her create it in exchange for some personal benefits. This was the precise control of the situation that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had in this contest of three Venerables. Of course, the most important thing is still Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thought to herself, the reason why both Venerables are willing to watch on the fence is because of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable primarily. Compared to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's formation was nothing outstanding. The three Venerables were paying close attention to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's actions, as what they expected. After getting rid of the White Heaven Grotto Heavens that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable could sense, he went after the sun. Within the fused two heavens, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable charged towards the sun like a mountain-like shadowy figure. This scene was seen through Fang Yuan's investigative method. He pondered, "Back then, I used up White Heaven's heavenly spirit, causing Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to be unable to control immemorial White Heaven directly. He has only devoured Black Heaven's heavenly spirit, so he can only devour immemorial White Heaven through the entire immemorial Black Heaven. Right now, among the two heavens Grotto Heavens, those from White Heaven are basically all destroyed. The heaven vein nodes that are contained within these Grotto Heavens have all been destroyed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. As for Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court, they have tight defenses that prevents Spectral Soul Demon Venerable from detecting them in his current state. Thus, his only target now is the sun. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable charged towards the sun, but this attempt was different from before. He shouted and roared with unprecedented determination and killing intent. However, the closer he got to the sun, the more obstruction he felt from the massive number of Fire Path and Light Path down marks. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body started to melt like a candle. Tiny flames could be seen appearing on his entire body. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable looked at the immemorial two heavens. While paying close attention to this situation, he evaluated internally. The sun has existed since immemorial times. It has vast and boundless power. It is the largest heaven vein node in the entire world. It is also the greatest light vein and fire vein node in the two heavens. Even in my previous life, when I was at my strongest, I could not deal with the sun easily. Now that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has lost his mind, it will be even harder for him to deal with it. When Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was alive back then, he was invincible in the world. He could naturally destroy the sun, but doing that had no advantage to him. It was even very harmful to the myriad life forms. Thus, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not do that. Eventually, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable charged into the sun as countless black pillar-like arms stretched out and grabbed at it. His colossal body slammed into the sun and caused flames to flicker at the same time. He suffered severe injuries. His body melted rapidly as a vast number of light path and fire path Dao marks were carved on him. All of his accumulated soul path Dao marks were rapidly breaking apart. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's 3 heads were screaming out in pain. His eyes became filled with anger and hatred following his instincts. He activated a defensive killer move as a layer of eerie light covered his whole body. Black smoke gushed out fiercely and resisted the immense power of the sun. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable managed to control the situation for now. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stayed in embroidered tower as she looked out of the window. The sun is a congregation of heaven path, light path, and fire path Dao marks. It is tangible, but not solid. It can be seen as a tribulation that has been ongoing for countless years. It had started accumulating since the start of the world. Thus, even though it is not a chaotic disaster, it is hard to deal with even for a venerable. By attacking the sun, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable will likely end up badly alongside it. By then, it will be time to make my move. If I can eliminate Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, it will benefit Heavenly Court greatly. By then, I can even give in to the other 2 venerables to a greater extent. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable understood when to yield and when not to. For Heavenly Court, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was a huge threat. Because Heavenly Court was situated in immemorial white heaven. It was the largest heaven vein node in the world. It was just that Heavenly Court was concealed by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's wisdom path method. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable could not detect it. But right at this moment, there was an abrupt change. A mountain-like beast escaped in fear while carrying a trace of the aura of a rank 9 Immortal Gu. There is actually a legendary immemorial desolate beast hiding inside the sun. It has a rank 9 Immortal Gu. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was shook. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's eyes widened. No, not just one rank 9 Immortal Gu. It has another one. The 3 venerables observed closely as the wild rank 9 Fire Gu within the sun was no longer concealed. After a few breaths of time, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable arrived at the center of the sun. The remaining tens of arms stretched out and grabbed Fire Gu despite the intense flames. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's left head opened its mouth and instantly devoured Fire Gu. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable cried out in agony. His left head was burning like a flame pillar. Without the support of the 2 Gu, the sun exploded with a loud sound that spread throughout the entire world. At this moment, all life forms in the world looked up. They had fearful expressions as they witnessed the sun turning into countless lumps of light and fire, breaking up and spreading throughout heaven and earth. The sun was destroyed. This change had occurred too quickly. Even the 3 venerables could not take action in time. Their original plan was to wait for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to go down with the sun until they were both greatly weakened. Because Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was following his instincts now, he would also want to survive naturally. Thus, if he got badly injured, he would escape. At this time, the 3 venerables would target the greatly weakened Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. In the contest of 3 venerables, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was a huge uncertainty. There was still a chance of him regaining his sanity. Thus, the 3 venerables were in agreement that this uncertainty should be killed first. Like during the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable decided to cooperate to kill all the pseudo-venerables first. But out of their expectations, the sun actually exploded first. Different from what everyone thought, the sun actually contained 2 rank 9 Immortal Gu and 1 mysterious legendary immemorial desolate beast. The sun's foundation far exceeded their expectations. With this foundation and the fact that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not sane, it should be very hard to deal with. He would be the one to escape first. But the issue was that the legendary immemorial desolate beast that hid inside the sun got shocked and escaped. That not only did it run away, it even brought a rank 9 Immortal Gu with it. Once this Immortal Gu was taken, the sun lacked a core and its stable condition quickly destabilized spontaneous. No matter how strong a Gu house is, it can still be easily broken from the inside. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed as she thought of a logic in the Gu world. This abrupt change disrupted her plan. That among the 3 venerables, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the one who wanted to kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable the most, because she understood the threat that he held towards Heavenly Court. Originally, She wanted to give in and accept some losses to lure the other two Venerables into attacking Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and killing him, but to think that this happened to Fire Gu was a legendary Immortal Gu recorded in the Legends of Rinzu. It was rank 9, but got devoured by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Forget about that for now, but the mysterious legendary immemorial desolate beast also brought away a rank 9 Immortal Gu that it had to be pursued. A rank 9 Immortal Gu was concerned. While a legendary immemorial beast was not hard to deal with for a Venerable, because it was too easy to succeed, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to race against time now that there were 3 Venerables in the world. She did not want the Immortal Gu to end up with the other Venerables. Be careful. Fire is raining down like a storm. Fairy Bai Qing was the first to alert the others. Oh no, what do we do? Rainbow Butterfly Immortal Concubine looked at the sky and saw countless flames descending. She felt lost and helpless. These flames were too high ranked. Bright light glorious ring fire made up most of these flames. This was the heaven flame of the 3 flames in the world. It was a rank 9 fire path, immortal material. One had to be a rank 8 fire path. Great expert at least to deal with it. But in the sky above Central Continent, there was a colossal immortal formation that Central Continent's Gu Immortals wanted to defend the formation, so they had to deal with these flames. Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, please give us the orders. Shirley shouted loudly. Star Constellation sighed softly as she left behind her will and some rank 9 immortal essence, controlling embroidered tower to deal with the situation here. But her main body had left already, heading for the 2 heavens to Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan was currently using investigative methods to observe the 5 regions. With the collapse of the sun, countless immortal materials are scattered everywhere. Among them, the light path resources are mostly flying around in the 2 heavens, while the fire path resources are scattered onto the 5 regions. Fire rain is most common in Western Desert, while least common in Eastern Sea. The reason was simple. Conflict of Dao marks in the 5 regions. Eastern Sea had the most water path Dao marks, while Western Desert had the most fire path Dao marks. Thus, the fire rain preferred to target Western Desert instead. These flames are top-tier resources. If they are gathered to a certain size, they can be made into fire path resource points. Especially the bright light glorious ring fire. This rank 9 immortal material is extremely rare and barely found anywhere. It is a prime opportunity to gain a huge amount of it now. I need to make use of this. Fang Yuan immediately ordered his Gu Immortals to head to various locations to collect the fire path resources, but regrettably, he had the most water path Gu Immortals and only a few fire path Gu Immortals, not to mention rank 8 fire path cultivators. Regarding this, Fang Yuan used his will in Treasure Yellow Heaven to make an announcement. Good news. Good news. The Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance is holding an event. Anyone who collects enough fire path immortal materials can exchange them with us for Alliance contribution points. If you collect enough Alliance contribution points, you will be able to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance officially. It will not cost you resource points. After joining the Alliance, you will also retain the contribution points from exchanging immortal materials. Fang Yuan's will tossed out a list that wrote the details of each exchange clearly. Bright light glorious ring fire was listed at the top. It could exchange for the most contribution points. The Gu Immortals of the world heard the announcement and instantly became moved. Originally, joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance required resource points, but now, all they had to do was to collect fire path immortal materials. For the bulk of the Gu Immortals, the entry requirement fell once again. Fang Yuan's will added. This event will only last for a short while. The fastest ones will gain the most. Once I collect enough fire path immortal materials, this event will end immediately. Fire path immortal material? What a pity. Other than the bright light glorious ring fire, if I go to collect the other fire path immortal materials, the gains will be lower than just collecting heaven path immortal materials. In the 2 heavens, Shun Shang was busy scavenging for resources. Are we not pursuing Fang Clan anymore? For what? Let Heavenly Court's Zhou Xiong Xian do it. Let's quickly collect these fire path immortal materials. We can use some ourselves while selling the rest to Great Love Immortal Venerable. This opportunity will not knock twice. More and more Gu Immortals in Western Desert started to move out. Southern border. Wu Yong led Wu Clan's Gu Immortals as they started to move around with lightning speed. Benefits tempted everyone. A large number of Gu Immortals in the 5 regions were mobilized by Fang Yuan as a result. As for Fang Yuan, he personally headed into the 2 heavens. The destruction of the sun also affected his plan. Originally, he wanted to wait for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and the sun to both get weakened. If his refinement of Heavenly Secret Gu succeeded in time, he would be able to gain some benefits from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. But now, he had to refine Heavenly Secret Gu while keeping up with the facade. Thus, he had to enter the two heavens and pretend that he was trying to go after the rank 9 Immortal Gu. This was the normal reaction and behavior that he should have. Giant Sun, Immortal Venerable, and Star Constellation, Immortal Venerable, were brilliant people. Fang Yuan had to do this to avoid exposing himself after the sun was destroyed. The 5 regions became dimmed. Immortal Gu masters were fearful and shocked, while other life forms also panicked. The crying and growling of beasts and birds could be heard everywhere. This was an unprecedented change. A large-scale panic was unavoidable. The starlight flickered randomly as a legendary immemorial desolate beast charged out while bathed in blood. A star constellation, Immortal Venerable, was the first to arrive. She waved her hand as the blood and scales that were left in the air gathered in her hands. A star constellation, Immortal Venerable, quickly made deductions with her wisdom path Immortal Killer move. This is Yuan. She quickly deduced the identity of this legendary immemorial beast. She felt a little shocked. Yuan and Zui Hui had once terrorized the 5 regions. They whipped up a bloody storm. They were extremely crafty. They worked together, and whenever a demon venerable or immortal venerable was alive, they would hide and not show up. But eventually, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable brought peace to the world and killed Yuan. This was recorded in history, but Yuan is actually alive. Did it fake its death? Could it fake its death in front of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable? Or does that mean this is part of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangement? At this moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thought of many things. The situation had gotten quite mysterious and complex. The Star Constellation Immortal Venerable pursued the beast while analyzing to herself. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's move. According to the situation in Crazed Demon Cave, originally, once Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable revived, he would become a Heaven Path Venerable. That would allow him to gain an immense advantage in the 2 heavens, that especially after he refines all the Heaven Path Dao marks. In the 2 heavens, he would be able to control all the Heaven Vein nodes. By then, Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven would be greatly threatened by him. The sun was also a Heaven Vein node. Back then, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable intentionally placed Yuan inside the sun as an arrangement for him to capture the sun in the future. Thankfully, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable is dead now. From this aspect, I should thank Fang Yuan instead. The moment Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thought of Fang Yuan, he appeared before her. Friend Star Constellation, we meet again. Fang Yuan smiled as he greeted. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly internally, but she showed a kind smile on her face. Her demeanor was extremely elegant. The 2 had a warm attitude, but their movements did not slow down. Instead, they moved even faster. The 2 venerables were guarded against each other as they attacked Yuan. At this Yuan had human form. Its back was bent, and its forearms were long. There was a horn on its head, and its body was covered in scales that resembled countless mirrors that reflected light in all directions. Under the pursuit of both venerables, Yuan actually managed to escape time and again. As I expected, Yuan brought away rank 9 Light Gu. It has not been refined yet. This is still a wild Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan noticed the peculiarity. He sighed internally inside Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The refinement of Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu had reached a crucial moment. He did not want to go after this rank 9 Light Gu. That if he obtained it, the 2 venerables would attack him in a frenzy to try and snatch it. That after all, a rank 9 Immortal Gu was able to break the balance between the 3 venerables. Nobody wanted this Immortal Gu to end up in another's hands. But Fang Yuan had to say what he had to say. Yuan, I am best friends with your master Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. After he died, he gave his inheritance to me, but did not have time to tell me about you. Quickly leave with me. I will ensure your safety. Yuan coughed out blood while shouting, that old bastard Paradise Earth. I was almost beaten to death by him. It took all my effort to hide in the sun to recuperate. That I only managed to recover a little after sleeping for so many years. That he did this to me. I will definitely not submit to you. That means this is not Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangement. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was slightly stunned. She could sense Yuan's emotions. It was not lying. Yuan was able to escape by faking death in front of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. It is quite amazing. Light Emperor, who was hiding nearby, thought to himself. He was hiding inside a black cloud. At this moment, he did not want to dazzle anyone. Immortal Killer move, Sword Tongue Dragon Soul. Fang Yuan's body shook slightly as 100 evil dragons appeared around him instantly. The evil dragons danced and paraded. They gathered into a group and encircled Yuan. He had used this compound killer move before. If he used it against Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, there would be a risk of it getting unraveled or countered, but now, Fang Yuan used it to trap Yu Tianguang, but the evil dragons attacked Yu Tianguang from all directions. They bit, swung their tails, stabbed with their horns, or used their claws. Some even shot out sharp sword chi with their tongues. In this dangerous situation, Yu Tianguang erupted with the strength of a legendary immemorial beast that waved its hands and its body moved like lightning. The horn on its head was extremely sharp. In just a hole, 3 evil dragons were sliced in half. After a lot of effort, it managed to kill several evil dragons. But dragon souls came out of them to modify the battlefield. The more evil dragons that died, the more dragon souls that gathered. The battlefield was filled with soul path Dao marks that made the dragon souls even stronger. The situation was increasingly dangerous. Yu Tianguang tried to charge out from different directions as it fought a bloody battle, but it could not break free from the evil dragons that, sensing the danger that its host was in, the wild rank 9 light Gu in Yu Tianguang's body burst out with its power again. A piercing light shone on the entire battlefield. It seemingly tried to escape with Yu Tianguang by turning it into a ray of light. Earlier, when Fang Yuan and Star Constellation chased after Yu Tianguang, this was the move that caused them to fail in capturing it multiple times. But now, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was already prepared. Starlight specks flew out and surrounded Yu Tianguang's body. The wild rank 9 light Gu burst out with power. But the starlight specks suppressed most of its strength. It failed to escape with Yu Tianguang, but caused it to suffer huge injuries instead. Rank 9 light Gu was a wild Gu. It was not in sync with Yu Tianguang. Thus, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable found its weakness. But this was normal, even though Yu Tianguang and Light Gu had been together for a long time. It had spent most of the time sleeping. Now that it was awake, with just rank 8 cultivation level, it could not refine a wild rank 9 Immortal Gu. Back then, even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who had become venerable, spent 100 years to refine the wild rank 9 Wisdom Gu. As for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, he attempted to refine rank 9 Love Gu and failed in the end. Yu Tianguang's blood spewed out like a geyser. It fell into despair. The enemies were too powerful. It had suffered huge injuries that caused it to become even slower than before. But it still struggled. For the meager hope in its heart that wanted to escape, it resisted. Come here. Come here. Light Emperor hid in the black cloud and watched as Yu Tianguang approached him. He became flustered and anxious that Yu Tianguang coincidentally escape in the direction that led to him. Is this my so-called fortuitous encounter? Light Emperor suddenly shook as he recalled Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's words. That he immediately understood that his fortuitous encounter was rank 9 Light Gu. But, Father, this is too much. Light Emperor glanced at Fang Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He did not even dare to look at them for more than a moment in fear that they would notice him. Light Emperor's bald head almost wanted to hide in his chest. All along, his body had been emitting light, but now, he kept the light concealed as only a thin halo was left. But Yu Tianguang still came in his direction at full speed. At this moment, Light Emperor could feel nothing but hatred towards this huge fortuitous encounter. He did not know that Fang Yuan was feeling the same. The timing is not right. If this happened after I refined Heavenly Secret Gu, I will be able to use my full strength to capture the wild light Gu. Fang Yuan attacked and chased Yu Tianguang while secretly refining Heavenly Secret Gu. Thankfully, he spent a lot of effort to modify Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu's recipe, that using 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. And with the help of the Hairy Man Gu Immortals, Heavenly Secret Gu's refinement proceeded without a hitch. The following is the most difficult part, but at this time, I need to chase after that rank 9 light Gu. Sigh. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. He did not feel much attraction to rank 9 Light Gu. Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu had far greater value to Fang Yuan than Light Gu. But the situation had progressed to this stage. Fang Yuan had to show that he was determined to take the Immortal Gu for himself. Fate Gu has been destroyed. This situation should have been caused by the contest of luck between the other 3 Venerables and myself. Fang Yuan had a vague comprehension that once Fang Yuan refined Heavenly Secret Gu successfully, his strength would grow immensely. The benefits would not just be limited to obscured Heavenly Secret. There were other advantages too, but in that case, Fang Yuan's advantage would be too huge. Precisely so. The other 3 Venerables were threatened by Fang Yuan. Although they did not notice it, their luck had already started to retaliate. The luck of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable mixed together and attacked Fang Yuan in unison. Precisely so. At the crucial moment of refining Heavenly Secret Gu, Fang Yuan faced such a huge difficulty and uncertain in this situation with the existence of 4 Venerables and contest of 3 Venerables. The current timing is a crucial turning point. Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Rank 9 Advanced Refinement Immortal Gu. My cultivation of Refinement Path and Heaven Path, as well as other elements like Obscured Heavenly Secret, have given me a huge advantage that is deeply hidden. My luck is comparable to all three of them together. This comparison was under the situation where the three Venerables did not know the truth, because they canceled out a portion of each other's luck. This allowed Fang Yuan to match them evenly. Once the Venerables understood the situation and found out the truth, they would cooperate with each other and cause this cancellation to be smaller, but by then, their collective luck would surpass Fang Yuan if I get past this difficulty without the three of them finding out the truth. After gaining rank 9 Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu, my luck will be higher than the three of them combined after a qualitative change. When I refine other rank 9 Immortal Gu in the future, I will no longer face such a hurdle. After making an analysis, Fang Yuan understood that this was a crucial fight. If it were to be said that becoming a Refinement Path Venerable was the foundation to resisting the other Venerables, then after refining rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, Fang Yuan shortened the gap between himself and the Venerables after refining rank 9 Advance Refinement Gu. The gap was shortened even further. It even deepened Fang Yuan's advantage in Refinement Path. And now, if he refined rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu, it would create the turning point in the contest of three Venerables. Once this crucial point was passed, Fang Yuan would surpass the other Venerables. He would have a true advantage against them. As star fog appeared, Yu Tianguang's path was completely blocked evidently. This was an incomplete battlefield killer move. A star constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to use this battlefield killer move to trap Yu Tianguang and the wild rank 9 Light Gu before dealing with them. Fang Yuan had not seen Star Constellation Immortal Venerable use a battlefield killer move before. He was hesitant now that should he try to destroy it now, it was not something that he could not tolerate for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to obtain the wild rank 9 Light Gu. It was very difficult to refine rank 9 Light Gu, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not cultivate Light Path. That after getting it, during the period that she tries to refine it, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's positive luck would fall greatly. From the perspective of the situation, in order to prevent Fang Yuan from ruining her plan, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would definitely give up more benefits to Fang Yuan. This was very beneficial to Fang Yuan. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan activated his killer move. Immortal Killer Move. 7 kills Rainbow. Metal Path is Yellow Light. Wood Path is Jade Green Light. Water Path is Light Blue Hue. Fire Path is Red Light. Earth Path is Brown Light. Wind Path is Green Radiance. And Lightning Path is Deep Blue Light. 7 lights from these 7 paths mixed together and shot forward in a drill shape towards Yu Tianguang. Yu Tianguang immediately sensed fatal danger. If he was hit by this move, it would definitely perish, alongside the rank 9 Light Gu in its body. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was guarded against Fang Yuan. What are you trying to do? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable called out as starlight flew out, forming a veil made of stardust. It was like a wall between heaven and earth, blocking Fang Yuan's 7 kills Rainbow. Fang Yuan's mind was also running out of thoughts. He had to refine Heavenly Secret Gu while maintaining his defensive killer moves and movement killer moves. Earlier, he even had to use an offensive killer move like 7 kills Rainbow forcefully. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, but did not show any weakness. Friend Star Constellation, even if you want to get rank 9 Light Gu, do you think it will be this easy? On the outside, Fang Yuan showed an attitude of relentlessness. He was prepared to fight to the end, but the truth was, he had already made up his mind to destroy this wild Light Gu. If that failed, so be it. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable got the Gu in Fang Yuan's condition, he could not obtain the Gu even if he tried. The priority was to destroy rank 9 Light Gu, followed by letting Star Constellation Immortal Venerable have it. The worst case was for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to get it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable were not Light Path Gu cultivators. But if Giant Sun Immortal Venerable got this rank 9 Light Gu, his own luck would grow explosively. That was extremely useful for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. With his attainment in luck path, he would become much stronger. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable side. Friend Fang Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable has not arrived yet. Are we really going to fight now? Fang Yuan smiled coldly. Why not? If I wait any further, aren't you going to obtain the rank 9 Immortal Gu already? Fang Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable went into a standoff. Fang Yuan targeted the incomplete Star Fog battlefield killer move occasionally, while attacking Yu Tianguang and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable respectively. At other times, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was worthy of being a Wisdom Path Venerable. Her mind was filled with thoughts. She managed to handle all the various aspects and keep her control over the situation. That although the situation was in a deadlock, it was clearly tilting towards star constellation Immortal Venerable. During the contest of the Venerables, Yuan had already gotten severely injured. Rank 9 Light Gu tried many attempts to escape with it, but star constellation Immortal Venerable blocked it each time. Seeing that the star fog was about to gather into a complete battlefield killer move, Light Emperor could not wait anymore to dazzle them. He attacked abruptly using his strongest method. Blinding white light filled the entire battlefield. Light Emperor used all his effort to create a small opening in the star fog. Escape, escape, escape. Light Emperor desperately charged towards the exit. He did not have the energy to care about the rank 9 Immortal Gu. He had waited for a long time before Fang Yuan weakened the star fog battlefield sufficiently, without star constellation Immortal Venerable having the time to replenish it. Thus, he could make an opening in this battlefield if he waited any longer. And the star fog battlefield formed completely. He would have no chance of escaping anymore. Chapter 2280. Fang Yuan takes a risk. The appearance of Light Emperor stunned Fang Yuan and Star Constellation. They did not expect that someone would be able to hide from right under their noses. This person has a profound luck path method on him. He must be related to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's pupil shrunk as the star fog quickly gathered. Fang Yuan also made his move as he attacked Light Emperor. Light Emperor's eyes were staring wide open as he screamed internally. What does this have to do with me? Why are they attacking me? I was just passing by. But immediately after, he turned around and saw that wild rank 9 Light Gu shining in white light. As it came towards him with Yuan, Light Emperor wanted to cry. He understood the situation now that the wild rank 9 Light Gu had an intense instinct for survival. It stayed with Yuan because this legendary immemorial beast had a lot of light path down marks that made it have a familiar feeling. There was also the fact that Yuan was not strong enough to refine it. But in the hands of a venerable, the situation would be different. Light Emperor opened the only crack in the star fog. He was also a light path cultivator who only had rank 8 aura. The wild Light Gu naturally came to him as an avenue of survival. Father, save me. At the moment of life and death, Light Emperor shouted loudly, Son, don't worry. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable flew towards them from afar. He was getting closer rapidly before he arrived. His killer move had already appeared, blocking Fang Yuan's offensive method. Fang Yuan did not have enough thoughts now. His offensive methods were not as agile as usual. Otherwise, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable would not have such an easy time blocking him. Of course, this was not strange in the eyes of the two Venerables. In this fight between three Venerables, it was understandable for Fang Yuan to save his thoughts in case of emergencies. After all, they thought that he had the least immortal essence. A star constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. She had already recognized Light Emperor now. She immediately used the star fog to pursue him and shorten the distance between them. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable activated his killer move again. Golden Aurora appeared behind Light Emperor and blocked the star fog. Could I have escaped on my own? I'm afraid that I would have to use rank 9 Light Gu's power to get away from them. Oh father, you almost did me in. Light Emperor was a resolute person. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and turned around, grabbing at Yuan. If you don't want to die, come with me. Light Emperor shouted as he brought Yuan and the wild Light Gu with him. Escaping towards Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Yuan was on the brink of death. It was currently in a stupor and unable to resist, as Light Emperor brought it away with him. Furthermore, because they were both light path cultivators, they were naturally closed of star. Constellation Immortal Venerable stomped her feet as her body flew forward like a ray of starlight. Midway, she tossed with her hand. Star Constellation chessboard flew out at the other end. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable approached and opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace flew out. The Star Constellation chessboard had countless pieces shooting out. Like a storm. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace sent out a wave-like golden aurora that shielded Light Emperor and prevented him from getting killed by those pieces. But a large number of pieces still moved agilely as they attacked him. Light Emperor struggled intensely. His expression was malevolent. Facing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's attacks, he dodged from side to side. When he could not evade some pieces, he would endure the impact. Thankfully, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's attack was already weakened by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's golden aurora to a large extent. Light Emperor had pseudo-venerable battle strength after all. He only suffered heavy injuries with blood flowing out of his mouth and nose. But his speed remained the same. To persevere. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable shouted. This situation was quite urgent. His son's life was at stake. He used his full strength as a result. The Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gritted her teeth. She felt immense pressure from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, who was using his full strength. Seeing that Light Emperor was about to escape, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable fought intensely while shouting at Fang Yuan. Great love, Immortal Venerable. How long are you going to continue watching? Fang Yuan had only made some moves after Giant Sun Immortal Venerable appeared. He did not use his full strength. A Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was quite displeased with this. Fang Yuan holding back meant a huge threat to her. If Fang Yuan and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable were colluding now in a setup against Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, she could not use her full strength against Giant Sun. Otherwise, Fang Yuan would sneak attack her while she was unguarded. Fang Yuan was feeling quite troubled now. He had already done his best. The refinement of Heavenly Secret Gu had reached the most difficult part. He had to use a lot of thoughts and concentration on it. Fang Yuan excelled in the defensive aspect of Wisdom Path. In terms of thought production, he could not match Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. But his compound killer moves had a huge requirement for the number of thoughts to persevere. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth while urging himself on. Giant Sun, take this. At the same time, Fang Yuan shouted as he flew towards Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan did not use any offensive method. He only adjusted the movement killer move that he had been maintaining, but simply this small movement made Star Constellation Immortal Venerable let out a sigh of relief. While Giant Sun Immortal Venerable became alerted, this was because Fang Yuan went away from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and approached Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. It reduced her wariness towards him. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable also had to save his son from two Venerables. He felt immense pressure. He shouted loudly and activated more trump card killer moves. For example, this current method, Poor Luck Silver Hook. Fang Yuan's pupils contracted as he sensed a killer move approaching. The wind light fire lightning wheels below his feet rotated rapidly as he instantly left the area. At the next moment, a pure silver curved hook appeared at the spot that he was previously in. The hook only appeared for a moment before vanishing again. It was so fast it seemed like an illusion. Fang Yuan continued to move around like a phantom. He did not stay at the same spot for more than a breath of time. Meanwhile, the silver hook continued to appear at the spots he went to, only mere moments away from actually hitting him. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was angry that Fang Yuan was still holding back now. He had Cooking Luck Pot's protection and could resist the silver hook to attack Light Emperor, but he chose to dodge the attacks, which was what Giant Sun Immortal Venerable wanted to see because it made Fang Yuan easier to deal with. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not know about Fang Yuan's true circumstances after all. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable has never used this luck path killer move before. If I get hit by it, my luck will fall greatly. Right now, with the retaliation of all three Venerables' luck, it would be a detrimental blow to me. Fang Yuan had a clear observation of the situation that he could not use offensive methods now because most of his attention was focused on the refinement of Heavenly Secret Gu. But the two Venerables were hard to deceive. He was having a hard time putting up this show. Fang Yuan used various methods and overworked his mind, but his thoughts were still falling to a dangerous level. Heavenly Secret Gu's refinement used too many of his thoughts. While this battle was also quite dangerous, Fang Yuan did not even want to touch the silver hook. It was as if he was walking on a tightrope now. If he was careless, he would fall to a miserable death. At this time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacked Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, relieving some of the pressure off Fang Yuan. Light Emperor was already very close to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. A Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to attack him, but Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did everything to stop her. Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable shouted, "I'll take a gamble." Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly as he expended nearly all his thoughts to take a risk and activate Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Fang Yuan flew forward with Reverse Flow Protection Seal, like an eagle diving for its food. He went towards Light Emperor with an explosive sound. "Father, save me." Light Emperor was shocked by Fang Yuan's momentum. He screamed for help. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable endured Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's attacks forcefully and activated a killer move. Golden light shot towards Fang Yuan like a huge pillar. Fang Yuan did not dodge, but approached Light Emperor instead, trying to snatch an Immortal Gu in front of me. Die. Fang Yuan snickered with barely any thoughts left in his mind. Light Emperor stared with wide eyes in terror. He gritted his teeth as his body turned stiff as a rock. At the crucial moment, the wild rank 9 Light Gu burst out with powered, blinding white light flashed in the entire battlefield. Fang Yuan was first hit by the white light before the golden pillar landed on him. He crashed towards the ground like a falling meteor. Thoughts were produced in his mind and used in the Gu refinement, as well as sustaining his defensive killer move. He could not even use them to think that after a few breaths of time, Reverse flow protection seal started to become unstable. If this move broke now, not only would Fang Yuan suffer huge backlash, the other Venerables would also notice his issue. Fang Yuan was in critical danger now. If the Venerables attacked him, he would have no way to resist. But this was all within Fang Yuan's plan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable were fighting over rank 9 Light Gu. They could not afford to care about Fang Yuan. With Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's protection, Light Emperor finally arrived at his father's location. Because Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacked furiously, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable suffered considerable injuries. There was already blood flowing out of his mouth. The two Venerables faced off with sharp gazes. They collided in the air. Both sides were getting serious. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable gritted his teeth, but did not make any rash move. He wanted to open his immortal apertures. Entrance to put Light Emperor, the fainted Yutian Guang, and wild rank 9 Light Gu into his rank 9 immortal aperture. But he knew that he could not do something like that now. As time passed, inside the sovereign immortal aperture, in 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, the hairy man Gu immortals were cheering loudly. The toughest step of refining heavenly secret Gu was over. Now, the refinement difficulty fell sharply. It was a smooth journey ahead. The number of thoughts needed fell as well. Fang Yuan soon had enough thoughts to think that he immediately realized that he was falling. He stabilized his body and flew towards Giant Sun Immortal Venerable again. When he saw that Light Emperor was standing beside Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, he became anxious and shouted, "We cannot let Giant Sun Immortal Venerable get rank 9 Light Gu. In the worst case, we need to destroy it." Giant Sun Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. He looked at Fang Yuan with deep killing intent. "Go ahead and attack. I will make sure you pay a painful price." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was silent. Fang Yuan hastened the refinement of heavenly secret Immortal Gu while looking at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, shouting with all his might, "Star Constellation, this is a rank 9 Immortal Gu." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a cold expression. She was very unhappy with Fang Yuan. "If you had used your full strength, would we be in this situation?" Chapter 2281. Spectral Soul's Anguished Cry. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered with uncertainty, and his expression was grim. "I did not expect that Light Gu would erupt with an attack that cooperated with the Golden Pillar so perfectly." Giant Sun Immortal Venerable smiled smugly. "My soft gold crashing pillar was designed to counter your reverse flow protection seal. How does it feel?" Fang Yuan nodded. This move can conceal its strength and unleash a mystical collision force on reverse flow protection seal to penetrate the reverse flow river, interrupting with the entire operation of the killer move. But it is a pity that this move has not been completed yet. Otherwise, it would not have been resolved by me so easily. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable nodded. He felt that this was a small pity. He could have given up on Light Emperor to save this killer move for the future to deal with Fang Yuan. But Giant Sun Immortal Venerable would not do that. He would rather expose it to save his eldest son. "I was too rash to think that a rank 9 Immortal Gu would be involved," Giant Sun Immortal Venerable said to Light Emperor. "Father, what's the point of saying that now? We need to find a way to flee. My hairs are all standing on end now." Light Emperor replied quickly. Although he had returned to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's side, the battle was still ongoing. He was very alert. "Didn't you create your own light body inheritance? Your entire body is covered in light path down marks. How can you have body hair?" Giant Sun Immortal Venerable asked in a peculiar tone. Light Emperor rolled his eyes and retorted, "Father, now is not the time for this. The situation is dire. We need to find a way to escape." Giant Sun Immortal Venerable suddenly laughed out loud. "Then we will leave." Saying so, he held Light Emperor and Yutian Guang in both hands respectively and rapidly made his move. "You want to leave? Not so easy. Giant Sun, leave the Immortal Gu behind." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Great Love Immortal Venerable attacked at the same time. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable roared and exchanged blows with the two Venerables. Even parts of the two heavens broke into fragments. At the center of the explosion, under the terrifying force of the killer moves, nothing remained. Even the fused immemorial two heavens was destroyed, turning into an area of void. At the next moment, the surrounding fragments of the two heavens came rushing in like tidal waves, filling up the void. Using this chance, a golden path extended over from deep within northern plains. It was Calamity Luck Altar's strongest method, luck-changing golden light path. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable purposely left Calamity Luck Altar in longevity, heaven along with his own will and rank 9 immortal essence. Thus, using the vast number of longevity heaven's luck path down marks, the power of luck-changing golden light path rose explosively. It extended from northern plains to the battlefield. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable brought Light Emperor and Yu Tianguang onto this path. Their speed rose immensely. They went far away in just a moment. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Great Love Immortal Venerable did not let them off. But their attacks were negated by each other due to the constant accidents that occurred around the Golden Path. Even if a Venerable attacked, under the chaotic situation of the fused two heavens, they were not only obstructed by soul beasts, there were black-white, overturning clouds too. This was the power of luck changing Golden Light Path. Fang Yuan attacked several times, but nearly caused accidents to occur during Heavenly Secret Gu's refinement. Fang Yuan had seen the power of luck changing Golden Light Path from long ago, but this time, it was so hard to deal with because of the amplification of Longevity Heaven's down marks. Boom. Both Venerables gave chase into northern plains. Eventually, they destroyed the luck-changing Golden Light Path. At this moment, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable fell along with Light Emperor and Yu Tianguang down. During the entire period of time, he could not find a chance to open his Immortal Aperture's entrance. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had been using his full strength to maintain the luck-changing Golden Light Path to resist the two Venerables' attacks. The intensity of the battle was clear with one glance. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable fully displayed the power of Wisdom Path. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had no time to do anything else. There was another reason. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not dare to let Yu Tianguang into his Immortal Aperture. The wild rank 9 Light Gu was inside Yu Tianguang's body. After sensing Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's rank 9 aura, it was feeling very restless. If Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did anything excessive, Light Gu might get agitated and do something unfavorable to him. Thus, he could only bring Light Emperor and Yu Tianguang towards Longevity Heaven. Heavenly Secret Gu's refinement is reaching the final few steps. Fang Yuan was very happy, but he showed an anxious expression as he shouted, "Giant Sun, leave that rank 9 Immortal Gu behind. I won't let you have it." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes showed a firm light. She did not speak, but her attacks were getting more intense. The battle of the three Venerables finally got close to Longevity Heaven. Light Emperor laughed loudly as victory was in sight. He shouted, "Father is mighty." Longevity Heaven's Immortal Aperture entrance was open. At the final juncture, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable showed a grim expression. He did not dare to be careless for fear of showing a flaw. The moment he stepped into the Immortal Aperture's entrance, rank 9 Light Gu sensed something amiss. It suddenly reacted and wanted to escape. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable snorted coldly and used his prepared method to suppress it. But at this moment, Fang Yuan unleashed his Refinement Path killer move. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable used his defensive measure, but the Refinement Path killer move had been prepared by Fang Yuan for a long time. It had incredible power that affected rank 9 Light Gu. Crack. With a soft sound, the surface of Light Gu cracked. Oh no, Light Emperor shouted. But thankfully, Light Gu was only injured. It survived and was not destroyed by Fang Yuan's attack. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable stepped into Longevity Heaven at long last. He looked at Fang Yuan angrily as he asked, "Heaven Refining Demon Venerable, what an impressive method. What is the name of your move?" Fang Yuan smiled coldly. "You have your soft gold crashing pillar. I have my crippled refinement." Giant Sun Immortal Venerable praised it again before looking at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He shut the door and vanished into thin air. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at Fang Yuan with a livid expression. She reprimanded, "Since you had the killer move crippled refinement all along, why did you not use it earlier?" Giant Sun Immortal Venerable succeeded in the end. All along, she did not notice that something was off with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. His expression was dark. "If I had not made deductions during the battle, even that last hit would not have been possible. I managed to injure Light Gu. But what about you, Star Constellation?" "Humph. If I did not stall for time, could you have achieved that?" Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was very unhappy. She did not want to waste time talking to Fang Yuan. She turned around and left. The entire time, neither of them chose to invade Longevity Heaven. Having your own headquarters is really convenient. Fang Yuan sighed and left. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was heavily injured, but because of Longevity Heaven, he was unbeatable once he returned. This is true for Longevity Heaven. Heavenly Court is even more terrifying. Fang Yuan made deductions from seeing luck-changing golden light paths. Strength. He could not help but feel a chill. He did not stay in Northern Plains. He returned to Eastern Sea immediately. The effect of obscured heavenly secret that he had was greatly expended after this intense battle. Barely any was left. Longevity Heaven. "Father, how is Light Gu?" Light Emperor was very concerned. "Don't worry. Although Fang Yuan is a refinement path venerable and heavily injured Light Gu, I used that opportunity to suppress it as well. Giant Son Immortal Venerable coughed and spat out some blood. Father, are you okay? Light Emperor asked. In his memory, Giant Son Immortal Venerable was so magnificent and strong. He was an invincible existence. But now, he saw that Giant Son Immortal Venerable was tired and battered. Times were different. Light Emperor recalled the process and felt dejected. As a pseudo-venerable, he was nothing more than a useless tool. At most, he was the bait that lured Light Gu. In this battle, he was a burden for Giant Son Immortal Venerable. Father, go and heal yourself. Light Emperor was very worried. He had never seen his father with such serious injuries. But Giant Son Immortal Venerable shook his head. I need to watch them and make sure they leave Northern Plains. I can't let them cause destruction or slaughter the Huangjin tribes. Light Emperor was shocked. They are grand venerables. How can they act like that? Giant Son Immortal Venerable shook his head again. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable may not do it, but Fang Yuan is crafty and shameless. I cannot be sure of that. But most importantly, we obtained a rank 9 Immortal Gu in this fight. The gains are just too much. You are truly my son. Giant Son Immortal Venerable's praise made Light Emperor feel more energetic. He patted his chest and assured, Father, I will do my best. Cough, cough. Because he patted himself too hard, he could not help but spit out some blood in response. The father and son looked at each other with bitter smiles. Giant Son Immortal Venerable waved his hand. You are heavily injured too. Go and recuperate. We made the greatest gains this time. We need to rest now and digest our gains. Once our strength rises, we will repay them severalfold. Light Emperor hesitated. Father, Light Gu is injured. What do we do? Even Heavenly Court spent a long time and countless resources to repair Fate Gu. Speaking of this, Giant Son Immortal Venerable frowned. We'll talk about it in the future. Above Central Continent, all sorts of Fire Path Immortal materials were gathered by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and sent into Heavenly Court's treasury. The star array calculation formation was not too badly interrupted. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was pleased about this. In her case, this battle was too abrupt. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not expend much immortal essence, but the gains were plentiful. Even though Giant Son obtained rank 9 Light Gu, it is an injured Immortal Gu. Giant Son cultivates Luck Path and Blood Path. He cannot use Light Gu easily. Rank 9 Light Gu is not Derivation Gu. The latter does not need to be refined, but the former needs immortal essence to be used. This will cost Giant Son a lot of immortal essence. It is possible that Fang Yuan created crippled refinement at the last second, but it is more likely that he did not attack because he lacked immortal essence. Because it was too urgent at the end, he exposed the killer move to attempt to destroy Light Gu. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked towards the two heavens. Without the sun, both heavens were dark and dim. Deep within the two heavens, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was covered in fire. He was growling in pain. This was the price for swallowing rank 9 Fire Gu. This might be a chance. Starlight flickered in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes. She was very concerned with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's situation. Chapter 2282. Implicating the world. Spectral Soul destroyed the sun, while the three Venerables' fight started and ended abruptly. The impact of this battle was quickly spreading throughout the 5 regions. Southern border. What a large lump of tap fire. Rank 4 Gu Master Xiao Yin did his best to dodge. The lump of orange flame approached him like a rolling stone. It was large as an elephant, attempting to devour him. Right when Xiao Yin was about to make a move and capture this tap fire, a Gu Master suddenly made an attack. Boom. With a loud sound, Xiao Yin was set flying far away. Who are you? This is Shang Clan's territory. Xiao Yin shouted. Not only did he fail to get the tap fire, he even suffered injuries. Are you proud of being a lackey of Shang Clan? From the shadows, a demonic path Gu Master walked out. He had rank 4 cultivation level 2. Xiao Yan's pupils shrunk. So it is you, Fiery Star Baotong. He immediately understood why Baotong attacked him. The other party was also a fire path cultivator. He must be after this tap fire. Boom, boom, boom. The two engaged in an intense battle. Sparks flew everywhere as explosions resounded. Initially, both sides were evenly matched, but soon, Xiao Yin gained an upper hand. Baotong became more furious as he fought. Xiao Yin was a junior, but he was actually fighting on an even level. In fact, he was even slightly stronger. This was the benefit of having a large force behind you. A moment later, Baotong fell back while spitting blood. He held his chest, and the unsightly expression on his face that was covered in soot could not be concealed. So the rumors are not wrong. You actually have so many rank 4 Gu. You must be the subordinate who climbed into Shang Clan leader Shang Xinc's bed. Xiao Yin was instantly enraged. Scoundrel, you dare to slander my clan leader. Xiao Yin had wanted to let Baotong off earlier instead of chasing after him. But now, he attacked Bao Tong with intense rage. Bao Tong cried out in dismay internally. Against Xiao Yan's furious attacks, he had to retreat constantly and quickly fell into danger. Meanwhile, at a dark corner, there was a Gu master quietly observing this battle. This Gu master had rank 5 cultivation level. His face and body were unclear, covered by dense fog. Shang Xinci. The rank 5 Gu master gritted his teeth. It was clear that he had huge grudges with her. A will was located in his mind. Little Tian, don't be rash. Shang Xinci is a Gu immortal seed of Shang clan. You have only just managed to escape and change your identity. Now, you need to hide yourself and cultivate seriously. You need to transcend the limits of Immortal and become a rank 6 Chi Path Gu Immortal. The rank 5 Gu master was Kong Ri Tian, while the will in his mind was Kong Sheng Tian. Back then, when Kong Sheng Tian obtained Sheng Tian true inheritance, Wu Ji, Shang Xinci, and the rest came to fight over it. He swore to take revenge. Kong Ri Tian gritted his teeth. But ancestor, I already have confidence in ascending. But you told me not to do it because I should not miss the opportunity for natural inspiration. Kong Sheng Tian's will explained. Spectral soul destroyed the sun. He also got rid of many heaven vein nodes in white heaven, like heavenly chasms, heavenly pillars, and others. Immemorial white heaven will soon be devoured by immemorial black heaven. The fusion of both heavens will not last long, along with the disturbance of heaven's will. Once heaven's will stabilizes, you will undergo immortal ascension. So that's it, I can't wait. Kong Ri Tian chuckled. At the next moment, he attacked. Since I can't take revenge on Shang Xinci, I will target her subordinates. I will kill her sweetheart Xiao Yan first and let her experience some pain. Killing intent surged in Kong Ri Tian's mind. Don't worry, after I kill Xiao Yan, I will frame it on Bao Tong. I am familiar with this. Kong Ri Tian secretly moved towards Xiao Yan. Because the latter was focused on Bao Tong, he did not sense anything. Sigh, you need to settle this quickly. Kong Sheng Tian's will sighed helplessly. That night, golden flames burned the entire mountain. Countless life forms perished in the sea of fire. The light of the fire illuminated the sky. Because it was near Shangliang Mountain, Shang Xinci quickly detected it. Oh no, something happened to Xiao Yan. Just the tap fire alone cannot produce such power. Shang Xinci's heart sank. She could not help but feel worried about Xiao Yan. Even though she only had rank 5 cultivation level, she had abundant knowledge and knew that this was an immortal material flame just by looking at the light. Shang Xinci did not send any reinforcements to help Xiao Yan. Because this involved immortal materials, it was not a mortal matter. Shang Clan's Gu Immortals had to resolve it. Shang Xinci looked at the sky. Without the sun, the sky was pitch black. This beautiful and kind woman sighed deeply as she showed a look of worry. I wonder how many people are suffering and in pain right now? Even as Shang Clan leader, I am still too weak. The changes in heaven and earth shook everyone's hearts. In southern borders Gu Master World, the demonic path had gotten quite rampant for a certain period. Shang Xinci did her best to salvage the situation, but against calamities and natural disasters, her effort amounted to futility. Eastern Sea, White Crane Sea area. Nangong Yuan was gathering the crane group. Far away in the horizon, vast and grand frost energy swept over and caused the surrounding temperature to fall. White Crane Sea area was originally owned by Eastern Sea's lone Immortal Qin Baihe. After Qin Baihe was killed by Fang Yuan, White Crane Sea area was taken by the closest super force, Nangong Clan. Nangong Clan invested a batch of resources and created the formation. They wanted to develop this place, but to think that the sun was destroyed by Spectral Soul. Once the sun was destroyed, the temperature of the 5 regions fell sharply. Because White Crane Sea area was right beside ICC area, it was quite badly affected. Recently, ICC area had already expanded by 4 times of its original size. White Crane Sea area was about to be engulfed by ICC area. The changes in the world have created an unprecedented chaotic era. Nangong Yuan sighed deeply. Nangong Clan was doing relatively fine. Su Clan's light ripple sea fell greatly in value after the destruction of the sun. The entirety of Su Clan was busy trying to salvage it now. Of course, there were super forces who took the chance to gain a huge profit. For example, Eastern Sea's Hua Clan. Hua Clan's rank 8 Immortal Gu House Green Cloud Spark warship entered the 2 heavens to collect a vast amount of cloud path resources. The other Eastern Sea Righteous Path forces were feeling deep envy. With the changes going on, not just mortals and Gu masters were affected, even super forces and Gu immortal experts were implicated in this commotion. Some were overjoyed, some were worried. Some decided to leave their homelands and start all over again. In the pitch black night, Lu Qingming and Su Guang were flying over the border of northern plains and western desert. They were originally the traveling 3 elites, but after Han Dong's death, only 2 were left. The two of them were Northern Plains lone immortals. They did not want to submit to the Huang Jin tribes. They also refused to join Chu Du, Heavenly Lord by Zhu, or Fairy Black Moon. In the huge Gu cultivation world, everyone had their own intentions. Some preferred freedom more than others. As longevity heaven exerted more influence, there was less and less survival space for lone cultivators in Northern Plains. The situation forced Lu Qingming and Su Guang to leave Northern Plains. They were unwilling to go to Central Continent or Eastern Sea. Thus, they could only head to Western Desert or Southern Border. Because Lu Qingming cultivated Wind Path and Su Guang cultivated Light Path, they were more suited for Western Desert. Sigh, we had to leave Northern Plains after all. At this moment, I finally understand the meaning of why it is hard to leave your homeland. Lu Qingming sighed gloomily. Su Guang had a different opinion. Western Desert is chaotic now. With Fang Clan drawing everyone's attention, it is more suitable for us. Let's go. The 5 regional walls are gone. The 2 heavens have fused. The world is our home. Hee. Lu Qingming laughed. You are more carefree than me. But at the next moment, their expressions changed. The terrifying darkness descended. The 2 immortals could not put up any resistance. The mysterious expert grabbed and prevented them from moving at all. Lu Qingming and Su Guang were filled with fear. It was not a Gu immortal who captured them, but a legendary immemorial desolate beast. This legendary immemorial beast was like a giant. It was blacker than ink. Its black hair flowed like a cape, extending to its waist. Its eyes were huge and emitting a fierce red light. Right now, 2 of its monstrous claws grabbed onto Lu Qingming and Su Guang. It was Zui Yihui. Zui Yihui said in a hoarse tone. Gu immortals from Northern Plains, lead the way for me. Tell me, how do I get inside longevity heaven? Lu Qingming and Su Guang heard this, and their faces turned pale white. Back in Western Desert, a short battle had already concluded. Flower petals descended but quickly gathered to form Wan Zihong's body. She looked at Ling Husu's vanishing figure as she muttered. Ling Husu. Very interesting. Zhou Xiongxian had an unsightly expression. This Ling Husu deserves death. If he had not used Fang Clan's name to rob various places, why would we have been misled? Zhou Xiongxian wanted to find out where Fang Clan was hiding, but to think that he followed the wrong traces. Ling Husu was a rarely seen theft path Gu immortal. He had once stole Fang Dongshi's soul cores and sand heap blessed land. Evidently, he did not just steal soul cores then. He even had a method to disguise himself as Fang Dongshi. While everyone was flustered after Spectral Soul destroyed the sun, he committed crimes everywhere and purposely left clues to frame them on Fang Clan. In the end, Zhou Xiongxian exposed him. The pursuit was very short. Ling Husu only had rank 7 cultivation level, but he used peculiar theft path methods to defy the odds, escaping from the 2 Heavenly Court rank 8 experts. Above Central Continent, many Gu immortals were focusing their gazes on Gu immortal Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji successfully arranged the final immortal Gu. Alright, prepare to activate the formation. Tell the 2 heavens Grotto Heavens Gu immortals to be mindful of the formation in their Grotto Heavens. Ask the immortals in the formation cores to inspect it again. The star array calculation formation was finally activated slowly under the massive arrangement. 1 star shone brightly first, followed by the 2nd and 3rd star. After more than 10 breaths of time, countless stars illuminated the sky of Central Continent. A beautiful star map was drawn above the sky. The star array calculation formation has finally been completed. Li Xiaobai looked at this as he sighed internally. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had secretly contacted him. After Profound Literature Grotto Heaven joined Heavenly Court, Li Xiaobai started to show immense value. But at the same time, Fang Yuan needed to be very careful. Li Xiaobai was his clone. If he was exposed and captured, he would become a huge weakness of Fang Yuan's. Chapter 2283. 3 Venerables scheme against Spectral Soul in the starry sky. Countless stars that resembled a sea floated above Central Continent. The pale blue light of the stars weaved together to form an illusory view that if one looked at the 5 regions from above now, Northern Plains, Southern Border, Western Desert, and Eastern Sea would be shrouded in darkness. While the center was shining brightly with specks of light, Central Continent was a clear contrast from the other regions. A starlight radiated Central Continent. Compared to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a clear understanding of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in his current condition. She had started to make plans from long ago. Even Fang Yuan was behind Star Constellation Immortal Venerable in deducing the true condition of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. This was the power of foresight and planning that Wisdom Path excelled in. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stayed inside Embroidered Tower, as she was currently multitasking, refining Central Continent's natural Wisdom Path Dao marks, healing herself, controlling the star array calculation formation, and even handling the internal affairs of Heavenly Court. This was the advantage of Wisdom Path. An abundance of thoughts. The star array calculation formation slowly operated normally with no issues, although this formation only had basic offensive and defensive abilities that could not even reach pseudo-venerable level. It was for this reason that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Great Love Immortal Venerable chose to make a transaction with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable instead of destroying it, obtaining benefits instead. That Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had a huge desire for blood path-related results, while Fang Yuan wanted primordial domain. That the star array calculation formation's main power was to collect information in Central Continent through the wide area that it enveloped. Through deductions, they could mobilize Central Continent Gu Immortals to cooperate seamlessly. The Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the number one person in Wisdom Path. In fact, Wisdom Path was created by her, and now she was still the number one Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. Nobody understood Wisdom Path more than her. Wisdom Path emphasized on control. It researched upon certainty. A Wisdom Path had three main elements: thoughts, wills, and emotions. Thoughts were ever-changing. Wills were intense, while emotions interrupted. Wisdom Path cultivation meant having control over these three aspects. This was the most basic thing. Thus, Wisdom Path cultivators were often calm and composed. They knew how to handle their own state of mind. On this basis, Wisdom Path Gu cultivators could handle information by storing them or understanding certain things. This allowed them to control the present. Going a step further, the Wisdom Path Gu cultivator would use all sorts of clues and information to deduce certain possibilities according to the rules of heaven and earth or the behavior of people. This gave them control over the future. This was the essence of Wisdom Path. Precisely because of this essence, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the only person who became one with the Tao among all of the Venerables in history. She fused with Heaven's will and influenced Fate Gu. It turned fate into the biggest certainty in the world. From this aspect, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was unique. All sorts of information flowed into Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mind, like countless tributaries within the star array calculation formation. These information included the fundamental structure of the mountains and rivers, weather changes, the arrangements of various Gu cultivation forces, or even the locations of Gu Immortals and their current conditions. A vast amount of information entered Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mind like a tidal wave that was entering the boundless sea. If this was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable or Great Love Immortal Venerable, they would not be able to handle it. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was different. She cultivated Wisdom Path and had a huge mind far surpassing the other Venerables. She could calmly process all this information with ease. A faint feeling of joy appeared in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's heart. Her control over Central Continent's situation was rapidly increasing. The more information that a Wisdom Path Gu cultivator had, the more advantage they could unleash as a Wisdom Path cultivator. Otherwise, why would people say that Information Path and Wisdom Path were the most compatible? With the star array calculation formation, I can oversee Central Continent at all times. It is like a miniature heaven overseeing tower. Central Continent's emotions are quite stable. While the 10 great ancient sects have higher morale than usual, it seems that they have already seen the situation in the other 4 regions. But the current star array calculation formation is still at the most foundational stage. It has much room for improvement. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable plans secretly. For example, in terms of collecting information, the investigative methods were not outstanding. Not to mention Gu Immortals. Even mortal Gu master experts could keep their own secrets to a certain extent. In the star array calculation formation, Information Path Immortal Gu that could store information were rare and needed to be added. The best arrangement would be to directly transplant the Qiankuan crystal wall into it. Or for example, the star array calculation formation's own deduction, thinking, and deployment abilities also had room for growth. But this needed a lot of Immortal Gu as well. The Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created Electric Brain Gu, Wisdom Brain Gu, Light Brain Gu, and others. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable invented a special type of immortal plant, Brain Melon. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable had once owned Monkey Brain Gu, Dragon Brain Gu, Phoenix Brain Gu, as well as the Brain Muscle Gu that could be used alongside Strength Path methods. There was also Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's Food Path research result, Brain Juice Gu. These Gu worms were all suitable for the star array calculation formation. Other than these, the star array calculation formation's own offensive and defensive capabilities also contain huge potential to get stronger. But the current star array calculation formation has already reached the bottom line of the Venerables. If I raise any aspect, they may come to attack it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable understood the situation well, because of external pressure and the fact that it needed many Immortal Gu. The star array calculation formation could only be developed to this extent. Next, I need to collate the information of all the Gu immortals in the Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, their lifespan, cultivation level, path, Immortal Gu, killer moves, immortal aperture situations, attainment levels, and others. After processing this information, I will let the star array calculation formation deploy them accordingly. As for the Gu immortals of the two heavens grotto heavens, star constellation Immortal Venerable decided to slow down. This could not be rushed. Probing a Gu immortals information was something that went against the social norm. A star constellation Immortal Venerable forcefully pushed through this plan, because the 10 great ancient sects were subsidiaries of Heavenly Court. It was possible that even so, immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects did not feel comfortable about it. They still concealed some information, but these were minor issues. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not want to force them. By forcing them now, she would only lose the support of the people. It was not worth it. Would Star Constellation Immortal Venerable act so unwise? After these immortals start gaining benefits, their mindsets would change. They would actively contribute to the star array calculation formation. After that happened, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would urge the Gu immortals of the two heavens grotto heavens to contribute their own information to the star array calculation formation. Now was not the time. Many super forces of the two heavens grotto heavens had just joined Heavenly Court. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable forced them, they would become disheartened. The rest of the world would also see the sorry state that they ended up in after joining Heavenly Court. For the long-term situation, it would not benefit Heavenly Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable first refined Heavenly Court's Tao marks. She then interfered in Western Desert and interrupted Fang Yuan's plans. She then created the Derivation formation and recruited many of the two heavens grotto heavens. After that, she worked with Fang Yuan to fight against Giant Sun while creating the basic form of the star array calculation formation. All sorts of measures and countermeasures were used in a stable manner. Now, Heavenly Court was revitalized. It got over the repeated history of failure and had a bright future ahead. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable is even more injured than me. He has to recover and refine rank 9 like Gu. As for Fang Yuan, he lacks immortal essence. Be it refining natural Tao marks or the contest between Venerables, it will be tough on him. The greatest uncertainty is still Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Thinking of this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked afar again. In the two heavens, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was bathed in flames. His mountain-like body was melting and regenerating at all times. His 3 heads were twisted and growling in painful agony. Spectral Soul, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable muttered lightly. Intense killing intent rose in her heart. Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan shook slightly as intense joy filled his heart. Yet, his expression remained the same. Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu was refined. Ever since the battle over Light Gu, Fang Yuan's refinement of Heavenly Secret Gu passed the most difficult trial. After that, Fang Yuan returned to Eastern Sea and did not refine the natural Tao marks. He pretended to be storing up immortal essence, while secretly refining Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu. Just earlier, Fang Yuan finally achieved success. Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu was created. It was really rare. This was the first attempt at refining it, but he succeeded. The main reason was Rank 9 Advanced Refinement Gu. It helped Fang Yuan greatly. Secondly, Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu had an amazing recipe that was modified by Fang Yuan. It had reached a certain limit of perfection, but looking at the overall situation, the difficulty was still quite high. If Fang Yuan had not taken a risk by staking his life, he could have lost terribly. Once Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu was refined, Fang Yuan went on to modify the killer move Obscured Heavenly Secret. This was not difficult. Fang Yuan was very confident in succeeding that he had accumulated a lot of experience when modifying Heavenly Secret Gu's recipe. While Obscured Heavenly Secret itself was an amazing killer move, it had a firm foundation. I need to find a time to meet with Li Xiaobai and use Rank 9 Obscured Heavenly Secret on him. That way, he will be able to stay undercover safely. Maybe I can make use of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to create a chance. Longevity Heaven. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was focusing on healing using the vast number of Longevity Heaven's luck path Tao marks. He slowly refined the star path, wisdom path, and refinement path Tao marks on his body. Even though he gained Rank 9 Light Gu, he felt an even greater sense of urgency now. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable devoured the wild. Rank 9 Fire Gu. That is an extremely stupid move. He is insane now. There is no way he can refine Fire Gu to save itself. Fire Gu will fight desperately inside his body, expending Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's soul path Tao marks. Once Spectral Soul Demon Venerable weakens to a certain level, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable will attack. an intense battle will erupt. Again, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not use any investigative killer move. He had to save Immortal Essence now. This time, in order to protect Light Emperor and take rank 9 Light Gu, he consumed a lot of Immortal Essence in fighting both Venerables at once. If he continued to fight against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in the upcoming battle, because of his advantage with Light Gu, the two Venerables might join up to target him, but the fact that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had rank 9 Light Gu was also quite troublesome. Chapter 2284 Human Path Breakthrough Heavenly Court 10 rank 5 Gu Masters carried intense excitement as they arrived at a certain important location deep within Heavenly Court. They were the 10 children of Human Path. This is the Derivation Formation. Xiao Qi Xing walked at the front. Behind him were the other 9, Sun Yuan Hua, Fairy Bai Xia, Gu Ting, Wei Wu Shang, Ing Sheng Ji, Chen De Jiang, Tang Ru Qi, Sun Yao, and Zhao Shuyi. These were the most outstanding Gu Masters of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. They were nurtured by Heavenly Court and cultivated within Divine Emperor cities painting worlds, becoming the rising stars of Human Path. They each carried a heavy burden. They were the budding sprouts of Heavenly Court and the Venerables' desire towards Human Path, integral to the goal of Central Continent's dominance of the world. The 10 of them looked ahead and saw a vast field of gray-white smoke presented before everyone's vision. The light continued to transform continuously. It was slithery like a dragon, fluttering beautifully like a butterfly, standing on the wall, or even tranquil like still water. This derivation formation is arranged by Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable personally. It is Heavenly Court's greatest secret. We are immensely fortunate to be the first batch of Gu Masters allowed to cultivate in this formation. The outcome of Black Heaven engulfing White Heaven is set. Heaven's will is going to become stable again. Soon, we will be able to advance to become Human Path Gu Immortals. Thus, the derivation formation is our greatest fortuitous encounter before becoming a Gu Immortal. We need to make use of this unparalleled opportunity. That's right. After entering the formation to cultivate, the relevant memories will be deleted in our minds. After that, who knows when we can come here again. The 10 children of Human Path discussed among themselves and arranged the order of which they would enter. Sun Yuan Hua was the first to enter the derivation formation. After 15 minutes, he slowly stumbled out of the constantly changing light. How was it? What did you experience in the formation? Are there any gains? Quick, tell us. The other 9 quickly went to him and asked. Sun Yuan Hua was still a little dazed now, but he soon recovered his senses. He recalled, after I went in, all I saw was vast white fog. I tried stepping in and vaguely saw a human figure, so I gave chase. I chased it for a long time. After an unknown distance, more and more human figures appeared in the white fog. There were 5 or 6 of them initially. After that, there were 50 or 60, followed by 600 or 700. By the time I reacted, I was already inside a vast sea of humans. I was surrounded by people. I wanted to ask them questions, but I could not speak. I tried to smile to communicate with them, but in the end, I found that they were all smiling at me too. Their smiles were very fake. It looked like a painting drawn using lines. Can you imagine? Countless people showed a fake smile at me as they squeezed around me, slowly getting closer and tighter, making me feel suffocated. I tried my best to push them away, but my strength became smaller and smaller. Eventually, I was engulfed by the sea of humans with fake smiles. By the time I regained my senses, I had already stepped out of the formation and saw you guys. At the same time, in the depth of my mind, I found the Immortal Gu recipe of Shadow Puppet Gu. After explaining his encounter, Sun Yuan Hua still showed some fear on his face. His description was very useful for the others in their preparation. Why does it seem like a nightmare? This formation is truly extraordinary. Looking at the situation, it seems that after entering the derivation formation, we will get a Human Path Immortal Gu recipe. One attempt is not enough for a conclusion. Who will go next? After the remaining 9 discussed for a while and came up with no explanation, the second person was decided, Gu Ting. Under everyone's gaze, Gu Ting slowly walked into the light fog. Several minutes later, Gu Ting walked out of the formation in a daze. It was similar to Sun Yuan Hua's situation. But soon, he recovered. Everyone got around him and listened to his encounter. Gu Ting's situation was quite different from Sun Yuan Hua. He did not see any human figures. Instead, he felt like he did not even open his eyes. The only thing he heard was music. The music created by some instrument constantly played in his mind. After the tune ended, Gu Ting walked out of the Immortal formation. I received an Immortal Gu recipe. It is the vital Gu that I had recently swapped to Musician Gu. The 10 children of Human Path talked among themselves again. Shadow Puppet Gu and Musician Gu were both Human Path Gu worms. They were also Sun Yuan Hua's and Gu Ting's vital Gu. That means the reward has something to do with our vital Gu? Or more accurately, the reward is our vital Gu's Immortal Gu recipe? That is so useful to us. That's right. We may be able to use the excess tribulation chi during our ascension to refine our vital Immortal Gu. The 10 children of human path were very excited. Heavenly Court had arranged for them to cultivate human path. There was a benefit and demerit in doing so. The benefit was that a new path had no counter in this world. The more human path developed, the greater its advantage against other paths. The demerit was that a new path was too young. Without the help of predecessors, the 10 children of human path had to develop human path step by step on their own. Although Heavenly Court had the human path killer moves made by the past Venerables, they were too high-ranked and of utmost secrecy. The 10 children of human path had no authority to learn of them. They understood that it would be extremely hard for them to create human path Immortal Gu recipes on their own. The time, effort, and resources needed were unthinkable. Even if they could use the opportunity of natural inspiration to ask heavens will when undergoing tribulation, they were not guaranteed an Immortal Gu recipe. They were the pioneers of human path. It was possible that the world itself did not have the corresponding human path Immortal Gu they needed. However, when the third person, Ji, left the immortal formation, he did not obtain an Immortal Gu recipe. I obtained the rank 1 to 5 recipe of a brand new human path Gu. It is called Pill Refiner. Ji's vital Gu was Dr. Gu, but after entering the formation, he actually obtained a new human path Gu recipe. Ji was a little disappointed. In his case, the immortal ascension was coming soon. Without Dr. Gu's Immortal Gu recipe, he would not have a human path Immortal Gu to use for a very long time. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had always been keeping a close eye on the 10 children of human path. After Sun Yuan Hua entered the formation, his comprehension and understanding of human path resonated with the inheritance of Heavenly Court's former shadow path, Gu Immortal, Immortal Monarch Guing. Thus, he obtained the Immortal Gu recipe of Shadow Puppet Gu. Immortal Monarch Guing was someone who appeared after Star Constellation Immortal Venerables era. But after inspecting the historical records, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a deep impression of him. Immortal Monarch Guing had stated in his inheritance that although Shadow Path was just a small branch of Dark Path now, it had more potential. In fact, Shadow Path was not just a branch of Dark Path, it was also part of Light Path. How could there be shadow without light? Precisely so, if Shadow Path developed in the future, it could potentially fuse both Light Path and Dark Path to become a huge, more powerful path. After Gu Ting entered the formation, he resonated with a sound path inheritance and obtained musician. Immortal Gu's recipe. As for Ji, after entering the formation, because there was no resonance with any Gu Immortal's inheritance which was skilled at healing, Wandan's pill path was drawn to him instead and created a result. Pill Refiner Gu. Different from Ji, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt that his gains were greater than the rest. Human path was the path that Heavenly Court was trying to develop, while Pill Path was also a new path. The result of the clash between these two paths was Pill Refiner Gu. It was the fusion of Ji's human path research result and the essence of Pill Path. This was a new accomplishment. The Gu recipe of Pill Refiner Gu consists of rank 1 to 5. After refining them, we can produce a large number of pill refiners. These pill refiners are most skilled at refining pill Gu. Most pill Gu were consumable Gu. From the ones that Wandan created, one could see that they were very effective and powerful. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable acutely sensed that if Pill Refiner Gu was spread widely, it could change the current situation of the Gu Master World. There would be a huge revolution. After Sun Yuan Hua, Gu Ting, and Ji, it was Shao Qixing's turn. This person was seemingly the leader of the 10 children of human path. After getting out of the derivation formation, he obtained the Immortal Gu recipes of Soldier Gu and Sergeant Gu. Regrettably, his vital Gu was Commander Gu. Jiang was the 5th to enter. His vital Gu was Constable Gu, but he had not gotten its Immortal Gu recipe. I obtained the recipe of Police Gate Gu from rank 1 to 6. They are 1 Police Gate Gu, 2 Police Gate Gu, and all the way to 6 Police Gate Gu. The Police Gate Gu are mutually connected. After they are refined, my Constable Gu can create constables that are able to travel from one gate to another gate instantly. After Jiang, Zhao Shuyi went in. Her vital Gu was Craftsman Gu. After entering the formation, she resonated with a certain metal path inheritance and obtained the rank 6 Immortal Gu recipe of Blacksmith Gu. The 10 children of human path entered the derivation formation one by one. They all had great gains, but these gains were all different as well. No matter what, this derivation formation is too amazing. In just half a day, all thanks to it, the entire world had a huge breakthrough in human path's development. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is truly the #1 wisdom path expert throughout history. The 10 children of human path were extremely amazed. Their eyes were shining brightly. They wanted to enter the formation again, but were rejected. It was not that the derivation formation could not, but they themselves had reached a limit. The essence of the derivation formation was to use the research results of the 10 children of human path to clash with the inheritance of past Gu immortal experts, to attempt deriving new human path research results that had never been possible before. The 10 children of human path had only cultivated for a short time. They were all rank 5 Gu masters. Their foundation was limited. All of their current potential had been used up already. Even if they went in again, their minds would only be corrupted by the inheritances, preventing them from innovating and creating new ideas, restricting their future development. They were like young sprouts now. After this injection of essence, they would need to recuperate for a long time. Otherwise, excessive help would ruin their creativity in innovating for human path. Their bright futures would become dim and hopeless, with no expectations left for them. Chapter 2285. Gu helps Spectral Soul Immortal Killer Move. Obscured Heavenly Secret. Everything happened stealthily to only Fang Yuan knew how much immortal essence was used to activate this rank 9 killer move. 360 rank 9 immortal essence beads. After Heavenly Secret Gu was raised to rank 9, Obscured Heavenly Secret was also finally modified by Fang Yuan. It became a true rank 9 killer move. Compared to the rank 8 Obscured Heavenly Secret, the rank 9 version used much more immortal essence, and the activation time was lengthened to over 10 times of before. In addition, the steps were also 6 times more complicated, and Fang Yuan needed much more thoughts in the process. After paying such a price, rank 9 Obscured Heavenly Secret also became much more powerful. It was not a quantitative growth, but a qualitative change. Originally, rank 8 Obscured Heavenly Secret Killer Move could create temporary heaven path down marks that resembled fishing nets. They were layered over each other in a crisscross fashion, covering Fang Yuan's entire body. It was like how a caterpillar used its threads to create a thick and hard cocoon around itself. Right now, although the heaven path down marks were still in a fishing net form, they were more tightly connected and were no longer overlapping. He only had one simple layer around him. This layer of heaven path down marks were not temporary down marks. They had stabilized into a certain constant state. Fang Yuan understood the reason behind this. After observing closely and using investigative killer moves, he barely managed to detect this layer of the Heavenly Secret fishing net. It was in a state of existence and non-existence. The Heavenly Secret fishing net immediately made Fang Yuan think of the killer move that thieving heaven demon Venerable left behind. Ghostly concealment. Honestly speaking, the Heavenly Secret fishing net was still inferior to ghostly concealment, but Fang Yuan could sense that the two had already become similar. They shared a type of special trait. Ghostly concealment could last for a long time without expending immortal essence. The Heavenly Secret fishing net was also the same. But the Heavenly Secret fishing net could not compare to ghostly concealment. The reason was that although it could stabilize, it could still be consumed as long as the investigative method used on it was strong enough. The Heavenly Secret fishing net would be expended while resisting it. As long as the expenditure exceeded the natural recovery speed, then the Heavenly Secret fishing net would start experiencing a deficit. It would be like a sinking ship that got gradually submerged. Of course, ghostly concealment had such a flaw too, but its recovery speed and durability were much higher than the Heavenly Secret fishing net. Naturally, the information of Fang Yuan's ghostly concealment was already known by his enemies. They had created countermeasures against it. Thus, ghostly concealment's actual value was much lower than Obscured Heavenly Secret. Even though it was more refined than Obscured Heavenly Secret, it was outdated. Other than the huge boost in power of Obscured Heavenly Secret due to the qualitative change, there was another benefit. The amount of Heaven Path immortal materials needed to activate it had fallen greatly, by a total of 80%. The reduction in consumption of Heaven Path immortal materials was very beneficial to Fang Yuan in his attempt to accumulate them. Heaven Path immortal materials were not easy to obtain. Fang Yuan had only gotten a good opportunity recently when the two heavens were fusing. In fact, the appearance of so many Heaven Path immortal materials was also thanks to the senseless spectral soul demon Venerable. This was truly an extremely rare opportunity. Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu and Rank 9 Obscured Heavenly Secret had many tactical implications to Fang Yuan. This was an advancement. If the advancement failed and Fang Yuan got exposed, he would get attacked by the two Venerables. It was clear from how Giant Sun Immortal Venerable got targeted by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable after he took rank 9 Light Gu, as she was very overbearing and showed a tough stance. Eventually, She only gave up after Giant Sun Immortal Venerable brought Light Emperor into Longevity Heaven. If Fang Yuan was exposed, everyone would see that he had two rank 9 Immortal Gu. He did not have an impregnable base like Longevity Heaven or Heavenly Court that one-star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable cooperated. They would be very terrifying. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Wisdom Path controlled certainty. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's Luck Path explored uncertainty that the two were mutually conflicting. But if they worked together, they would complement each other perfectly with the potential of such coordination. Even Fang Yuan could not stop them. After all, Fang Yuan had not created his own rank 9 offensive method. Even if Fang Yuan could stop them, the external situation of the contest of three Venerables would start to emit pressure on him that he did not have enough strength to obliterate Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court. That Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not be taken down. If they deepened their cooperation, it was very likely that they would become a huge hindrance to him. That one could say, if Fang Yuan was exposed, he would fall into an extremely passive state. But the situation was fine now. With rank 9 obscured Heavenly Secret, he could stabilize the situation at the critical moment. The refinement of rank 9 Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu was not hard, but Fang Yuan still had to take a fatal risk to succeed. He succeeded on his first attempt at refining it. He was quite fortunate. This was the turning point of the contest of three Venerables. Right now, Fang Yuan's foundation in Heaven Path was as such. He had Heaven Path Grandmaster attainment level, various killer moves like Heaven Envy's Heroic Geniuses, Heavenly Web Protection Veil, Emotionless Heaven and Earth, Heavenly Summary Earthly Norm, Obscured Heavenly Secret, and others, as well as Immortal Gu like Heavenly Web, Heavenly Secret, Heaven's Envy, and Heavenly Birth. He also had the Truthful Floating Ice. At this point, he had already unsealed over half of the Truthful Floating Ice. Worth noting was that after becoming a Heaven Path Grandmaster, his speed of unsealing the Truthful Floating Ice also became faster. This was easily understood. Fang Yuan's Heaven Path attainment level was like a foundation. Once it rose, he would be able to understand and comprehend the Heaven Path profundities within the Truthful Floating Ice at a faster rate. Back then during the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable obtained the Truthful Floating Ice and unsealed it rapidly. He almost became a Heaven Path Venerable. However, my Heaven Path attainment level only rose to Grandmaster after using more than half of the Truthful Floating Ice. It will be too hard for me to reach Great Grandmaster using the remaining portion. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the difference between ranks. This was the same for attainment level. If half of the Truthful Floating Ice could help Fang Yuan go from ordinary to Grandmaster attainment level, then it would be very hard for the remaining half to elevate Fang Yuan to a Great Grandmaster. Regardless, Fang Yuan was satisfied. The Truthful Floating Ice he gained from Crazed Demon Cave had been extremely useful to Fang Yuan. Ignoring anything else, just the rank 9 Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu recipe was something that did not originally exist in the world. Fang Yuan knew clearly. This Immortal Gu recipe was the research result of over 1,000,000 years through the Crazed Demon formation that Limitless Demon Venerable created, using the chaos outside the world and rank 9 Derivation Gu as the core. That the concept was ahead of the entire world. That it was too hard to achieve it on his own. Fang Yuan's Human Path attainment level was not low. He was a Grandmaster. But why did he not try to create rank 6 Human Path Immortal Gu recipes? It was too hard. Such an attempt would expend too much of his time, energy, resources, and manpower. In fact, success was not guaranteed in the current world. While Human Path Immortal Gu were very rare, creating a rank 6 Human Path Immortal Gu recipe was making something that did not exist in the world. It was the development of Human Path beyond its current limit. It was also pushing the current world beyond its current boundary and limit. Going from 0 to 1 was like going from nothing to something. This process was very difficult, but from 1 to 2, the process was just quantitative growth. Gradual development was possible with much lower difficulty. Rank 6 Human Path Immortal Gu recipes were very hard to create. As for rank 9 Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu's recipe, the difficulty was countless times higher. Fang Yuan was almost certain this rank 9 Immortal Gu recipe was the most valuable part of this largest piece of Truthful Floating Ice. In the following period, I need to find a chance to meet with Li Xiaobai and secretly use Obscured Heavenly Secret on him. Rank 8 Obscured Heavenly Secret could deceive Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The rank 9 version was even better. Of course, that was under the situation that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not have their own path as rank 9 Immortal Gu. If there was no opportunity, he would create one. but it would be hard for the two Venerables to not become suspicious. Fang Yuan looked afar and cast his gaze on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Different from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's intention to kill, Fang Yuan wanted to use Spectral Soul Demon Venerable as a shield to conceal his true actions. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was currently bathed in fire under the threat of survival. Rank 9 Fire Gu erupted with its strongest attack. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had been tortured for tens of days. He was in a state of distress. His originally colossal body had already shrunk by 30%. Although his rank 9 aura was still domineering, there was already a hint of tiredness that only several hundred of his countless thick black arms remained. While one of his 3 heads was burned to ashes, however, Fire Gu was not longer as powerful as before. Its firepower had clearly fallen. A rank 8 Gu Immortal slowly approached Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable still had his senses, he could definitely capture Fire Gu. That it is a pity that he has no sanity now. He cannot even isolate the natural essence of the world. Otherwise, Fire Gu would not have such terrifying power. This Gu Immortal had an incredibly deep gaze. He could comprehend a certain profound concept from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body. It was Feng Gu. At this moment, a soul beast army was moving 100 li away. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable seemed to have sensed the soul beast army. His expression was ruthless as he roared and flew to them. The soul beast army was easily disoriented by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He opened his mouth and devoured them. In a few breaths of time, he had already eaten over 10,000 soul beasts. These soul beasts immediately melted into soul path down marks that were transferred to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body. His injuries healed rapidly, but soon, the fire burned and created new injuries. Although Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has the instinct to consume, he was just lucky to have met a soul beast army, prolonging his struggle. Let me lend you a hand in that case. Feng Gu slowly activated his immortal killer move, Destiny Song. His voice was illusory and deep. It was filled with unique contradiction. Initially, the song was like a small stream of water in the mountains, flowing slowly. Gradually, the stream turned into flowing lava that expanded the river's width. In the range of mountains, it sounded like a dragon's roaring echo. At the same time, the river of lava on the mountain turned into a raging tide. Swish, 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 ebb and flow. It continued without stopping. The lava and waves collided, reacting and creating steam that covered the entire sky. The steam condensed into clouds that wanted to fly towards the high heavens. Suddenly, lightning struck and thunder roared. The lightning bolts landed on the clouds. The immortals felt like they had fallen from the sky. They felt a sense of hollowness in their hearts. Phantom or real, high or low, being proud and confident at times, feeling lost and desperate during disasters, bending one's back at times, spreading one's words at times. Feng Gu's expression soon turned pale. His current Destiny Song was far stronger than before. In fact, his voice was wondrously beautiful and contained the essence of heaven and earth. Clearly, after retrieving the heavenly melody, Feng Gu had gained a lot of insight. Destiny Song only lasted for over 10 breaths of time before Feng Gu stopped using it and retreated. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was still engulfed in terrifying flames as he growled in pain. It was as if Feng Gu's Destiny Song had no effect. However, 3 days later, the red flames on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body went from burning hot to gray-blue cold. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable quietened down like an injured beast. He finally had time to recuperate. He did not refine the wild Fire Gu, while Fire Gu also stopped attacking and resisting him. But inside his body, a certain intricate relationship was formed as they started helping each other. Puff, huff, puff. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's breathing became slower as the huge gray-blue fire around him became dimmer, until it was completely gone. His entire body was like a gravestone. He gave off an endless aura of death accompanied by an icy chill. Then, at the next moment, rumble, flames surged and burst out over several thousand li, quickly spreading throughout the area in all directions. Everywhere it went, living beings crumbled. They broke down and burned into ashes as their soul essence was rapidly absorbed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. It was as if they were returning to the source. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's injuries healed quickly. His body also started to expand at an observable rate. Chapter 2286. Derivations. Immortal. Might the shocking change to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who was inside the 2 heavens, ruin the plans of the Venerables again. Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan raised his head and used his investigative killer move. He saw that the icy flame had covered half of the immemorial 2 heavens. Everywhere it went, all life was extinguished. Even immemorial desolate beasts could not last long. This was definitely a slaughter. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable benefited greatly from this. His entire body had grown to 100 times of when he was in Crazed Demon Cave. He had over 10,000 black pillar-like arms now. His terrifying aura and killing intent permeated the entire heaven. Although he was motionless in the two heavens, he took the role of the old son of White Heaven. He was now the absolute overlord of the night sky. Fang Gu. Fang Yuan's gaze was deep. He had already found out that the cause of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's huge change was Fang Gu. Ever since the Fate War, Fang Gu had betrayed Heavenly Court and gone missing. To think that the next time he showed up, he did such a shocking thing. But the suspicious thing to Fang Yuan was that Fang Gu seemed to still have his pseudo-venerable battle strength. This was the only explanation for how he could quickly affect Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and escape successfully. Be it Fang Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, they could not use their investigative method on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable all the time. This required thoughts and immortal essence. That was also why Star Constellation Immortal Venerable created the Star Array Calculation Formation. It helped her to monitor the whole of Central Continent. Destiny Song. It is able to allow Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and the Wildfire Gu to coexist, achieving harmony. Feng Jiuji's killer move has gotten stronger. Fang Yuan was now a Refinement Path Venerable. In the entire world, aside from the Venerables, Feng Gu was the #1 person who deserved Fang Yuan's attention the most. This person's talent was shocking to the world. He was even Feng Jinhuang's father. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Feng Gu was plotted against by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and died while attacking Langya Blessed Land. Now that Fang Yuan thought about it, he could see that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had also paid a lot of attention to Feng Gu. Precisely because of this, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable plotted and killed Feng Gu. Otherwise, during those 500 years, he would have created his own legend and shone brightly like the stars. The weird thing was that although Spectral Soul plotted to kill Feng Gu in that life, currently, Feng Gu seemed to be helping the former instead. So, is the pseudo-venerable battle strength that Feng Gu possesses a result of future self, or did he cultivate himself during this period of time? Fang Yuan pondered deeply. This was a crucial question. If Feng Gu still had future self-killer move, that meant that he still had a close connection to Red Lotus Demon Venerable. In that case, the person behind Feng Gu would be Red Lotus Demon Venerable, meaning he was plotting from behind the scenes. Fang Yuan knew about the relationship between these two. Back then, after he failed and was reborn, in order to destroy Fate Gu, he gave crucial intel to Feng Gu and allowed him to get his own Red Lotus true inheritance. Why was Feng Gu helping Spectral Soul Demon Venerable? There was also Heavenly Court's attitude towards him that Fang Yuan had to consider now. Right now, Fang Yuan knew that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had sent Heavenly Court Gu Immortals to hunt down the remnants of Shadow Sect, like Fairy Ziwei. Then, why was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable not going after Feng Gu? Why did they leave Feng Jinhuang alone, as if they forgot about her? What was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable planning? Spring Autumn Cicada could not be used anymore, while Fang Yuan did not know of many secrets and hidden information now. And because he lacked effective investigative methods that could be used on the Venerables, he had to pretend to be weak and only make guesses blindly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already healed. After leaving Heavenly Court, she had been refining Central Continent's wisdom path down marks these days. At the same time, she was making deductions. Feng Gu, Destiny's Song. I cultivate wisdom path, which controls certainty. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable cultivates luck path, which explores uncertainty. This Destiny Song actually contains both certainty and uncertainty. It involves heaven path and human path. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable recalled her own experiences throughout humanity's history, or even the variant human's history. In terms of pure talent, Feng Gu was definitely top 10. Feng Gu met with Fairy Ziwei and the rest. He might have helped them. Right now, he helped Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. These actions will greatly benefit his Destiny Song killer move. Heavenly Court's pursuers failed. They could not bring back Fairy Ziwei and the rest. But through the traces left behind, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable managed to deduce many details of the truth. At this moment, inside Heavenly Court, Derivation Formation was currently in operation. Che Wei and several other Gu Immortals stood before the formation and waited. The 10 children of Human Path had left Heavenly Court already. Their memories regarding this were deleted. This was done by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable personally. She did not remove their memories carelessly. She had altered them meticulously. In the following period, these 10 children of Human Path would have bursts of inspiration, which would allow them to create the respective Gu recipes. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was even more vigilant when it came to this. She did the same to anyone who had come into contact with the derivation formation. In this case, as long as one did not have higher wisdom path attainment than her, they would not be able to gain intel about the derivation formation from the 10 children of human path. The derivation formation was too important to Heavenly Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to think of ways to protect this secret to the best of her abilities. Ruan Dan flew out from the derivation formation. Che Wei and the rest quickly went up and asked for the results. Ruan Dan's expression soon went back to normal. It was extremely excited. Amazing. This derivation formation is too amazing. I obtained over 1,000 Pill Path Gu recipes, among which are 100 Immortal Gu recipes. I've tried to create Pill Path killer moves for so long without much progress, but now, I obtained more than 200 killer moves, among which, there are over 50 Immortal killer moves. Che Wei and the rest were shook. Ruan Dan was the first to enter the formation. To think that the gains would be so immense. Different from the 10 children of human path, Ruan Dan was a legendary immemorial desolate beast. It had a long lifespan and countless experiences. Its foundation was very deep. Friend Ruan Dan, although you created Pill Path, you do not know much about other paths. With this derivation formation, you can come into contact with the research results of other paths by using Pill Path as the core. After creating a resonance, countless new results would be derived. Thus, your gains were so immense. Feng Yuan analyzed. She was a Gu Immortal of Heavenly Lotus Sect. This time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had chosen her to become one of the people entering the derivation formation. Ruan Dan nodded in agreement. Fairy Feng is right. For a brand new path like Pill Path, the first step of development is to popularize it. After many generations of Gu cultivators come into contact and cultivate it, through their various life experiences and perspectives, they will slowly build Pill Path with their unique ideas. After that, more and more cultivators will emerge, among which, geniuses will create new advancements and breakthrough, obtaining huge research results. But now, the derivation formation has taken the place of all these steps. Using all sorts of exceptional Gu immortal inheritances, the historical characters are helping us in this development. In just a short period of time, we can accumulate a vast amount of Pill Path foundation. After hearing the analysis, Che Wei and the rest had increasingly heated gazes. I will go next. Che Wei was the second person to enter the formation. Several days later, he came out. His gains were as huge as Ruan Dan. The Immortals continued their analysis. Ruan Dan said, Friend Che Wei, although you have only created Weapon Path for a short time unlike me, you are a purebred human with the strongest spirituality. Therefore, your gains are equal to mine. If you had created this path for a longer time, your gains will even exceed mine. Che Wei shook his head in response. I do not agree with this conjecture. Any path that reaches Grandmaster attainment can learn about any path using their own as a foundation. Through their path, they can mimic the expertise of other paths. For example, one can use Fire Path Gu worms to create a move with Water Path abilities. The derivation formation might be a forceful type of mimicry. The vast number of true inheritances stored in the Immortal formation were described through Ruan Dan's Pill Path and my Weapon Path. For example, the Iron Rod Gu recipe that I obtained is the result of converting Metal Path into Weapon Path. There is also Leather Whip Gu, which is the resulting derivation by combining Transformation Path and Weapon Path. Che Wei's words made the Immortal's understanding of derivation formation deepen again. It was Feng Yuan's turn. She only had rank 7 cultivation level, but was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerables bloodline descendant. After entering the formation, she only spent a day and night before getting out. After returning, she had a smile on her face. I've obtained Painting Path research results. Next, I will refine Painting Path Immortal Gu and change my Vital Gu to Painting Path. The Immortals congratulated her. The use of the derivation formation was not just to help develop Human Path, Pill Path, and Weapon Path. It could also extract the specific essence of the various paths to create new branches of an existing path. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable did not leave any Painting Path inheritance for his descendants. But through the derivation formation, Heavenly Court could directly nurture their own Painting Path Gu Immortals. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. Man is the spirit of all living beings. There was no point in discussing the strongest Gu worm. Only the strongest Gu Immortal mattered. The way of Gu involved nurturing, use, and refinement. These were all integral. Limitless Demon Venerable used rank 9 derivation Immortal Gu and other cores to create his crazed demon formation. He created the truthful floating ice and tried to utilize his eternal life research results, but failed in the end. More than half of the truthful floating ice was lost. The remaining portion was split into 3 by Fang Yuan and the 2 Venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used Derivation Immortal Gu to create the Derivation formation, allowing the various paths to develop rapidly. A vast amount of research results were produced, saving a lot of time, and also preventing these results from leaking to the outside world, which was a huge drawback of development. If Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had such a method, he would not have needed to make his Blood Sea clone distribute blood path inheritances worldwide. Chapter 2287 Spectral Heaven for the Three Venerables. The shocking change to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was only beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Longevity Heaven. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable let out a breath of turbid air as he sat cross-legged with a bare upper body. Muscles could be seen on his strong upper body. His black chest hair gave off a manly aura. My injuries have healed. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable let out a sigh of relief. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable continued to fight against Fire Gu, the two of them would suffer heavy injuries, causing the Venerables to fight over them again. However, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's injuries were more severe than Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. If he chose not to participate, he would lose the opportunity. But if he went with such injuries, he would be at a disadvantage. Not long ago, because of the contest over Light Gu, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable faced pressure from two Venerables. He even had to protect his son Light Emperor, causing him to pay a huge price in the end. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable healed long ago while Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had only just recovered. Due to Feng Yuan's action, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable became much stronger, forcing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Great Love Immortal Venerable to continue observing. Thus, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable benefited from this. The feeling was very familiar to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable as it was experienced in his previous life. He was a luck path cultivator who explored the uncertainty. The stronger he got, the more advantages these uncertain situations would bring to him. After preparing for a while, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable activated his luck path investigative killer move. But this time, he did not inspect the Venerables, he checked himself. After Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refined Heavenly Quartz Wisdom Path down marks, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable reduced the number of times he inspected others. He started to focus on himself. His luck was not good. I successfully obtained rank 9 Light Gu, but my luck is still bad. Just what is causing this bad luck? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable frowned. Don't tell me the reason is because rank 9 Light Gu does not suit me? Furthermore, it is currently injured and is being nurtured inside Light Emperor's body. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable guessed. Rank 9 Light Gu was injured after Fang Yuan used his crippled refinement killer move. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not have any method to heal it, but Light Emperor was more specialized in Light Path. He thought of the only solution to this. That was to use his light body to refine and nurture it, eventually converting Light Gu into his vital Gu, allowing him to make use of it. If this was a normal wild rank 9 Light Gu, Light Emperor would have no way of refining it. But Light Gu was injured, its will was heavily affected. Together with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's help, Light Emperor saw a chance of success. This had its flaws. For a long period of time, Light Emperor would lose all mobility. He even needed assistance in eating and drinking. Longevity Heaven immediately lost a pseudo-venerable battle strength expert. But Longevity Heaven could not do anything else. They could not give Light Gu to Fang Yuan and ask him to repair it. This was a rank 9 Immortal Gu, while Fang Yuan was someone with no bottom line. Giant Sun and Light Emperor were not stupid enough to ask Fang Yuan for help. Looking at his poor luck, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable sighed helplessly. If I had obtained a rank 9 Luck Path Immortal Gu instead of Light Gu, no matter which Luck Path Gu it is, the situation will be much better now. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was also very familiar with this situation. Although many sudden events would often benefit him in the end, most of the time, they were not things that he needed. After all, this was uncertainty, not certainty. Currently, if Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had a rank 9 Luck Path Immortal Gu, he would be able to create a rank 9 investigative killer move and find out who was his biggest threat. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not have a rank 9 Luck Path Immortal Gu. Thus, when he used an investigative killer move amplified by Longevity Heaven's down marks, he could only see the general trend of the luck. The contest of three Venerables, the rampage of the senseless Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, the interference of pseudo-Venerables like Feng Yuan, as well as the possible plotting of other Venerables in the background. All of these types of luck intertwined together and prevented Giant Sun Immortal Venerable from seeing the specific details. He could only see a trend. Rank 9 Immortal Gu was very important. It signified a qualitative change. No matter how much the amplification of down marks became, it was only a quantitative boost. I may be the person with the most progress among the three Venerables. Looking at this luck, it is likely that the other Venerables will attack me because of rank 9 Light Gu. This will cause their luck to collectively suppress mine. Of course, there is another possibility. Someone surpassed me. I've already lost my advantage. But if that is the case, who is the one hiding so deeply? Like what Fang Yuan did when he thought about Feng Gu and Heavenly Court, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could only make a guess. He could not see the truth immediately. Now, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had to leave Longevity Heaven and continue to refine Northern Plains down marks. After thoroughly refining Northern Plains luck path down marks, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable would expand his base from Longevity Heaven to the entire Northern Plains. There were many benefits in this. For example, if Giant Sun Immortal Venerable got attacked by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Great Love Immortal Venerable again, he would not need to escape to Longevity Heaven. As long as he was inside Northern Plains, he would receive the amplification of power. Naturally, the amplification would be weaker than being in Longevity Heaven, but it would be enough to resist two Venerables. At the same time, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's control over Northern Plains would increase. He would be able to specially nurture Gu immortal descendants. He would not need to worry about a certain shameless Venerable who could slaughter the Huang Jin tribes while disregarding his status, who Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not have a good way to stop. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable understood that as time dragged on, the Venerables would continue to get stronger, and as they progressed, the immortal essence storage would also become more abundant. At the initial stage of development, the Venerables lacked immortal essence. At this time, it would be the best opportunity to refine the natural down marks of the world. If he missed this opportunity, it would get tougher. If one was interrupted when refining natural down marks, their progress would be very small. If other Venerables took the lead, it would be even worse. For example, if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable first refined the wisdom path down marks of an area, then her strength would be much higher there. By then, if Giant Sun Immortal Venerable wanted to refine the luck path down marks of that area, and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacks, his best option would be to retreat. Excluding the senseless spectral soul demon Venerable, among the three Venerables, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had the clearest advantage. He had refined the most luck path down marks. Once he refined all of Northern Plains luck path down marks, he would not allow the other Venerables to attempt the refinement here. Be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who would want to refine Northern Plains wisdom path down marks, or Fang Yuan, who would want to refine Northern Plains refinement path down marks, they would have to face Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's all-out retaliation. Thus, now was the best timing to refine natural down marks. After some time, the difficulty would rise greatly. Other than this reason, there was another crucial secret that forced the Venerables to quickly refine these down marks. That was, one had to completely refine all the natural down marks in the world to maintain their supreme Grandmaster attainment level. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable emitted a cold flame and slaughtered the life forms of the two heavens, while the three Venerables refined their respective natural down marks. The five regions Gu immortal world experienced temporary peace for the moment. Countless beast groups were escaping from the fused two heavens, landing in the five regions. The super forces of the five regions were extremely busy. They had to move out to defend their territories. As most of the beast groups were killed by the icy flame, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body continued to expand as his aura surged like the boundless sea. Some time later, his icy flame covered the entire two heavens. As the three Venerables and countless life forms of the five regions watched, the blue fire burned for 2 days and night. The white heaven and black heaven fragments in the fused two heavens melted and joined together in this blue fire, becoming one entity. A new heaven had appeared. People named it Spectral Heaven. With immemorial black heaven as the foundation and white heaven being completely conquered and absorbed, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who had devoured black heaven's heavenly spirit, became the ruler of the new heaven. His body was colossal, on par with the previous sun. As the blue fire slowly extinguished in Spectral Heaven, only Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body was left burning. Even the smallest spark of fire on his body was tens of feet tall. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable became the greatest source of light in Spectral Heaven. He emitted a cold and chilly killing intent at all times, spreading his aura to the five regions. This was an unprecedented change. Even in the 500 years of his previous life, Fang Yuan did not see such a phenomenon. The entire Gu cultivation world's environment was slowly changed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Light path was suppressed while dark path was amplified. Conflicts and deaths arose all around the world. Most life forms, including Gu masters, could not avoid the influence of the immense killing intent. Soul beasts started to appear all over the world. At the same time, heavens will also stabilized. Eastern Sea. A rank 5 female Gu master looked at Spectral Heaven and the majestic figure at the center of it. She looked for a while before quickly lowering her head. retracting her gaze entirely. In just this short time, the killing intent in her heart accumulated to her limit, almost exceeding her endurance. If the killing intent overwhelmed her, she would need to perform a massacre to calm down. The female Gu master was very old. She was 93 years old. Her name was Hua Ben Ku. She had just passed down the role of clan leader in Eastern Sea's Hua clan. She stared at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable intentionally. After the killing intent dissipated, she started the greatest attempt of her life. Immortal Ascension. First step, breaking the aperture. Heaven and earth chi surged and formed grand calamities and tribulations. Hua Ben Ku had a solemn expression. Although she had the information provided by Hua clan, facing the calamities and tribulations now, she was still shook internally. Second step, taking in chi. Heaven, earth, and human chi surrounded Hua Ben Ku as she focused to try and balance all three chi. At the same time, natural inspiration occurred. Regarding the external calamities and tribulations, Hua clan's Gu immortals took action to defend her. This was the benefit of being a super force. Third step, putting in the Gu. Her vital Gu was placed into the lump of 3 chi as an explosion occurred, creating a new small world. At this time, Hua Ben Ku's rank 6 immortal aperture was formed. Her immortal ascension succeeded. A high-grade blessed land. But there was no extra heaven and earth chi to refine a vital immortal Gu. But Hua Ben Ku was satisfied. She could barely calm down. During the natural inspiration, she had huge gains. Her lifetime accumulation included her proudest killer move. It had received a qualitative transformation, becoming an immortal killer move. As long as she used this move, she could sit on top of an immortal Gu house and cry. It would cause the target to suffer heavy damages and even reduce the reputation of the Gu immortals inside. Chapter 2288. Trend of Immortal Ascension after Spectral Heaven formed. It gradually stabilized. The beast groups that escaped earlier returned and lived in the new heaven again. All the various grotto heavens doors were tightly shut as they condensed into one spot. Although there were some losses, they had managed to survive at least, despite Spectral Soul Demon Venerables. Dominance of Spectral Heaven. He rarely moved. The 2 heavens grotto heavens tried not to open their doors and connect to the outside world. Otherwise, it was possible that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable might approach them. Fang Yuan, Star Constellation, and Giant Sun were busy refining natural Dao marks. They were competing with each other as they fell into another deadlocked while the Venerables had ceased fire and everyone gained some respite. A large number of Gu immortal seeds started to prepare for the attempt at Immortal Ascension. Central Continent. Heavenly Lotus Sect's headquarters. Mu Huai greets First Supreme Elder. A newly advanced rank 6 Gu immortal knelt on the ground and greeted. Heavenly Lotus Sect's First Supreme Elder nodded and gave Mu Huai some words of encouragement before telling the immortal beside him. Wu Zhang, you nurtured Mu Huai, so you will be the one making arrangements for him now. Understood. Wu Zhang answered as he brought Mu Huai out of the hall. Wu Zhang was the 5th Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect. Long ago, he had created the 5 Virtues Sect in Central Continent under his own name. 5 Virtues Sect had the 5 Virtues Elders. Among them, Mu Huai was the Wood Virtue Elder this time. He took a risk to undergo Immortal Ascension and succeeded, obtaining a medium-grade blessed land. Wu Zhang brought him to Heavenly Lotus Sect as he gained the first Supreme Elder's recognition. From now on, Mu Huai was a member of Wu Zhang's faction. Days later, in Northern Plains, an Immortal Ascension had just ended. Fang by saying only had half of his body remaining. But he barely survived. Second brother, you succeeded. Mo Shirquang shouted loudly as he ran forward in excitement. Oang by saying could only smile as he could not speak. He looked towards Lu Wenwu with a grateful gaze. If not for Lu Wenwu's help, Ouyang by saying would have definitely died. Right now. All thanks to Lu Wenwu's immortal killer move. Ouyang by saying managed to survive. Lu Wenwu was once Lu tribe's Gu immortal seed. He was the sworn brother of Ouyang by saying and Mo Shirquang. They had participated in the Imperial Court contest. Lu Wenwu was already a Gu immortal. With his help, Ouyang by saying also succeeded. Lu Wenwu understood what Ouyang by saying was thinking. He smiled gently. Second brother, go ahead and rest out with me here. You will be safe. Ouyang by saying did not even have the strength to nod. He shut his eyes and fell asleep. This showed how much trust he had in Lu Wenwu. Big brother. Second brother has already succeeded in the Immortal Ascension. I can do it too. When are you going to help me? I want to try it too. Mo Shirquang showed a heated gaze and spoke in an anxious tone. Lu Wenwu smiled bitterly. Third brother, calm down. You've seen what happened to your second brother. The Immortal Ascension is very dangerous. He almost failed to balance the 3 chi and nearly failed completely. With just my help, it is very unreliable to try and go through the unpredictable Immortal Ascension calamities and tribulations. We were lucky this time because the calamities and tribulations were within my abilities, but you need to know that there are all kinds of tribulations. By the time you undergo Immortal Ascension, we may not be so lucky. This, Mo Shi Kuang scratched his head. Lu Wenwu added. Let's wait a while for your second brother's cultivation level to stabilize. Once he has some immortal methods, we can work together to help you. That will be safer. Brother, you are right. I'll wait. Mo Shi Kuang agreed with the words and changed his decision, but he did not know that Lu Wenwu was sighing internally. Long ago, Lu Wenwu was just a Gu master. He did not have such a wide vision. Thus, he became sworn brothers with Mo Shi Kuang, but after becoming a Gu immortal, he realized that the world was ruled by humanity. All variant humans were marginalized. Mo Shi Kuang's Inkman identity was increasingly sensitive after Lu Wenwu helped Ouyang by saying to become an immortal. The latter would become Lu tribe's external supreme elder. He would be Lu Wenwu's supporter and stand on the same political side as him. Even though Ouyang by saying was a purebred human, Lu tribe's other factions still attacked them. Why was Lu Wenwu helping an external member instead of nurturing Lu tribe's own Gu masters? If Mo Shi Kuang became an immortal through Lu Wenwu's help, it would be an even worse situation when he becomes a member of his political faction. This would be a weakness for the other factions to target. Sometimes, Lu Wenwu envied the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. The supreme elders of these ancient sects were able to create their own sects under their personal name to gather and distribute Central Continent's resource points. If they were able to nurture Gu immortals, then those would become their subordinates or companions. This was a superb political method by the 10 great ancient sects to control Central Continent. But this could not work in the super clan-dominated regions. That creating one's own force was too much of a taboo. That like in Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's lifetime, he wanted a hereditary monarchy. He wanted to unify and rule the entire world, Eastern Seas Hua Ben Ku, Central Continents Mu Huai, and Northern Plains Ouyang by saying, with the deep foundation of the super forces, they knew the secrets behind Immortal Ascension. Thus, many of their Gu immortal seeds were quickly using the opportunity to ascend, southern-bordered. Oh no. Yi Peng had a grim expression. He watched as the heaven, earth, and human qi lost their balance. Within the qi lump, Gu master Yi Chong failed the Immortal Ascension. By the time the 3 qi lump dispersed, he was almost reduced to a stick. His arms and legs were gone. His entire body was a bloody mess. Calamities and tribulations could be resisted by allies. But the balancing of 3 qi was something that only the Gu master could handle. No one else could help. Sigh. You were too immersed in the natural inspiration that I already told you not to be greedy. Yi Peng landed beside Yi Chong and sighed regrettably. Yi Chong did not move. After a few breaths of time, he died at half a month later on an unknown mountain in Central Continent. Ben Duo, he succeeded in the Immortal Ascension. I finally become a rank 6 Gu immortal. He had a complex emotion. While he felt joy and excitement, there was also regret. In order to resist the calamities and tribulations while balancing the 3 qi, he gave up on the chance of natural inspiration. Ben Duo's master was Yumu Chun, a refinement path quasi-great grandmaster, and also a member of Shadow Sect. From this aspect, Ben Duo, he was also a remnant of Shadow Sect. He was chosen by Yumu Chun due to his exceptional talent. Ben Duo, he was more witty than the average hairy man. He had clear thoughts and did not lose to humans in terms of spirituality. This successful Immortal Ascension also proved that Yumu Chun had great foresight. That after cleaning up, Ben Duo, he quickly left the mountain. Not long after, a Gu immortal arrived at this place. This is it. The star array calculation formation showed that someone underwent tribulation here. Oh, seems like a lone cultivator. After inspecting, this Gu immortal obtained some clearer clues. His eyes started to shine. The Immortal Ascension of lone cultivators was very difficult. Since they succeeded, it meant that they were very valuable. If I can recruit this person successfully, I will earn a huge sum of contribution points. This person can also be in my faction in the future. Places with people would have competition for benefits, leading to conflict. As long as the internal conflict of a sect was well managed, it would be a great system for eliminating the weak and nurturing the strong. That the sect higher-ups were willing to see this. However, this Gu immortal did not know that the person undergoing tribulation was not a purebred human, but a hairy man. Ben Duo's Immortal Ascension was just one of countless others. First, the 5 regions super forces Gu immortal seeds made their attempt. Afterwards, lone immortals and demonic cultivators also gave it a shot. Gradually, the trend of Immortal Ascension was formed. The Immortal Ascension trend involved the righteous path, demonic cultivator, and even lone cultivators. Many lone cultivators like Ben Duo emerged and showed themselves, surprising the world with their appearance. The super forces of the 5 regions were also involved. Among super forces, there was even some hidden competition. Tai Clan's Tai Roa and became a rank 6 metal path. Gu Immortal da Shang Clan Shang Xi succeeded in her Immortal. Ascension. 2 of Western Desert's Lin Clan's Gu Masters became Immortals at the same time. Eastern Sea's Nangang Clan did not fall behind. In just 7 days, 2 Gu Masters took a risk and succeeded. They both had considerable gains. Next, Southern Border's Tai Clan spread joyous news again that the revived Tai Mu Bai and Tai Bai Chi both succeeded in their Immortal Ascension. The one that shocked the 5 regions Gu Immortal world the most was Southern Border's Wu Clan. Wu Clan's Zhong Yi, Wu Shentong, Divine Dr. Xing Shou, Wei Xinjing, and others became rank 6 Gu Immortals. There were a total of 9 people who succeeded. This was the #1 record in the 5 regions. Wu Clan was lacking Gu Immortals previously, but under Wu Yong's reform, they took in a large number of external elders. With these Gu Immortals' presence, Wu Clan immediately became the Southern Border's superforce with the most number of Gu Immortals. Immediately, all sorts of congratulatory letters from various forces were sent to Wu Yong via Treasure Yellow Heaven or Information Path Gu Worms. Wu Clan gained a huge amount of fame, but Wu Yong only snickered coldly, without feeling happy at all. Such celebrations are just a form of self-consolation for the chaotic future under the rule of the Venerables. So what if we have more Gu Immortals? Can we be safe? Against the Venerables, we are all ants. Moreover, in terms of numbers, Heavenly Court, Longevity Heaven, and the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance definitely have the most number of Immortal Ascensions. They are huge and possess too many super forces under them. Wu Yong was extremely clear of the situation that he knew that the true trial was not the number of successful Immortal Ascensions. It was the huge impact that these new external Supreme Elders would cause after joining Wu Clan, when they go against the traditional factions that had been long established through time. As the first Supreme Elder of Wu Clan, Wu Yong needed to maintain the stability of the clan. If there was too many internal conflicts, they would weaken themselves. In that case, he might as well not implement this change. Central Continent. Shao Qi Xing descended from the sky. Yet there was some dust on his white robe. His eyebrows were sharp like swords. His body was straight like a spear. His expression was cold. And he gave off an aura of pride. Good, good, good. Gu Immortal Xiao Baihong laughed as he stroked his beard, looking at Shao Qi Xing with a gaze of appreciation. As expected of my beloved great-grandson, that you went through the Immortal Ascension without external help. Shao Qi Xing replied. Great-grandfather, this is nothing to be proud of. Many lone cultivators could achieve it. So why can't I? Rank 6 is merely the starting point. Haha, well said. Xiao Baihong's laughter became even louder. Next, Shao Qi Xing asked the other 9 children of Human Path, what? Sun Yuan Hua, Gu Ting, and the rest became rank 6 Gu Immortals, but did not refine their vital Gu into an Immortal Gu. They are really trash. Different from the others, the Immortal Ascension of the 10 children of Human Path were kept secret. They were the key to developing Human Path in Central Continent. They were the future pillars of Human Path. Before they grew to a certain level, it was better to let them grow safely. Some succeeded in their Immortal Ascension. Some died while taking risks. Some made their ancestors proud. Their names were spread throughout the world, while some kept quiet and developed earnestly, keeping a low profile. That some did not try to undergo Immortal Ascension, like Feng Jin Huang. That some did not even have the qualification to try. For example, Southern Border's Xia Cha and Ba Shirba. There were also some who were preparing to undergo Immortal Ascension, like Western Desert's Mo Li and Sovereign Immortal Aperture's Gu Yue Fong Xiangda. Chapter 2289, Natural Inspiration. Southern Border. Deep within a certain earth trench, Kong Ri Tian made the final inspection of the Gu formation and confirmed that it was operational. For the last 10 or so days, he had purposely picked this location and set up several Gu formations in the vicinity of over 10 li. Although I am not specialized in formation path, I can still create some simple mortal formations. With these formations, you will be able to quickly notice any peculiarities in the surroundings. You have my guidance. Your chance of success at Immortal Ascension is high. Kong Xing Tian's will was inside Kong Ri Tian's mind. He said with some confidence. Kong Ri Tian nodded. Ancestor, is there anything else I need to know? Kong Xing Tian thought about it and said, don't be greedy during the natural inspiration, but remember to make good use of it. Since you cultivate Qi Path, ask Heaven's will questions about Qi Path related matters. Don't go after the secrets of other paths. It will not be worth it. Natural inspiration has its limits. You can't receive an infinite amount of information. Furthermore, when asking Qi Path related questions, don't be too broad or demand too much. Don't ask for rank 8 or 9 Qi Path Immortal Gu recipes. You won't receive a complete one. Even if you obtain an incomplete recipe, it may not even have 5% of the content. Kong Ri Tian kept these words in his mind as he nodded. Then I'll ask Chi path-related questions that are problems that I currently face. That is the right thing to do. Kong Shing Tian laughed loudly. Kong Ri Tian shattered his aperture and started the tribulation. Heaven and earth chi surged in the surroundings, forming a 3 days flying ring tribulation. The flying ring was powerful and soared in the sky, lasting for 3 days and night. Kong Ri Tian resisted with difficulty, eventually becoming a rank 6 Gu Immortal with a high-grade blessed land. Kong Sheng Tian's will sighed. Your luck is very poor to have encountered such a tribulation. This tribulation is very special. It will last for 3 days and nights. Even if you destroy the ring, it will regenerate. To protect you, I expended almost all my immortal essence. I told you not to provoke that Xiaoyan. Kong Ri Tian was confused. What does this have to do with Xiaoyan? Kong Sheng Tian said. Xiaoyan's innate luck is comparable to you before obtaining Sheng Tian true inheritance. Most importantly, he is Shang Xinc's subordinate. This girl has incredible luck. Going against Xiao Yin will cause your luck to be expended against Xiao Yin and Shang Xinci. Now that your luck is low, when undergoing tribulation, the 3 days flying ring tribulation appeared to waste all of my remaining immortal essence. Kong Ri Tian had an unsightly expression. Back then, he attacked Xiao Yin and wanted to frame it on the demonic path Gu Master Baotong. In the end, an accident occurred as he did not expect the tap fire to contain an immortal material flame. Kong Ri Tian was not a Gu Master then. He did not want to waste the precious immortal essence for Kong Sheng Tian to use his immortal method. Thus, an intense battle broke out, and the tap fire was dispersed, causing the immortal essence flame inside to explode. The immortal material flame burned the entire mountain and could not be stopped. Xiao Yin and Bao Tong were both trapped in the fire. Kong Ri Tian managed to escape with the help of Kong Sheng Tian's will. To think that the backlash of that decision would influence Kong Ri Tian's immortal ascension. Kong Sheng Tian sighed. I underestimated that Shang Xinci. Unless your cultivation level and battle strength surpasses her completely, do not provoke her anymore. Do not even touch anyone who is close to her. Kong Ri Tian gritted his teeth. Ancestor, are you exaggerating this? Foolish child. Innate luck, 1. There are a lot of ways to write luck in Chinese. This one is written as Qi variable, which is why Qi path is involved, is profound and mystical. Back in my days when Qi path dominated the world, many geniuses were able to catch a glimpse of its profundity. Do not underestimate the variance of luck. Look at Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. I believe this person must have used innate luck as a reference when he created luck path. You have already become a Gu Immortal. You should learn more. Gu cultivation paths are not independent of each other. They influence and affect each other in a connected way. The connection between Qi path and luck path is this innate luck. Eventually, Kong Sheng Tian's will convince Kong Ri Tian after a lengthy talk. Gu Immortal cultivation is far more profound and deep than Gu Master cultivation. I am lucky to have your help, Ancestor. Otherwise, I would have to undergo immortal ascension without knowing anything. Kong Ri Tian sighed. Next, he consulted. What do I do now? What is the most important thing? Kong Sheng Tian's will did not hesitate. Little fellow, although you become an immortal, there is not enough heaven and earth chi to help you refine your vital gu into an immortal gu. This Qi path Gu worm is crucial to the entire Sheng Tian true inheritance. Kong Ri Tian understood at once. So now, I need to refine that immortal Gu? Kong Sheng Tian's will snorted coldly. Hee, the ignorant have no fear. Do you think you can refine an immortal Gu? Even if you go bankrupt, you will still have no chance of success. Do you know that most rank 6 Gu Immortals do not even own one rank 6 Immortal Gu? Most rank 7 Gu Immortals spend their lives trying to get a rank 7 Immortal Gu. This is true even for Venerables. Go and think about how hard it is for a Gu Immortal to refine an Immortal Gu that suits them. Kong Ri Tian was tongue-tied. He felt shocked. This is too hard, isn't it? Kong Sheng Tian's will sighed. Gu Immortal cultivation is tough. It is much riskier than being a Gu Master. Kid, you need to learn to survive now. Each calamity and tribulation is a test. You have a higher starting point than many others, but you cannot act rashly. Especially in trying to refine an Immortal Gu. It can make you bankrupt without any gains in return. Kong Ri Tian was troubled. What do I do now? Ancestor, you told me that I should make my vital Gu an Immortal Gu, but you also told me that I cannot refine Immortal Gu. So what should I do? Stop beating around the bush. Kong Sheng Tian's will snorted again. Kid, are you willing to listen to me now? Earlier, I told you time and again not to provoke that Xiaoyan. But what did you do? You are just too young. Yes. Kong Ri Tian quickly apologized. Ancestor, from now on, I will listen to you. Seeing that his descendant had given in, Kong Sheng Tian's will stopped wasting time. He said, you are quite lucky to have a refinement path venerable like Fang Yuan in your era. Go make a transaction with him if you want to refine Immortal Gu. Wait, you want me to transact with him in Treasure Yellow Heaven? Aren't you afraid? Before Kong Ritian could continue, Kong Sheng Tian rebuked him. Do you think a Grand Venerable will care about a rank 6 Immortal Gu? I know what you are afraid of. Aren't you afraid that Fang Yuan is still connected to Shang Xinci? But you did not do anything to her either. Kong Ritian heard this and thought about it, feeling a little hurt internally. Kong Sheng Tian's will was not wrong. In Kong Ritian and Shang Xinci's encounters, he had always suffered a loss. Last time, he was chased after by Shang Xinci and Wu Ji because of Sheng Tian's true inheritance. Afterwards, he also suffered losses during his tribulation after provoking Xiao Yan. Shang Xinci was having a great life now, while Kong Ritian was suffering more now. Let's go to Treasure Yellow Heaven. We will talk to Fang Yuan's will. Eventually, Kong Ritian said. Back in Western Desert, the sandstorm stopped. Mo Li had rank 6 cultivation level. He bowed deeply at the Featherman Gu immortals in front of him. Friends from E-Clan, thank you for the help. Otherwise, I would not have been able to become a Gu immortal on my own. Mo Li thanked them sincerely. Ever since the contest in Sand Heap Blessed Land, he was saved by the mysterious super force, E-Clan, in Western Desert. Mo Li came to E-Clan's headquarters, and after interacting with them, he found that they were actually all Feathermen. This time, with the help of E-Clan's Gu immortals, Mo Li became an immortal. E-Clan's Gu immortal Zhou Iko said, Friend Mo Li, you are too polite. You are one who obtained Thieving Heaven true inheritance. That means you are his inheritor. Back then, our E-Clan's ancestor was helped by Lord Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and survived. With the help of his method, E-Clan was able to stay hidden for so many years. Lord Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable is our benefactor. The entire E-Clan believes that Lord Demon Venerable has not died so easily without making a sound. By helping you now, we also want to repay the debt we owe to Lord Thieving Heaven. If one day in the future, Lord Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable revives, our entire E-Clan will follow him by his side. Thus, we are comrades. Mo Li was deeply moved by the Featherman Gu immortal Zhou Iko's words. He had a warm feeling in his heart. Central Continent. Wei Wuxiang looked at the chi lump in his immortal aperture with a heated gaze. Just earlier, he had succeeded in the tribulation, becoming a human path Gu immortal. He obtained a high-grade blessed land. The remaining heaven and earth chi was enough for him to refine a vital Immortal Gu. His vital Gu was Thief Gu. It was already enveloped in heaven and earth chi now. I heard that Gu Ting, Sun Yuan Hua, and the rest became immortals, but did not refine a human path Immortal Gu. I am different from them. Recently, while deeply asleep at night, I had the urge to pee and woke up. At that moment, I gained a burst of inspiration and comprehended Thief Gu's Immortal Gu recipe. With this Immortal Gu recipe and so much heaven and earth chi remaining, I can definitely refine Thief Immortal Gu. Ha ha ha. This Immortal Gu recipe is worth waking up to pee at night. Although Wei Wuxiang entered the derivation formation, his memories were altered and caused him to think that it was inspiration that allowed him to create Thief Immortal Gu's recipe. But, after 15 minutes, Wei Wuxiang grunted as he fell to the ground. The heaven and earth chi were completely expended while his vital Gu was heavily damaged. I failed the Gu refinement. Impossible. Wei Wuxiang could not believe what had happened. To refine the vital Gu, I used heaven and earth chi. This is borrowing the power of heaven and earth to refine Gu. It has nothing to do with my refinement path attainment. So how did I fail? Wei Wuxiang could only think of one explanation. I failed because Immortal Gu is unique. Thinking of this, Wei Wuxiang shook his head. In his view, this was even more impossible. It meant that someone else had already refined Thief Immortal Gu. I am the creator of Thief Immortal Gu. How can anyone get the recipe before me? Unless Thief Immortal Gu already exists naturally in the world. But that's also strange. Human path should not have developed this deeply yet. Wei Wuxiang fell into deep confusion as he contemplated. Chapter 2290. Heaven's Will. Please Scram Heavenly Court. Another Gu immortal walked out of the derivation formation. This female immortal wore golden armor. There was a golden cape flowing down her back, extending from her shoulder to the ground. But she was taller than normal people, and her shoulders were broad. When she walked, her long legs were the most eye-catching. As they made her look beautiful and elegant, her nose bridge was tall, her lips were thin, and her eyes were also thinned, but she had outstanding presence. She was like born royalty that ruled above the common man. When she looked at people, because of her height, she often had to look down, but she had an authoritative aura that was fermented naturally within her. People would lower their heads and not dare to look at her directly. It was as if they could only look at her feet in order to not offend her. She was Qin Dingling after walking out of the derivation formation. Qin Dingling quickly recovered her senses. As she turned around and looked at the derivation formation behind her, her eyes shone with unprecedented brightness. She was very excited. Her entry to the formation gave her great gains. The most exciting thing that she obtained from this derivation formation was the hope for Heavenly Court to defeat Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable, and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Why was that? Simply because the derivation formation's ability to develop a Gu cultivator's path was just too powerful. Like how Qin Ding Ling obtained huge gains when she entered the formation this time, this was not just her personal growth. It helped to push the entire luck path forward in development thanks to her going into the formation. The luck path of the world took a huge stride forward, obtaining huge development. What did this mean? This meant that as long as more luck path Gu immortals like Qin Ding Ling entered the derivation formation, luck path would develop further. When the number of times accumulate, the quantitative growth would trigger a qualitative transformation. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable would be kicked out of his Supreme Grandmaster attainment level. Supreme Grandmaster attainment level meant that the Gu cultivator's understanding of a certain path was equivalent to the world. After Qin Ding Ling entered the formation, she became the core that used the vast number of inheritances in Heavenly Court to deduce many new research results of luck path. These new results were just some accumulation that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could decipher with just a glance. Because these luck path research results were still under the scope of the current profundity of luck path, it had not exceeded the existing limits. That it was a quantitative growth, but not a qualitative change. But once the quantity accumulated, there would be a qualitative transformation. That once there was a qualitative change, the entire world's luck path attainment level would rise by a level, while Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's attainment level would lag behind. At that point, he would no longer be a luck path Supreme Grandmaster. In that case, he would not be a Tao Lord anymore, and would not be able to refine natural luck path Tao marks. That would be a disastrous blow to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. It is a pity that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had been protecting luck path from getting spread widely in the world. Otherwise, if there are more luck path Gu immortals like me to enter the derivation formation, we will be able to kick Giant Sun Immortal Venerable out of Supreme Grandmaster attainment level. Qin Ding Ling expressed her pity towards this. After leaving the derivation formation, she would not be able to enter for a long time. But going in forcefully would not have any gains, but instead cause her irreparable harm. It was too late to start nurturing luck path Gu immortals. Only a peak rank 8 Gu cultivator like Qin Ding Ling could promote the advancement of the entire luck path. Of course, it was not impossible for other luck path Gu immortals or Gu masters, but they had not reached the apex of luck path. It was simply too hard to exceed the current accomplishments of heaven and earth. For Heavenly Court, this was too costly to try, and the gains they could derive from it were just too small. Next, it is my turn. Fairy Maiden Soul smiled at Qin Ding Ling as she walked past the ladder. Fairy Maiden Soul went into the derivation formation and vanished. She was Heavenly Court's Soul Path great expert from Spectral Soul's era. She was on par with Thunder Ghost True Monarch. This entry into the formation would derive great gains. It would promote the development of the world's soul path. It is a pity that Heavenly Court currently lacks Refinement Path great experts. There are many Refinement Path Gu immortals in the 10 great ancient sects, but few are rank 8. Furthermore, none are great experts who have reached a certain height of Refinement Path. Qin Ding Ling pondered. Heavenly Court's derivation formation showed the terrifying power of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, but to kick a Venerable out of Supreme Grandmaster attainment level, the difficulty was too high. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's soul path, and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable's refinement path. There was a need to have many Gu cultivators in these three paths. Heavenly Court had the derivation formation, but rank 9 derivation Gu was not refined by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Thus, it was still wild, and took in natural essence on its own. As a result, the derivation formation needed very little immortal essence to operate, but Heavenly Court lacked crucial members. Without enough great experts in these paths, the derivation formation could not kick the Venerables out of their thrones. Maybe this is the reason why Heavenly Court needs to focus on developing human path. Qin Ding Ling had a flash of inspiration that she could only see a small part of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan. She could not decipher the big picture. Eastern Sea. The sea was calm, without any waves. Gui Wefang Xiang was at the crucial moment of his immortal ascension. Heaven, earth, and human chi had already surrounded him completely. Gui Wefang Xiang gritted his teeth as he did his best to balance the three chi, condensing them as much as he could. I must succeed. I need to become a Gu immortal to save my mother. Also, I need to become a Gu immortal and gain more strength to find my father. Gui Wefang Xiang cheered himself on. But soon, Most of his attention was diverted to something else that at this moment, he sensed heaven's will. This was the moment for natural inspiration. You must succeed. The mermaid Immortal Yin-Yang Xian floated in the air openly as she appeared right beside Gu Yue Fang Xiang, but her eyes did not move at all. She stared at him fixedly, but unfortunately, the process of balancing the three qi could not be interrupted. Otherwise, Yin-Yang Xian would rather do it for him at this time. She had taken the mission from the mission board to accidentally meet Gu Yue Fang Xiang and coax him to go to a place suitable for immortal ascension. The truth was, Fang Yuan secretly opened Sovereign Immortal Aperture's door to bring Gu Yue Fang Xiang to the 5 regions. But while Gu Yue Fang Xiang was undergoing tribulation, Fang Yuan hid near him, but was not idling. He was secretly using a powerful rank 9 Heaven Path killer move that it was not obscured heavenly secret. This was stealing heavenly secret. After activating this move, one could steal the knowledge of heaven's will when a Gu master undergoes ascension and experiences natural inspiration. A stealing heavenly secret killer move's first core was the rank 9 heavenly secret Immortal Gu. The second core was rank 8 Great Thief Immortal Gu. Back then, when Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable first created rank 8 heavenly secret Gu, the initial goal was to use it to sense heaven and earth, attempting to artificially enter natural inspiration. Normally, a Gu cultivator would only have one opportunity at natural inspiration in their life. When a Gu master undergoes immortal ascension, they would use the opportunity when the aperture turns into an immortal aperture world to gain the recognition of heaven's will and communicate with it. At this time, the Gu master would be able to ask heaven's will questions, and their inquiries would be answered to a certain extent. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but the extent of answers was limited. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable succeeded. There were no events in the world that heaven and earth did not know of. Just using rank 8 heavenly secret Gu would allow the Gu cultivator to ask heaven's will and get an answer. It was able to expose the secrets of heaven and earth, even without any evidence. The Gu Immortal could reach the truth by using heavenly secret Gu with other Gu worms. Before undergoing tribulation, they would be able to find out the content of the calamities and tribulations to make appropriate countermeasures. And in terms of concealment, obscured heavenly secret was the best example. If Fang Yuan used rank 9 heavenly secret Gu alone, he would not be able to get any answers from heaven's will. Because heaven's will did not like him. Fang Yuan was one of the main culprits who destroyed Fate Gu. Heaven's will had been trying to kill him the entire time. That with such a relationship, how could heaven's will give him any answers? Fang Yuan understood the advantages of natural inspiration that earlier in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Why did he produce so many powerful killer moves? Other than self-deduction, he had also secretly used the natural inspiration of many Gu masters in his immortal aperture when they ascended, saving him precious time and energy. Without these exceptional killer moves, Fang Yuan would have gotten killed by the 2 Venerables. Thus, natural inspiration was a huge reason why Fang Yuan emerged victorious in Crazed Demon Cave. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wanted more natural inspiration opportunities. So did Fang Yuan. Every Gu cultivator knew the precious value of natural inspiration. To do this, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created rank 8 heavenly secret Gu. What about Fang Yuan? He made stealing heavenly secret killer move. This killer move was created long ago, but it was only rank 8 then and had limited strength. Honestly speaking, it was worthless. Too much immortal essence was expended for too little gains that he might as well order Gu masters to ask specific questions during their natural inspiration, but this was in the past. Right now, the situation had changed greatly. The reason was rank 9 heavenly secret Gu. Where did rank 9 heavenly secret Gu originate from? Truthful floating ice. This was limitless demon Venerable's arrangement. He had used the chaos outside the world to fuel the Crazed Demon formation. It was a grand accomplishment from countless years of effort, starting from the 8th layer. Crazed Demon Cave was isolated from the 5 regions. Crazed Demon formation was no exception, but Fang Yuan refined rank 9 heavenly secret Gu in his own sovereign immortal aperture. It was also isolated from the 5 regions. This meant that the current Gu cultivation world did not have the recipe of rank 9 heavenly secret Gu. By having rank 9 heavenly secret Gu on just this point, Fang Yuan was already above the entire world. Rank 8 stealing heavenly secret had limited power, but rank 9 stealing heavenly secret was above the world. It surpassed even heaven's will. Each time there was a Gu master undergoing natural inspiration, Fang Yuan would activate rank 9 stealing heavenly secret killer move. The gains were simply unimaginably immense. Fang Yuan had a chance to observe everything that happened in the world. In normal situations, the natural inspiration of Gu masters was limited. This was the restriction set by heaven's will. But Fang Yuan's stealing heavenly secret could directly steal the answer. It did not matter what Heaven's will intended to do. Chapter 2291. Fang Yuan's admiration towards star constellation during this period of time. How many Gu masters went through Immortal Ascension and Sovereign Immortal Aperture? Golden Fur Immortal Monarch, Hair Monster Grotto Lord, Lightning Lion Warrior, Dharma Lion Warrior, Solid Rock Warrior, Steel Rush Warrior, Frost Butterfly Warrior, and Chong, Yi Ji, Crossing Heaven Immortal. Monarch, Black Locust, Rainbow Rock Immortal Concubine, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother, Bing Yuan, Bing Zhua, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Shizong, Kuexian Hong, the Six Eggman of Rotten Egg Grotto Heaven, Xiao He Jian, Green Forest Great Sage, and now, Gu Yue Fang Xiang. Most of the Gu immortals who died in Crazed Demon Cave were already revived. This was excluding those who died during the chaotic disaster, but Fang Yuan did not revive them as Gu immortals. He only gave them Gu Master Cultivation Level. The one was to save resources and prevent human C from getting expended. The other reason was for this opportunity. Fang Yuan had always had a broad vision. He was also skilled at creating plans but in the past, his plans were often unable to keep up with changes that now. He had rank 9 cultivation level. He was a refinement path venerable with the destruction of Fate Gu. There were few things in the world that could disrupt his plans. Fang Yuan had purposely made accumulations in the past. Now, during this trend of Immortal Ascension, he benefited immensely in just a few months. In just Sovereign Immortal Aperture alone, more than 30 Gu Masters went through Immortal Ascension. This was excluding Fang Yuan's subordinate superforces in Eastern Sea and the Two Heavens. That Wu clan, who was extremely famous, now could not compare with such results. But Fang Yuan concealed them all. Not a single bit of information was leaked. As for the benefits of Immortal Ascension, only a very small portion was for those who became rank 6 Gu Immortals. The bulk of the gains went to Fang Yuan through stealing Heavenly Secret. This was something that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could not dream of obtaining. The truth was, even Fang Yuan did not think that his gains would be so huge. He obtained a large number of killer moves, Gu recipes, Immortal Gu houses, Immortal formations, blueprints to construct battlefield killer moves, countless ways to cultivate resources, as well as the most comprehensive map of the current 5 regions and the location of various wild Immortal Gu. After satisfying his needs, he looked into Human Path, Pill Path, Painting Path, Star Path, Luck Path, and others. The outcome was extremely surprising to Fang Yuan. He was pleasantly stunned. He had only given it a test, but he obtained Musician Immortal Gu's recipe, Thief Immortal Gu's recipe, Soldier Immortal Gu's recipe, Sergeant Immortal Gu's recipe, and others. He even obtained a vast number of Pill Path and Painting Path Immortal Gu recipes. He also gained various profundities of Luck Path, Star Path, and Soul Path that were very useful to him. Now that Fang Yuan recalled it, the Human Path gains shocked him the most. To think that Human Path has already developed to this extent in the current world. Fang Yuan did not know of the existence of the Derivation formation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had hidden it too well. However, the root issue was with the Derivation formation. The core of the Derivation formation was rank 9 Derivation Gu. It was not refined by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, so it was still a wild Immortal Gu. It was not. That Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not want to refine it, but it could only be used in this situation as a wild Gu. Once Derivation Gu was refined by a person, it would become useless. Limitless Demon Venerable had given it a try. Thus, the Crazed Demon formation still used a wild rank 9 Derivation Gu as the core. However, the innermost layers of Crazed Demon Cave were isolated from the main world. Thus, it did not matter if Derivation Gu was wild or not. This was not the case for Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court had devoured too many 9 heavens fragments. It was full of Heaven's will and was the largest heaven vein node in the 2 heavens. When the 2 heavens were fusing, Heavenly Court had to mobilize all their rank 8 experts and Immortal Gu houses to survive the ordeal. In the end, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable personally took action after refining all of Heavenly Court's wisdom path down marks. As she stabilized the situation and prevented Spectral Soul Demon Venerable from finding them, that the current Derivation formation was situated inside Heavenly Court. It was observable by Heaven's will. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not stop that as long as it was inside Heavenly Court. Heaven's will was one of the foundations of Heavenly Court itself. That other than Heavenly Court, where else could she safely put the Derivation formation? Nowhere. At least, nowhere in Central Continent. Thus, everything within the Derivation formation was also known by Heaven and Earth. This was a major flaw that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable knew, but it did not matter. Or rather, in her perspective, it did not matter. The reason Heaven's will did not like any of the Venerables now. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had revived. How could Heaven's will allow people to revive? Fang Yuan was even worse. He was a complete otherworldly demon. One of the main culprits who destroyed Fei Wu, the only spectral soul demon Venerable, was more favored by Heaven's will. But he had lost his senses. Even if he wanted to target Heavenly Court, with the door shut tight, he could not find his way in. Even if he entered, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had the amplification of Heavenly Court's wisdom path down marks. Would she fear him? It would be the best chance to kill him. Like how Fang Yuan did not know of the derivation formation, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also did not know that Fang Yuan had rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu. And most importantly, Fang Yuan created stealing Heavenly Secret killer move. Regardless of the inclination of Heaven's will, Fang Yuan could use natural inspiration to steal countless heavenly secrets that the 3 Qi surrounded Gu Yue Fang Xiang, who was currently undergoing natural inspiration. Seeing this, Fang Yuan restrained his scattered thoughts and focused. What heavenly secret should I steal this time? He thought about it. I can ask for Heavenly Court's information directly. That seems fine. No matter how Star Constellation Immortal Venerable tries to hide things, my stealing heavenly secret is rank 9. If she wants to resist it, she needs to have a rank 9 wisdom path Immortal Gu to achieve a qualitative change, no matter how many wisdom path down marks Heavenly Court had. It was only a quantitative amplification, but when Gu Yue Fang Xiang's aperture exploded to create an immortal aperture, becoming a rank 6 Gu Immortal, Fang Yuan's body shook. Derivation Immortal Formation? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable hit it too deeply. I only found out now. So that's it. Incredible, as expected of the number 1 wisdom path expert throughout the past and present. At this moment, Fang Yuan felt deep admiration towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. She actually had such a method to rapidly promote the development of various paths that the might of wisdom path was truly terrifying. That such an enemy was worth admiring. Northern Plains. The giant sun Immortal Venerable stopped his action of refining Northern Plains luck path Dao. Marks. It is about time. Giant sun Immortal Venerable inspected the surroundings first. He had a unique way of refining Northern Plains luck path Dao marks. He did not stay at the same place for long, moving to other places after fully refining all of the Dao marks in one area. Instead, Giant sun Immortal Venerable refined Dao marks broadly. After refining 60% of the luck path Dao marks of a certain area in Northern Plains, he would move on to the next location and continue his refinement. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Giant sun Immortal Venerable started to refine Northern Plains Dao marks. After various events like the Great Love Declaration, Fangclan Saga, Spectral Soul Destroying the Sun, the 3 Venerables contest over Light Gu, and the trend of Immortal Ascension, Giant sun Immortal Venerable finally refined 60% of Northern Plains luck path Dao marks. He had already covered the entire Northern Plains. At the same time, he did not forget to develop his own rank 9 immortal aperture. He went through several tribulations and put in several resource points. With the increased foundation of his rank 9 immortal aperture, his immortal essence production speed also rose. As time passed, the immortal aperture foundation of the Venerables would rise rapidly. Their immortal essence would become more abundant. Now, Giant sun's immortal aperture was still far inferior to longevity. Longevity Heaven was the rank 9 immortal aperture that Giant sun Immortal Venerable had in his previous life. Because it did not devour any 9 heavens fragment, it had gone through many calamities and tribulations over the years, gaining a huge number of Dao marks through them. Giant sun Immortal Venerable did not have sovereign immortal aperture. He could not annex a larger immortal aperture, while he also had to cultivate blood path. Thus, if he wanted to annex longevity heaven and gain the maximum benefit, he still lacked a lot of accumulation. That in terms of foundation, longevity heaven was inferior to Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court had the immortal aperture of 3 Venerables, while Giant sun Immortal Venerable only had his own rank 9 aperture as the foundation of his previous life. But longevity heaven had a huge advantage that Heavenly Court lacked. In the future, after Giant sun Immortal Venerable's blood path cultivation reached a certain level, he could annex longevity heaven to raise his strength to a terrifying level. After some rest, Giant sun Immortal Venerable started to prepare his killer move. As the killer move activated, soon, with the amplification of 60% of Northern Plains luck path Dao marks, a golden light appeared in the sky, dyeing the sky of the entire Northern Plains. Good. With this luck path killer move, in the future when my bloodline descendants undergo tribulation, they will receive some help. This was not just for Immortal Ascension. In the future, when Gu Immortals undergo calamities and tribulations, this luck path killer move would take effect and turn the tribulation into one that the Gu Immortal could easily deal with. At the same time, The power of the tribulation would also be adjusted accordingly if the Gu Immortal undergoing tribulation was strong. The luck path killer move would make the calamities and tribulation stronger, so that they could get more Dao marks after succeeding. Conversely, weakening the calamities and tribulations would allow the Gu Immortals to survive and pass the tribulation. This luck path killer move was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's newest creation. It contained the profundity of heaven and earth luck and all living beings' luck. In the future, it could even fuse with self-luck to form a mystical power. After Giant Sun Immortal Venerable refined most of Northern Plains luck path Dao marks, the Huangjin tribes of the entire region benefited as a result. The mystic power of luck path was starting to display itself on a wide scale in the future. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable planned to use other luck path killer moves to support the entire Northern Plains. He would let himself, Longevity Heaven, and the various Huangjin tribes to have positive variables in anything they did, not just tribulations. They would have good luck. If the Gu cultivator was strong, they would have a tough time at first and be suppressed. Eventually, they would experience a rebound and gain immense benefits. However, these luck path killer moves need to be modified and carefully chosen. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable pondered deeply. He could not use too many of such killer moves. That killer moves would carve down marks upon use. If he used them too much, the entire Northern Plains would turn into a luck path environment. This had its flaws. Because of conflicting Dao marks, all other paths would be greatly suppressed. This was not beneficial to the growth of Gu Immortals. Thus, this step was very important, and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable needed to find a balance. There is no rush in doing this. I need to consider the benefits and costs more deeply. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable thought as he used his investigative killer move again. This time, he was not inspecting the Venerables, but the region of Northern Plains instead. Soon, a vague luck distribution map appeared in Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's mind. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable frowned slightly. In his first life, there was great effect when he used this killer move. Now, the effect was more vague, especially towards the borders. Back then, the 5 regions were separated and independent. They were not tightly connected. Thus, it was easier to inspect the luck of one region. But now, the 5 regions are united while the 2 heavens turned into spectral heaven. To achieve the same level of investigative power as my previous life, I will need to refine all of the luck path Dao marks in the 5 regions. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable reached a conclusion and stopped using his killer move. He had just used 2 immortal killer moves in succession. They used a lot of immortal essence. His immortal essence storage had reached an alarming level once again. Next, he would need to rest for some time before refining Northern Plains Dao marks again. Otherwise, he would be in danger if the Venerables decide to fight. Chapter 2292, Obtaining Wisdom Gu again. Eastern Sea. At the depths of the sea, in complete darkness, Fang Yuan's main body concealed his movements as he secretly arrived here. A huge translucent bubble could be seen in front of him. This should be the place. Fang Yuan realized. He stopped moving, closely inspecting it. This bubble was formed in a special manner. It was a secret underwater world created from many elements, like an underwater volcano's eruption, the surrounding sea water, and the chi tides that swept past previously. Fire path, earth path, water path, and chi path. The Dao marks of these 4 paths created this isolated utopia. This place was very well hidden. Unless any Gu Immortal saw it personally, it would be hard to detect. I'll name this the 4 paths air bubble. Fang Yuan activated his investigative method and observed the surroundings before opening his Immortal Aperture's entrance to let out a Gu Immortal. This Gu Immortal had pink wavy hair. He was Fang Yuan's dream path clone, Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen's cultivation level was still low, but he was a dream path cultivator. Because the mission was quite special, Fang Yuan purposely dispatched him. Otherwise, he would stay inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture most of the time to research Dream Path. On rare occasions, he went on missions to stabilize and resolve the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's issues. Fang Yuan used a method to carefully move Meng Qiuzhen into the air bubble. After 15 minutes, Meng Qiuzhen returned to the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. He succeeded. He brought back a wild Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu was previously rank 9. But Giant Sun Immortal Venerable made arrangements and gave it to Fang Yuan. During the Fate War, in order to complete Red Lotus Plan, Wisdom Gu was used as one of the materials. As a result, rank 9 Wisdom Gu ceased to exist. But under the laws of the heavenly Tao, life and death coexisted. Under the control of Heaven's will, a wild rank 6 Wisdom Gu soon appeared in the 5 regions. This Wisdom Gu was hidden within the air bubble. After Fang Yuan stole heavenly secrets, he found the location of many wild immortal Gu. Among them, Wisdom Gu was his greatest gain. Thus, he came here personally to prevent any accidents from happening, ensuring that Wisdom Gu would be retrieved successfully. Everything had happened according to the information in Stealing Heavenly Secret. Meng Xiaozhen used his Dream Path method to easily suppress the rank 6 Wisdom Gu. Within the air bubble, although there was an underwater volcano and surrounding fish groups, none were able to threaten Meng Xiaozhen. As for Fang Yuan, he had too many Dao marks. If he stretched his hand into the air bubble, it would likely burst. Thus, only his clone could accomplish this. Rank 6 Wisdom Gu was soon refined by Fang Yuan. Although it was Wisdom Gu, Fang Yuan was a great refinement path venerable. Refining a mere rank 6 Immortal Gu was simply too easy. For a venerable, using rank 9 essence to refine wild rank 8 Immortal Gu posed no problems at all. The difficult thing was refining rank 9 Immortal Gu. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took over 100 years to refine rank 9 Wisdom Gu in her previous life, while Giant Sun Immortal Venerable failed to refine Love Immortal Gu. These were all examples. After the Fate War, Wisdom Gu has returned to my possession again, and this time, it is not tampered with by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. This is a Wisdom Gu that belongs solely to me. Fang Yuan felt a faint feeling of joy internally. As for raising Wisdom Gu back to rank 9, Fang Yuan felt that there was no urgency in this. With Stealing Heavenly Secret Killer move, Fang Yuan could greatly improve his wisdom path deductions and modifications. He could also make up for his lack of information collecting methods. After obtaining Wisdom Gu, Fang Yuan returned to his original spot and showed that he was openly refining Eastern Sea's refinement path Dao marks. Furthermore, he took breaks quite often to show that his immortal essence was lacking and that he was in a poor condition. His divine sense entered the sovereign immortal aperture. During this period of time, another major project in Immortal Aperture was completed. For this project, Fang Yuan used all the immortal material reserves of his subordinates, among which Eastern Sea's Hua clan had the greatest contribution. They earned a lot of contribution points. As for the construction of the splendid cloud cover, Fang Yuan succeeded after he chose to use Stealing Heavenly Secret to get an answer from Heaven's will. This splendid cloud cover covered a radius of over 10 li. It flew slowly in the many 9 heavens. Once in a while, it would go from one heaven to another. The splendid cloud was an immortal material from rank 6 to 9. The splendid cloud that Fang Yuan had now was a congregation of many different similar materials. Most were rank 6, 30% were rank 7, less than 10% was rank 8, while there was barely any rank 9 ones. The food of rank 9 Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu was a large field of splendid clouds. Fang Yuan was still far from meeting the requirements of one feeding session, but it was not a concern. The higher the Immortal Gu's rank, the less frequent it needed to be fed. Looking at the current situation, there was still a lot of time until the next feeding session. During this period of time, the splendid cloud cover could grow sufficiently. There was ample time. Gu cultivation involved nurture, use, and refinement. The feeding of rank 9 Immortal Gu was a test that Fang Yuan had to pass. He currently had 3 rank 9 Immortal Gu. They were Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, Advanced Refinement Immortal Gu, and Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu. The former two were easier to feed, while Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu was comparatively more troublesome. But Fang Yuan planned in advance. He had already started to resolve this problem. In any case, the feeding of rank 9 Immortal Gu was not Fang Yuan's biggest problem. He could settle it by just putting in some hard work. He was already a venerable who owned Eastern Sea of the 5 regions. He also has super forces from the 2 heavens. Also, after his great love declaration, the most common business in Treasure Yellow Heaven became his Immortal Gu refinement transactions. And because the sovereign immortal aperture had immense foundation, even in the entire world, only Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court could match or beat him. Fang Yuan had already seen the Blue Dragon Whale's Grotto Heaven Immortal Aperture. Treasure Yellow Heaven was a special Grotto Heaven meant for Gu immortal transactions. Its own foundation could not compare to the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. After this period of development, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was gradually undergoing a qualitative change. In the past, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was like a dying patient. It was always close to destruction or breaking down entirely. But now, the situation did not just stabilize, it was even improving. There were 2 main reasons. One was that the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's Dao veins had already been established to a certain level, allowing it to reap the first wave of benefits. There was already 1 ring of Fire Path, Wind Path, and Water Path Dao veins. The Earth Path Dao vein that was established first already had 3 rings. This had an immense effect to stabilize the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The effect was immediate. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's Gu Immortals could sense clearly that abnormal situations of Earth Path, Fire Path, Wind Path, and Water Path were decreasing rapidly. They became less common. The second reason was that more than 30 of Fang Yuan's Gu cultivator subordinates had passed their Immortal Ascension tribulation. Immediately, the sovereign immortal aperture gained a huge supply of manpower. With abundant people, Fang Yuan could easily dispatch Gu Immortals to various locations in the 5 regions, secretly to collect the wild Immortal Gu. Days later, Gu Immortals started to return. Some of them brought back undiscovered resource points, while others brought back wild Immortal Gu, among which there was one wild time path Immortal Gu month. At this point, he had collected all 3 Immortal Gu, year, month, day. After getting the newest information, Fang Yuan's subordinates took action with a high success rate. The results of stealing Heavenly Secret did not end here. While Fang Yuan refined Dao marks, he also unsealed the truthful floating ice secretly while making modifications to various killer moves. After stealing Heavenly Secrets, he obtained a large number of reference materials. His modification of killer moves became very aggressive, among which were compound killer moves. Fang Yuan even started to construct his combat system on a large scale. All along, he did not have much gains in this aspect, but with stealing Heavenly Secret, he obtained a lot of information that had immense value. Next, as Gu Immortals continued to return, although many succeeded, some returned empty-handed. Most of the secretive resource points were brought back, but some were damaged or destroyed by natural disasters like earthquakes or tsunamis. There was no point in relocating them. As for wild Immortal Gu, they were also starting to move elsewhere. Fang Yuan was not surprised. Heaven's will could influence people's minds. It could also think. Fang Yuan had always been the target of Heaven's will. Now that he collected all these secretive resource points and wild Immortal Gu, how could Heaven's will not make a response? Heavenly Dao emphasized balance. It would naturally try to restrict Fang Yuan from getting even stronger. Thus, this reaction was within Fang Yuan's expectations. Thus, Fang Yuan arranged for the most important Immortal Gu and resource points to be the ones that were targeted first, allowing him to have great gains. As for the rest, they had lower value. In comparison, Fang Yuan could give up on them with no significant losses, but he could also try and see if any were salvageable. Fang Yuan gradually digested his gains from using stealing Heavenly Secret. In this process, he gained a deeper understanding of this killer move. The information from stealing Heavenly Secret is extremely terrifying. It completely made up for my weakness in information path. However, if I use these information excessively, Heaven's will make adjustments and cause them to become less valuable. Additionally, grotto heavens like Longevity Heaven cannot be inspected through stealing Heavenly Secret. The various killer moves and information about combat system that I steal are very useful if I want to modify killer moves and make my own combat system. But since Heaven's will knows about it, then this information must have already existed somewhere. Others might know it too. Furthermore, there are many things that Heaven's will does not know, like the secret venerable true inheritances. Heaven's will can remember, but not modify killer moves on its own. The painting path, human path, and pill path research results that I obtained were all produced through the derivation formation. Stealing Heavenly Secret could inspect and save Fang Yuan a lot of time and effort. It had an amazing effect. Regardless, it had its flaws. Fang Yuan still had a need for information path and wisdom path development. It was just that his needs were half satisfied now. He was no longer as urgent as before. Stealing Heavenly Secret mainly relied on rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu. Once Heaven's will found out about the Immortal Gu recipe, it would respond and cause the effect of stealing Heavenly Secret to become weaker. Stealing Heavenly Secret was also dependent on natural inspiration. It could not be used freely. Fang Yuan had already decided to nurture Gu cultivators in the Immortal aperture. He would continue to accumulate more Gu Immortal seeds. Whenever it was necessary, he would make a bunch of time undergo. Immortal Ascension. Chapter 2293. Mental Domain inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Within the secret room, an entire circle of Fang Yuan were sitting. Or more accurately, a large number of Fang Yuan's clones. This cultivation secret room was huge. Fang Yuan's clones were all newly formed using human path Gu worms. Among them, the Gu Master level ones were Doctor, Pill Refiner, Constable, and Craftsman. There were also rank 6 Gu Immortal level ones like Shadow Puppet, Talented Girl, Soldier, Sergeant, Musician, Thief, Farmer, Dancer, and Blacksmith. Indeed, the human path research results that the 10 children of human path gained from entering the derivation formation were all obtained by Fang Yuan. After that, he rushed to refine all these Gu. As long as he had the recipe, with Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment, refining these low-ranked Immortal Gu was very easy. This resulted in the 10 children of human path failing to create their vital Immortal Gu during their Immortal Ascension. During this period of time, Fang Yuan's clones had been in closed cultivation, comprehending human path and having their respective insights. Although these clones are low in rank, there are exceptional aspects when compared to Spectral Soul Demon Venerables method. For example, they only need a small investment to create. Spectral Soul's Shadow Sect clones needed to cultivate themselves and start from zero. But these clones could instantly gain Gu Master or Gu Immortal level strength by just using Human Path Gu worms. The clones formed from Human Path Gu worms had apertures and Immortal apertures for Gu Masters and Gu Immortals respectively. But be it aperture or Immortal essence, neither could produce Primeval essence or Immortal essence. They could only store essence. The Human Path clones were also unable to cultivate to increase their strength. The rank of the Gu worm decided the strength of the clone. But the Human Path clones would retain the main body's attainment levels. The Human Path clones mainly cultivated Human Path with other paths on the side. For example, Musician clone cultivated Human Path with Sound Path on the side. Farmer clone cultivated Human Path with Wood Path and Earth Path on the side. Shadow Puppet clone cultivated Human Path with Transformation Path and Shadow Path on the side. All in all, these clones were not useful to Fang Yuan. They were too weak. Even the highest ranked one was only rank 6. The thing that both Fang Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable agreed with was that Pill Refiner clone had the greatest value. This clone cultivated Human Path with Refinement Path and Pill Path on the side. Although there were only rank 1 to 5 Pill Refiner Gu Masters, they would create a terrifying impact on the entire Gu Master world. If Fang Yuan's subordinates did not undergo Immortal Ascension at this time, these Human Path clones might still be useful. Now, they were of little value to Fang Yuan. They were even an important evidence that could expose obscured heavenly secret. Thinking about it, Fang Yuan turned these Human Path clones back into their respective Gu worms. They were similar to Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body, but quite different. They could interchange between Gu worm and human forms, but Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body was fixed to human form with the requirement to eat the Gu worm's food. But in any case, a normal person needed to eat at set intervals as well. I'll leave Thief Gu behind. Thinking so, Fang Yuan willed at the next moment as most of the Gu worms in the secret room self-detonated. Central Continent. In the deepest part of Star Array Calculation Formation, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was inspecting a secluded domain of heaven and earth that was inside. This secluded domain looked like a cage or a lantern. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had used it in Crazed Demon Cave to fight against the other Venerables. This was the Wisdom Path Secluded Domain, Mental Domain. It was recorded in The Legends of Renzu. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable placed Mental Domain in the Star Array Calculation Formation and used the power of the formation to secretly absorb emotions. All sorts of negative emotions in the Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were absorbed into the Mental Domain. With this method, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable managed to leave only positive emotions in the countless life forms of Central Continent towards Heavenly Court in the 10 great ancient sections. This caused Central Continent's unity to rise to a new level. Mental Domain needs to store emotions. The more emotions there are, the stronger this secluded domain of heaven and earth becomes. But it needs to be controlled too. If there are too much emotions stored, the mental domain will instead go too far and have a reverse effect. Like what is recorded in The Legends of Renzu. It would be best to have Calm Gu and Fortitude Gu to suppress mental domain. It is a pity that I only have Calm Gu, but not Fortitude Gu. Thus, there is an obvious limit to the amount of emotions the mental domain can store. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable needed to be careful when activating it. She could not afford to expose this to the other Venerables and end up with trouble. At that time, even someone who lacked immortal essence like Fang Yuan would want to extort Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. This was the trick that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable played when creating the Star Array Calculation Formation. She managed to hide it from the two Venerables. After all, they could only see the general information of the Star Array Calculation Formation. After her inspection, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable received some good news. Oh, among the 10 children of Human Path, someone has already refined Musician Gu to an Immortal Gu. Good. It seems that the failed attempts from earlier was due to the obstruction of Heaven's will. The refinement of Immortal Gu during the Ascension Tribulation is essentially using Heaven's will to help one refine Gu. Heaven's will was unwilling to help likely because these are Human Path Gu worms. But afterwards, the refinement attempt done by a person succeeded. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable put her heart at ease. Earlier, when she found that the 10 children of Human Path had all failed, she felt suspicious. The possibilities included having traitors in Heavenly Court, a problem with the Derivation Formation, the hidden methods of the other Venerables in Heavenly Court, or even because information was leaked by Heaven's will. After learning of this success, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's suspicions were mostly lifted. Half a day later, the first batch of Gu Immortals chosen from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects gathered within the Star Array Calculation Formation. Immortal Killer Move, Endless Learning. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable activated this killer move. The killer move had a light blue radiance that spread within the star array calculation formation. In a certain space within the formation, the Gu Immortals were ready. It's coming. Someone muttered with an excited expression. Everyone was stirred. Soon, the Immortals' expressions turned solemn as they were immersed in the indescribable profundity of the Great Tao. With the effect of the killer move, the Immortals' cultivation path's attainment level rose gradually. As time passed, after reaching their limit, some Gu Immortals started to develop hallucinations. At this time, the star array calculation formation would activate and send these Gu Immortals to another part of the formation to rest. Endless learning was a human path killing intent. It used Book Mountain and Learning Gu as the cores, allowing the Gu cultivator to produce true meaning and absorb it to raise their attainment levels. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had used this move in Crazed Demon Cave before. She was now using it on the Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects Gu Immortals. Her intention to nurture them was more sincere now. The gains of the Gu Immortals would depend on their own talent, aptitude, comprehension, and personal experiences. Unimaginable to think that there is such a method in the world to directly raise attainment level. This move was used by Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable personally. Of course, it is amazing. She can achieve the impossible. Rumor has it that Dream Realms can raise the Gu cultivator's attainment level. In my opinion, Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method has completely surpassed the dangerous method of Dream Path. Dream Realm explorations are very dangerous, but the attainment level gained can potentially be endless. As for Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's human path killing move, our gains will depend on ourselves. It can only help us to produce true meaning. After using it once, we will need to accumulate a lot of experience and foundation, otherwise, we will not have much gains next time. The Immortals slowly break out of the hallucinations and woke up as they started conversing. Soon, the Immortals flew out of the star array calculation formation. 3 stayed and did not leave yet. Among them, there was Heaven's Envy Manners Gu Immortal, Tan Ku. He went to find Ancient Soul Sects Yang Feng and Spirit Butterfly Valley's Dian Pu. After some discussion, Tan Ku used his own Immortal Gu to exchange for Yang Feng's resources. He then used Yang Feng's immortal materials to exchange for Dian Pu's other Immortal Gu. After the transaction, all 3 sides got what they wanted. They were satisfied. Thanks to the star array calculation formation, it can understand what we need and help us to undergo optimal transactions. Otherwise, how can we know of each other's needs so clearly? Dian Pu sighed. At this moment, all 3 Immortals benefited from the star array calculation formation. They understood its usefulness. Ever since the star array calculation formation collected information of the Gu Immortals, such situations became more common among the Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects Gu Immortals. Thus, even the Gu Immortals of the smaller sects were interested. They wanted to report their own information to the star array calculation formation. The formation had the ability to distribute overall resources more efficiently in Central Continent by just focusing on transaction between Gu Immortals. Undeniably, this would promote the growth of Central Continent and raise its overall strength. The 3 Immortals did not have a close relationship before, but after the transaction, they became closer. On the way back, they talked about the recently popular topic among Central Continent's Gu Masters, human path. During this period of time, human path cultivation had become a rising trend for the lower-ranked Gu Masters in Central Continent. This was clearly backed by the 10 great ancient sects who were tasked by Heavenly Court to support this trend. It seems that Heavenly Court has decided to develop human path. That's right. Our sects chose the 10 children of human path who have all become Gu Immortals now. Heavenly Court has the top-tier research results of human path. Now is the time for them to promote it widely. I think that it is too rushed, but since Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made such a decision, there must be a flaw in my logic. It is a pity that our path is already set. Converting to human path is too costly. Friend Tanku, you are smiling. Do you have a solution to this? I only made the Gu Immortal seeds in my Immortal Aperture cultivate human path. Haha, I did that too. Central Continent's Gu Immortals were gradually feeling the advantages of the star array calculation formation. They also showed a consensus regarding the prospects of human path. However, Tenku still did not know this now, although his action was the same as any other Gu. Immortals, one small character who he supported would rise to become a legend in the future. Chapter 2294, Finding Self Gu Quick, Cultivate This. Within Tanku's Immortal Aperture, a middle-aged rank 5 Gu Master was handing out a cultivation method to Wang Xiao'er. Foster father, what is this? Wang Xiao'er asked in confusion. Wang Xiao'er had his own secret. He was not of Fang clan's bloodline. He was a captive of Fang Dongxi. But after Fang Dongxi died in battle, his Immortal Aperture was invaded by Xiao Yihu, causing a huge commotion. Using the opportunity, Wang Xiao heir escaped for his life and mixed in with this branch of Fang Dongshi's descendants. Afterwards, they were sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Tan Ku was one of the Gu immortals who bought these human slaves. Within the batch of Fang clansmen that he bought, there was Wang Xiao heir. Thus, Wang Xiao heir started his new life in Tan Ku's immortal aperture. Naturally, Tan Ku's immortal aperture had Tan clan's bloodline. Thus, the Fang clansmen all had low status. They were slaves. But even among slaves, there was a difference in status. For example, the middle-aged Gu master in front of Wang Xiao heir. He had a rather pitiful life. When Fang Dongshi's immortal aperture was in a commotion, his whole family died. The middle-aged Gu master became disheartened and did not want to marry anyone else. After seeing the lonely Wang Xiao heir who was in the same plight as him, he felt that this young man resembled his son and took him in as a foster son. After all, in the eyes of the middle-aged Gu master, Wang Xiao heir was also a Fang clan descendant. The middle-aged Gu master knocked Wang Xiao heir's head and laughed as he scolded. "What are you suspicious about? Do you think I'll harm you? I'll tell you the truth. The Gu immortals who bought us are from Central Continent. He bought us because he took an interest in our aptitude. Now, he has handed down a human path cultivation method. If we can cultivate it successfully, we will be able to raise our status. In the future, we may even become Gu immortals." Wang Xiao heir listened in a dumbfounded manner. But soon he stated his suspicions. If this is such a precious cultivation method, why is the Central Continent Gu immortal not cultivating it himself? Why isn't he leaving it for his own descendants, but us instead? The middle-aged Gu master clearly knew many Gu immortal secrets. He had a broad vision. He explained, "Gu immortals cultivate their own path, with human path being one of the possibilities. Since this Gu immortal has already become immortal, he cannot cultivate human path anymore. Furthermore, not everyone has the aptitude to become an immortal. Human path has just started developing. Central Continent's Gu immortals are handing out these methods as a trial. Thus, for his own genius descendants, he will definitely leave a portion of the essence of his own cultivation method for them. The remaining 10 clansmen and us will cultivate human path. Human path is really underdeveloped. In our former blessed land, I've never even heard of it. But we have no choice now. If we don't cultivate, we won't even have any opportunity. Xiao heir, you will live your life in here. Those 10 clansmen will step on you and command you like a slave. Are you willing to live like this?" Wang Xiao heir quickly shook his head and said solemn, "Foster father, please teach me the method. I will cultivate." Wang Xiao heir obtained a large amount of human path information. It was helpful in raising his understanding of human path. There were also several human path Gu worms. They were the foundation for starting his human path cultivation. After the middle-aged Gu master taught Wang Xiao heir some lessons, the latter started to cultivate on his own. On this night, Wang Xiao heir was so excited he could not sleep. He decided to cultivate instead. But an immortal Gu was accidentally awakened by him in this situation. The immortal Gus will took the initiative and communicated with Wang Xiao heir as he felt very surprised. Self-Gu was so small and had hidden itself within Wang Xiao heir's body. Nobody else had sensed it. He remembered that this was a famous legendary Gu in the Legends of Renzu. He became extremely happy and incredulous. Thus, he quickly flipped through the Legends of Renzu. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 5, Section 38. After falling into the water of the River of Time, Renzu and the other two woke up in shock. The three immediately climb up to a nearby floating ice. Although it was only a short time, they had already grown old. Time Gu is hidden within the River of Time. Our lifespan will be washed away by the river water. Great strength, true martial side. Renzu felt regretful. Constantly encountering good situations is actually a bad thing. It will create a huge problem. It is not good to be too happy or constantly happy. It can make people indulge in the present and forget about time as they get immersed entirely. But Carefree Wisdom Heart said with a tone of joy, "Quick, look at your heart." The three of them inspected their inner heart. They saw that many accumulated emotions had been washed away earlier when they fell into the river. This discovery made Renzu and the other two feel very happy. Next, they continued to travel on the floating ice. Whenever they encountered a bad situation and felt negative emotions, they would put their heart into the river water to wash it. These bad situations will pass eventually. Their negative emotions faded away with time. Whenever they encountered a good situation and felt immersed in joy, they would put their heart into the river water to wash it. These good situations will pass eventually. Their positive emotions also weakened over time, preventing them from feeling indulgent. Cognition Gu saw that the three of them were constantly washing their hearts. It could not help but remind them. Time has never healed the wounds of the heart, except that your hearts have grown old. The worst thing is not your body growing old, but your heart's aging. Stop washing them. Renzu and the other two heard these words and quickly stopped their actions. But without washing the hearts, their speed fell again. Let me help you. At this time, a goo worm flew over and landed on Rinzhu. Rinzhu and the other two saw this goo worm and became very happy. It was familial emotion Gu. With the help of familial emotion Gu, Rinzhu and the other two spread their emotions around. The joy of one person was split among three. The sorrow of one person was also split into three. Using familial emotion, Rinzhu and the other two consoled each other and carried each other's burden. They moved quickly and firmly. But good times did not last. More and more emotions accumulated in their hearts. Their hearts became tired and gradually got hurt after being unable to sustain it any longer. Deep emotions hurt the heart. The situation soon aggravated. Because their hearts were severely injured, they could not take in more emotions. At this time, Carefree Wisdom Heart took out a cage and held it in her hand. This is the mental domain that I created. Place all your emotions in here. Rinzhu and Great Strength True Martial did as she said. They put their emotions into the mental domain. Immediately, the truthful floating ice revealed its original appearance in front of the three. They were simply pieces of floating ice. The three felt a different sensation towards it now. The emotions of people did not concern others. Only their own mental state mattered. What is this? Carefree Wisdom Heart soon found a goo worm in the floating ice. The goo worm answered, I am calm Gu. The truth was icy cold. This was the attitude that one should have when facing situations. Rinzhu and the other two finally reached the center of the truthful floating ice. But they did not find Self-Gu. So Self-Gu is not here. Rinzhu was very disappointed. Initially, people would often think that they were the center of all situations, but that was not true. At the center of the truthful floating ice, there was no Self-Gu, but three other Gu instead. They were Rules Gu, Regulation Gu, and Practice Gu. Rules and Regulation Gu had been with Rinzhu for a long time. After Rinzhu's heart was eaten by the predicament, they thought that he died and left him. They came here to create truthful floating ice along with Practice Gu. All sorts of situations were bound by the rules and regulation of heaven and earth. The three Gu continued to create truthful floating ice like this. Afterwards, under the effect of time Gu, these floating ice flowed away and sank. Rules and Regulation Gu saw Rinzhu and felt surprised. Oh human, so you did not die. Rinzhu quickly asked them on how he could find Self-Gu. Rules and Regulation Gu pointed at Practice Gu and said in unison, It can help you. Practice Gu replied, Oh human, you have gone through too many situations. After such a long time, you have changed a lot. Self-Gu is the same. Even if it is right before you, it will feel very foreign now. You cannot recognize it. What can I do? Rinzhu was troubled. This is simple. Practice Gu laughed. Can't you just undergo the situation of recognizing yourself? That's right. Rinzhu and the other two realized at once. Practice Gu continued. For a human, recognizing yourself is the most important and also most difficult thing in the world. Great Strength True Martial. You are strong and have ability. If we work together, the chance of success is very high. Ability Gu laughed and said, Undergoing situations can make me stronger. Carefree Wisdom Heart supported this. She gave Serious Gu to Great Strength True Martial. Great Strength True Martial started to undergo situations alongside Practice Gu. They first created a piece of floating ice that was as small as a ball. It surrounded Great Strength True Martial and Practice Gu as a light membrane appeared around the ice ball. Rinzhu and Carefree Wisdom Heart stood on top of the ice ball as they float away, eventually encountering Year Gu. Is this Self-Gu? Rinzhu asked. Great Strength True Martial replied. No, Self-Gu is smaller than it. They continued to undergo situations within the ice ball as Ability Gu got stronger. The floating ice also became larger as a water membrane appeared around the periphery. While floating, Rinzhu saw Month Gu. Is this Self-Gu? Rinzhu asked. Great Strength True Martial replied. No, Self-Gu is smaller than it. Great Strength True Martial and Practice Gu continued working hard. Ability Gu got stronger and made this floating ice even bigger. The periphery of the ice ball was covered in a stone membrane. Rinzhu saw Day Gu. Is this Self-Gu? Rinzhu asked. Great Strength True Martial replied. No, Self-Gu is smaller than it. The stronger the ability, the more one would find that they were small and insignificant. Eventually, the floating ice reached its biggest size. The periphery was covered by a crystal membrane. Rinzhu and the other two floated on the ice ball and eventually found Self-Gu. Self-Gu is actually so small. Rinzhu was internally shaken. Cognition Gu sighed. In the eyes of heaven and earth, in the eyes of mankind, a single Self-Gu is very small and insignificant. Chapter 2295, Fang Yuan wants more twins late at night. Wang Xiao'er looked at the legends of Rinzhu as his eyes turned bloodshot from excitement. His nose was also blowing out steam. Foster father's human path cultivation method is not wrong at all. The Legends of Renzu is truly a human path classic. I've just noticed that in the section regarding self-Gu, it actually hints the different levels of each Gu master cultivation rank. Light membrane, water membrane, stone membrane, and crystal membrane. Renzu and the other two met the time path Gu, year, month, and day, in the River of Time. Does this mean that Gu master cultivation takes a long time to gradually accumulate accomplishments? I am still too ignorant now. This is all that I can see. The human path cultivation method states that the most outstanding cultivators in history, the Venerables, have all comprehended something from the Legends of Renzu. Thus, there are many human path killer moves created as their research results. Even though I cannot match them now, I still have an extraordinary hope. Self-Gu. It has been hiding in my body all along. The moment I started my human path cultivation, I found it. This must be a human path Immortal Gu. Among the various Gu worms mentioned in the Legends of Renzu, in my eyes, Self-Gu is the most special and unique one. Ha ha! With this Immortal Gu, human path is truly the most suitable path for me. It is definitely the right choice to cultivate human path. At almost the same time, in the sovereign Immortal aperture, Mini Eastern Sea. Haha! Mermaid Gu Immortal Tang Xiong could not help but laugh. It was definitely the right choice for our entire race to join Fang Yuan and live in the sovereign Immortal aperture. Her excitement could not be concealed. There was a total of 3 merman female immortals. Fang Yuan had brought them in earlier. After bringing a group of mermen to settle down here, they started to live in the sovereign Immortal aperture. The 3 merman female immortals had a clear distribution of jobs. Yuzi was mostly in charge of completing missions and earning contribution points. Lian Xin was in charge of external relations. She communicated with the other races and forces. Tang Xiong was in charge of defending the merman tribe's territory. After all, abnormal situations often occurred in the sovereign Immortal aperture. The territory of the various forces had at least one Gu Immortal defending it at all times for safety. Tang Xiong had just received orders from Fang Yuan. There was a piece of information that was rather outstanding. From now on, Fang Yuan would put in more effort to support the well-performing descendants of the various tribes and forces. He would spend a huge sum to aid their cultivation and promote them to become Gu Immortal seeds. To achieve this, Fang Yuan even gave orders to the Gu Immortals in charge of the various factions. The respective forces had to nurture a certain number of Gu Immortal seeds. If they reached the target, they would receive contribution points. Otherwise, they would be punished. Lord Alliance Leader is not just impartial and fair, he also has a heart of benevolence. He is helping us variant humans to nurture more Gu Masters by investing such a huge sum of resources. Even among the past Venerables, none had ever shown such love to us variant humans like Lord Fang Yuan. Even Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable only helped some of our tribes. It cannot compare to Lord Fang Yuan. Thinking of this, tears appeared in Tang Xiong's eyes. The reason why Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable helped the variant humans was because he could not bear seeing them face the threat of extinction. But Fang Yuan was different. Fang Yuan did not just give the variant humans a fair and relatively safe environment to live in without ostracism. He even gave them aid in the form of resources so that they could grow stronger. This was an unprecedented situation. Tang Xiong had gone through a lot of ordeals when she managed the Merman Imperial Court. They were ostracized and suppressed by various forces. As a Merman Gu Immortal, she had lived a life of being bullied and overwhelmed with pressure. Now, inside the sovereign Immortal aperture, she felt truly free and happy. The work she did in the sovereign Immortal aperture was far more tiring than being in Eastern Sea. She often had to work her hardest and not rest for more than 10 days in a row, along with the threat of her liver exploding. But now, Tang Xiong was feeling increasingly fond of this place. She loved this world and treasured this sea area. Because here, there was fairness and equality that the 5 regions lacked. Because here, there was abundant hope. Because here, as long as one worked hard and was willing to undergo hardship, they will be rewarded based on effort. Because here, one could feel that they were growing and improving at an observable rate. Their own tribe or force was also developing rapidly. Tang Xiong's divine sense Gu entered the information path Mortal Gu again. She reread the information that she had already looked through several times. Fang Yuan's orders greatly encouraged the procreation of the various forces. The more children they had, the more rewards they would receive. Regarding the increase in population, Fang Yuan had a clear direction. The vast amount of cultivation resources would be handed down to the Gu Immortals of the various factions and forces in the next few days, among which there were large quantities of Relic Gu, Unprocessed Jade Gu, Wood Origin Gu, Water Source Gu, Man Triumphing Heaven Gu, and others. Relic Gu could raise the cultivation of a Gu Master by a small realm, while Precious Mortal Gu like Unprocessed Jade Gu could raise the Gu Master's aptitude. In essence, they were just carving a certain path's Dao marks on the Gu masters' bodies. Unprocessed Jade Gu carved Earth Path Dao marks. It was suitable for raising the aptitude of Rockman Gu masters. Wood Origin Gu suited Mini-Men, Water Source Gu suited Mermen, while Man Triumphing Heaven Gu suited purebred humans without Gu master aptitude. It could forcefully awaken their aperture. With these resources, our tribe can finally see hope in a bright future. There has never been a venerable like Lord Fang Yuan. He truly cares about his people. No matter how ordinary or common these people are, his love is boundless like the sun while soothing like the wind, enveloping everyone. He is truly worthy of being great love, immortal venerable. It is my greatest fortune to be on his side. Thinking of this, Tang Xiong felt very excited as tears flowed down her face. Fang Yuan, who was idolized by Tang Xiong, had just used obscured Heavenly Secret once again. It could not be helped. The gains from stealing Heavenly Secret were too bountiful. Even now, there were still Gu immortals who were returning from Eastern Sea, Western Desert, and Southern Border, bringing back cultivation resources secretly. The most valuable things were the information of the 5 regions, Fang Yuan's modified killer moves, and the establishment of his combat system. Everything caused his luck to grow immensely again. Thus, Fang Yuan had to activate obscured Heavenly Secret again to fortify the concealment effect. During this period of time, Fang Yuan did not refine his 4th rank 9 Immortal Gu. On the surface, he was refining Eastern Sea's refinement path Dao marks intermittently, but in secret, he was digesting the gains of stealing Heavenly Secret and deducing many things. As for the truthful floating ice, although it was the most important thing earlier, it was no longer his focus now. The initial benefit of unsealing the truthful floating ice was already obtained. Now, the gains had evidently fallen. This was reflected upon Fang Yuan's own luck as well. Fang Yuan used luck inspection and only managed to see a portion of it. But from this portion, he could see many things that were useful to his deductions. Everything involving rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu was Fang Yuan's greatest secret. This involved obscured Heavenly Secret, stealing Heavenly Secret, and others. Because of stealing Heavenly Secret, Fang Yuan started to target those mortals in the Immortal aperture. He worked at lightning speed. After understanding the value of these mortals, he decided to nurture them with his full support. Tang Xiong and the rest did not know the truth. Fang Yuan had abundant immortal materials in his storage. Mortal materials were more lacking in comparison. The sovereign Immortal aperture itself produced a lot of mortal materials on a large scale, but there were a lot of materials needed to nurture mortals. The sovereign Immortal aperture had to use treasure Yellow Heaven to undergo various transactions and satisfy this need. The plan was already established while cultivation resources were not an issue, but Fang Yuan wanted to make this even better. He calculated and found that he had many methods that could be used to nurture these mortal Gu masters. For example, Blood Skull Gu, Bone Flesh Unity Gu, and Guts Gu, as well as the rank 1 to 6 version of Second Aperture Gu. Aptitude was very important to a Gu master. Back then, Fang Yuan had used Blood Skull Gu to slaughter his clan and obtained a great aptitude. The A-grade aptitude gave him immense help in his future cultivation journey. At the same time, a grade aptitude meant a higher chance at becoming a Gu immortal seed than B or C grade aptitude. If one had poor aptitude, rank 3 or 4 would be their limit. How could they even reach rank 5? Blood Skull Gu's ability to raise aptitude is even more outstanding than unprocessed Jade Gu, Wood Origin Gu, Water Source Gu, and Polished Gold Gu. Maybe I can use Blood Skull Gu to undergo a massive slaughter before reviving them using Human C and slaughtering them again. In that case, I can create a large number of a grade aptitude Gu masters. A terrifying cultivation plan emerged in Fang Yuan's mind. He thought of Bone Flesh Unity Gu. This Gu was very useful to Fang Yuan when he was still a Gu master. It could help to elevate primeval essence for cultivation. Not only could Fang Yuan use it to advance a small realm, he could even tackle the boundaries to cross a cultivation rank. It was truly useful. But to refine this Gu, I will need twins. This is a little troublesome. Fang Yuan not only needed a few hundred Bone Flesh Unity Gu, he needed a vast number of them and scattered them across the sovereign Immortal aperture. In that case, in the future, there would be many new Gu immortal seeds. I do not have the time to focus on my current human soul cultivation method. My previous attempt has also bore little fruit. Thus, I can use Guts Gu to nurture Gu immortal seeds. A stronger soul is very useful to them. As for Second Aperture Gu, it is only icing on the cake. Fang Yuan would not use rank 6 Second Aperture Immortal Gu to nurture them. At most, he would use rank 1 to 5 versions of them. Right now, Second Aperture Gu was confirmed to be a Heaven Path Gu worm. Rank 6 Second Aperture Gu used Lifespan Gu as the material. While Lifespan Gu was the most classic Heaven Path Gu worm, it contained Heaven Path Dao marks. Rank 9 Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu used the 10 extreme physiques as the Gu material. It was Immortal Fetus instead of Immortal Aperture. Thus it was a human path, Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan made a conclusion. He needed to amass Gu immortal seeds by first increasing the population. Whether they were variant humans or humans did not matter. Fang Yuan did not intend to take in external people. As for Gu immortal seeds, it would be better for the Sovereign Immortal Aperture to nurture them. They were more loyal after all. Variant humans were the most loyal to him. Fang Yuan felt more assured with these variant humans. With a higher population, the number of Gu masters would also rise. But to create Gu immortal seeds, one needed to raise the Gu master's aptitude first. This meant that mortals did not just need to give birth more often. They also needed to create more siblings and blood-related kin for Fang Yuan to slaughter in the future. It would be best if they were twins. That way, while slaughtering them, he could also refine them into bone-flesh unity Gu. I need more twins. Fang Yuan thought about it and muttered. I need to look for Giant Son, Immortal Venerable. Among the Venerables, he is most skilled at having children. Chapter 2296. Fei Wu Revives. Giant Son, Immortal Venerable had a strange expression just earlier. A transaction between him and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable was held. Both sides obtained what they wanted. But Fang Yuan has needs for childbirth. What is he planning? This transaction made Giant Son, Immortal Venerable quite suspicious, but he knew that because of Dao marks, Gu Immortal found it hard to give birth to. And in terms of having children, among the Venerables, Giant Son, Immortal Venerable was the most experienced among the Venerables. Which other person had more children than Giant Son, Immortal Venerable? Back then, to raise more children, Giant Son, Immortal Venerable searched the world for countless beauties, creating his 5 harem palaces. If Fang Yuan did not suddenly have this need, we would not have done this transaction. Sigh. To think that I would benefit now because of you, Zhu. Giant Son, Immortal Venerable muttered a name as the memories of a scene emerged in the depths of his heart. Northern Plains, in a temporary tribe. Tents were set up. The flap of an old and tattered tent was pulled aside as middle-aged Giant Son barged in, shouting, Zhu, what Gu did you secretly use on me again? Middle-aged Giant Son had a bare chest that exposed his manly stature, but there was a pig head resting on his shoulders. Zhu saw him and laughed. It worked. Middle-aged Giant Son was furious. Zhu, I was discussing matters with the tribe elders earlier. When this happened, you will turn me into the laughing stock of the tribe. Zhu sighed. Husband, I apologized, but I just want a child. Middle-aged Giant Son was stunned before becoming dejected. His anger faded away. It's my fault for being useless. No, it is my issue. Technically, I have half a Gu Immortal's body. That it is my fault. Zhu stood before Giant Son as she held his pig head, saying with love and affection, this time, I used transformation path Gu. Do you know? This is called sowing pig. That it is an amazing wild beast that has gone extinct. The male pig would eat in autumn and get fat to spit out a type of crystal flower that when spring arrives, the crystal flower will bloom, and the female pig will eat it to nurture new life in its body. Middle-aged Giant Son's eyes shone. It is so effective? Zhu smiled and pulled his hand, dragging him into bed. Let's go. Middle-aged Giant Son laughed loudly as he pounced at Zhu at the top of their tent. There was a flag at this moment. The flag started waving around intensely like the wind was blowing, but after just a few breaths of time, the flag went motionless within the tent. Giant Son spoke in a guilty tone. Sorry, Zhu, I can't continue anymore. Zhu smiled. Don't worry, I have my methods. Next, Giant Son let out a soft growl as the tent started to shake again like a hurricane was blowing at this time. He lasted for over 10 breaths of time. The commotion in the tent stopped again at Giant Son's side. Sorry, I can't continue anymore. Zhu smiled and said, Don't worry, watch this. For the third time, the tent shook intensely like there was a storm, but this storm only lasted for around 20 breaths of time before stopping. That Giant Son breathed roughly as he said, Sorry, I really can't continue anymore. Zhu was still smiling. Don't worry, I still have some methods left. Wait, Giant Son said weakly. I am amazed that you have so many methods, but let me rest. Zhu replied humbly. Although I have many methods, the results are not good. Sigh. The most useful method can only come from Renzu. All of the humans of the 5 regions and 2 heavens are descendants of Renzu. Giant Son immediately patted his chest and assured, Don't worry, one day, I will comprehend Renzu's method and we will have countless descendants. His recollection ended here. A deep feeling of disappointment lingered in Giant Son, Immortal Venerable's heart. In his previous life, he had already grasped such a method. Otherwise, how could he have so many descendants? It was just that he could not use this method with Zhu anymore. He could never see her again. His children were also not of her bloodline. That after collecting his thoughts, Giant Son Immortal Venerable's expression turned calm and cool again. He inspected the gains from this transaction. He had obtained a lot of blood path research results from Fang Yuan, although he had been secretly making deductions on blood path. Fang Yuan's research results still saved him a lot of time and energy. Other than that, there were 5 blood path Immortal Gu. Giant Son Immortal Venerable refined them into his own and tossed them into Blood Sea. Blood Sea. Giant Son Immortal Venerable's gaze pierced through the ground of longevity heaven, gazing into Blood Sea. Even if rank 9 Light Gu was repaired, it was not suitable for Giant Son Immortal Venerable. However, although he had no rank 9 Immortal Gu, Giant Son Immortal Venerable could use Blood Sea as a replacement temporarily. There were 4 different levels when it came to Dao mark density. Dao marks that were scattered all over the world, resource points that were created when Dao marks were arranged in a certain manner, the apex of resource points, secluded domains of heaven and earth, as well as the essence of heaven and earth. Gu. A secluded domain of heaven and earth was considered half a rank 9 Immortal Gu. And when Gu Immortals use immortal materials to form killer moves or immortal formations, the materials were consumable and could not have a stable form. Thus, the Dao marks were lost after usage, but a secluded domain of heaven and earth could be used as a long-term stable core to form killer moves. Fang Yuan's reverse flow, protection seal, and Dang Hun Luo Pa seal were such examples. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has mental domain, while Fang Yuan may have refinement sea. This blood sea is the foundation that I need to resist them. Back then, Giant Son Immortal Venerable had worked with Long-Hair Ancestor to refine Gu. He knew about this grand plan of Long-Hair Ancestors. Giant Son Immortal Venerable felt that for this period of time, refining natural Dao marks of heaven and earth was the most important thing, but trying to get a rank 9 Immortal Gu that was suitable for himself was not realistic. In this case, a secluded domain of heaven and earth was the best substitute. Among the Venerables, the one who has the highest hope of getting a rank 9 Immortal Gu is Fang Yuan. In terms of potential, he is also the highest. Thankfully, he has insufficient immortal essence and is unable to refine rank 9 Immortal Gu. Once he starts refining Gu, he will expose his greatest weakness. At that time, I will work with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to stop him. If Fang Yuan is able to refine any refinement path rank 9 Immortal Gu, then he will have an easier time refining other rank 9 Immortal Gu in the future. This will snowball into an unstoppable advantage at an increasing speed. Giant Son Immortal Venerable reminded himself of the fact that Blood Sea surged with huge waves that ebbed and flowed. It was gradually expanding in size. That Giant Son Immortal Venerable nodded to himself. With 5 more Blood Path Immortal Gu, the rate at which Blood Sea is forming is increasing. That in half a year, it will be completed. Blood Sea was currently incomplete, although a secluded domain of heaven and earth could be used as the core of a killer move. It was quite a wasteful thing to do, as the secluded domain itself would be expended to a huge extent. For example, Fang Yuan's previously incomplete Refinement Sea and Human Sea. Although Human Sea was complete, only the whole Human Mountain and Sea was considered a secluded domain. Oh. Giant Son Immortal Venerable's expression changed. An intense luck path intuition emerged in his heart. The last time he had such a feeling, he revived Light Emperor. The revival of Light Emperor caused him to gain rank 9 Light Gu. Now, Giant Son Immortal Venerable was feeling expectant, although reviving another person now would expend the incomplete Blood Sea. He did not hesitate as he used the Immortal Killer move once again. Destined birth through luck. Swish, swish, swish. Blood Sea surged and created a huge wave that was tens of feet tall. The Blood Sea was rapidly expended as a huge whirlpool was formed again, but after the flickering of shadow and light, a rank 7 Gu Immortal emerged from within. Who is this? Yao Huang did not recognize the person. Giant Son Immortal Venerable's expectations rose again. The reason was that this Gu Immortal's revival expended even more immortal essence and portion of the Blood Sea than Light Emperor. But he was just a rank 7 Water Path Gu Immortal. Oh, are you Fei Wu? Yao Huang stared for some time before shouting out loud, Fei Tribe's final first Supreme Elder, Fei Wu. One that same pronunciation as trash/worthless. Giant Son Immortal Venerable frowned. He remembered now that Fei Tribe was once a superforce in Northern Plains. It had genuine Huang gene bloodline. That Fei Tribe's first-generation ancestor was not Giant Son Immortal Venerable's son, but someone who was many generations below. But Fei Tribe was still very famous in history. Or rather, infamous. That Fei Tribe was a Huang gene super tribe that ruined itself. Fei Wu was their final first Supreme Elder. He was undeniably responsible for their destruction. That many people felt that he was incapable and too greedy. He let down the entire Fei Tribe and caused their destruction. When he was the first Supreme Elder, He expended Fei tribe's vast amount of resources and almost caused them to go broke. As a result, the other Fei tribe Gu immortals lacked cultivation resources and grew slowly. This resulted in their internal conflict. The external world also gave Fei tribe a lot of pressure, but Fei Wu did not handle this well. He had always shown a weak attitude to the outside world. In order to satisfy his own needs, Fei Wu even gave up many resource points that Fei tribe owned. The result was that his battle did not seem to rise. Fei Wu's performance disappointed everyone. In the end, he even led Fei tribe to excavate and develop in one of Northern Plains' 10 great fierce areas. In the end, he triggered a terrifying beast tide and caused Fei tribe's territory to be engulfed. Even their headquarters was taken down. Most of their Gu immortals died in the beast tide, while the remaining ones were quickly annexed and taken in by the other Huangjin tribes. After the beast tide was over, Fei tribe was wiped out, while Fei Wu died pitifully inside the fierce area. Their remaining territory was also taken by the various tribes. Fei tribe became a laughingstock and the prime negative example for people to learn from. How can such a useless person who harmed his entire tribe appear now? Yao Huang felt confused and suspicious after realizing his revival. Fei Wu reacted and paid his respects to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Unfilial descendant, Fei Wu, greets Lord Ancestor. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had already used his luck inspection method to observe Fei Wu's foundation. He was shocked to find out that Fei Wu's luck was actually quite sizable, far surpassing most rank 7s while being lower than an average rank 8. More importantly, Fei Wu's luck had a close connection to a certain existence far away. This existence luck had an influence on Giant Sun Immortal Venerable himself. But Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was a rank 9 Venerable. To think that there was actually an entity whose luck could affect him so intensely. Soon, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's voice penetrated the ground and reached Blood Sea. The truth is often buried deep in history. Fei Wu, my descendant, tell me the truth. Chapter 2297, Unified Essence. Ichi Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's words made Fei Wu shook intensely as he showed an expression of gratitude. Ancestor is wise. The so-called Fei tribe's internal conflict was just our disguise to the outside world. The truth is, if not for that beast tide, how could our united Fei tribe be wiped out? Back then, I expended countless immortal material resources, but I did not use up Fei tribe's foundation. Afterwards, when we developed in the fierce area, I even took away Ichi, which was deep within it. However, legendary immemorial beast Ichi had already recovered to a great extent. It was not unconscious. We fell for its ploy and ended up being exterminated by the beast tide. But in the end, our Fei tribe did our best to retaliate. Ichi did not succeed after all. Its will was completely eradicated by us. It is a huge pity. If Ichi did not ruin our plan, my Fei tribe would have dominated Northern Plains with an unceasing quantity of immortal essence stones. We will become the #1 Huangjin tribe, and to a certain extent, rival Heavenly Court. After hearing this, Yao Huang stared with wide eyes as he asked consecutive questions. Ichi, isn't that a legendary immemorial desolate beast which appeared in the earliest history of humanity? Legend says that it was killed by primordial origin Immortal Venerable. How can it still be alive? An unceasing source of immortal essence stones? Senior, did you unravel the mystery behind Heavenly Court's production of immortal essence stones? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was silent as he listened. If reviving Fei Wu would get him immortal essence stones, it was not significant enough. However, his luck inspection showed that Fei Wu was very useful to him. Within Blood Sea, Yao Huang was getting more excited. He clasped his fist with his palm and said, "Good. Senior Fei Wu has woken up right on time. As long as we have this way to produce immortal essence stones, we can raise our reputation and catch up to Heavenly Court. This is definitely a great chance now that Heavenly Court has stopped distributing immortal essence stones. Once we take over, it will cause everyone to have a deep impression of longevity heaven beyond Heavenly Court." The more Yao Huang spoke, the happier he got. Heavenly Court stopped distributing immortal essence stones? That's because they can't produce it anymore. Fei Wu was still kneeling on the ground, but he raised his upper body and said with a snicker, he was certain about the reason. "Oh, get up and talk. Tell me about it clearly." Giant Sun Immortal Venerable descended upon Blood Sea. He arrived before Fei Wu. "Yes." Fei Wu bowed deeply again before getting up. "I will explain from the start." Fei Wu explained slowly. Everyone knows that in this world, primeval energy is infinite. Spirit springs produce primeval stones, but nobody has never found an immortal spring that can produce immortal essence stones. Wild Gu, be it mortal or immortal, can absorb primeval energy to activate their abilities. But once they are refined, the Gu worm will be someone's possession, they will lose the ability to use primeval energy. They will only be able to use primeval essence or immortal essence. This primeval essence and immortal essence includes both the owner and others. If a Gu worm is lent out, the Gu worm can still use others' primeval essence or immortal essence. For example, an immortal Gu house can use the stored immortal essence of Gu immortals inside. What is the root cause of all these? According to my research, the reason is that be it primeval essence or immortal essence, both contain our human will. While Gu contain heaven's will, they are a product of heaven and earth. Thus, we say that Gu is the essence of heaven and earth. Once we refine Gu worms, the heaven's will inside will be purged, replaced by our human will. As a result, the Gu worm becomes privately owned and the human will does not get acknowledged by the heaven's will of the outside world. Thus, the Gu can no longer absorb external primeval energy. If lent to others, the human will inside the Gu worm will acknowledge others so they can use their own primeval essence or immortal essence to activate it. Different immortal essence contain different human, thus, they can cancel each other out. This is why many rank 6 Gu immortals fail to succeed when they invade blessed lands that are already owned. Yao Huang was confused. What does this have to do with immortal essence stone production? Don't be anxious. Listen to what I am saying. It will make sense soon. Fei Wu waved his hand and smiled. Our aperture produces primeval essence, while our immortal aperture produces immortal essence. They all contain our human will. Then, do primeval stones and immortal essence stones not have a will in them? They do. The primeval stones that spirit springs produce are essentially reinforced primeval essence that contains heaven's will. It is just that the primeval stones contain too little heaven's will. It is common to ignore it. However, the heavens will often sneaks into our minds while we absorb primeval stones to influence our thoughts. This is one way that heavens will use to control us. It is a pity that most Gu cultivators in the world are attracted to the effect of restoring primeval essence through primeval stones. They do not notice this issue. Even if they do, they don't care about it. Heaven's will is just like air. It is everywhere, so it is quite normal to have some in primeval stones. The immortal essence stones that Heavenly Court gives out are the same as primeval stones in that they also contain heaven's will. Why does Heavenly Court give out rank 6 immortal essence stones? It is actually a huge scheme by Heavenly Court. During Primordial Origin Immortal Venerables era, Heavenly Court purposely gave out immortal essence stones. These immortal essence stones reached the hands of the variant human Gu immortals and were used by them. This allowed Heaven's will to infiltrate them. Back then, Heaven's will sided with humanity which would rise to take the position of the variant humans. By Star Constellation Immortal Venerables era, she became one with the Tao and gained the ability to distort Heaven's will, greatly influencing it. The distribution of immortal essence stones became even more widespread. When Gu immortals use these immortal essence stones, they will be infiltrated by Heaven's will, allowing Heavenly Court to influence and control them. Yao Huang heard his words as his mouth opened slightly. So that's it? Can we copy Heavenly Court to distribute immortal essence stones and achieve the same effect for our longevity heaven? Fei Wu shook his head. Unless we can assimilate with the Tao like Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to alter Heaven's will. Yao Huang was anxious now. Even if we can achieve the same effect, as long as we have an unceasing supply of immortal essence stones, we can still use it to longevity heaven's benefit. Senior Fei, how can we produce immortal essence stones? Fei Wu waved his hand again. No rush, no rush. Listen to my story. When we produce primeval essence, our human will and aperture are needed. When we produce immortal essence, our human will and immortal aperture are needed. To produce primeval stones, we need heaven's will and spirit springs. What about immortal essence stones? Yao Huang blinked. Do we also need heaven's will and immortal apertures or immortal springs to create immortal essence stones? Fei Wu shook his head. Many rank 8 Gu immortals who are not confident of passing a tribulation will annex an immemorial 9 heavens fragment. From then on, the immortal aperture will turn into a grotto heaven. It will be located at one place, while the rank 8 Gu immortal will be like a caged bird unable to leave the immortal aperture again. These grotto heavens contain heaven's will. There is also an immortal aperture, so why can't immortal essence stones be produced? As for heaven's will and immortal springs, this is something that people have been speculating about Heavenly Court. They think that Heavenly Court obtained the only immortal spring in the world. But the truth is, this is not true. There is no such thing as an immortal spring in the world. Yao Huang sighed. Senior Fei, stop beating about the bush. Even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable commented. Tell us directly. Fei Wu did not dare to defy Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. He sighed regrettably and said, Then I'll cut to the chase. According to my research, The essence of a spirit spring is just an ordinary heaven path resource point. Within it, there are heaven path, water path, and earth path Dao marks. Because of the heaven's will, the spring water can produce solid primeval stones. The heavenly Tao seeks balance of the myriad beings. It will not produce a resource like immortal essence stones naturally. Immortal essence is the most fundamental resource. Without it, no immortal Gu can be used by people. Meanwhile, the widespread distribution of immortal essence stones has greatly raised the chances of surviving calamities and tribulations. This can only be caused by people. However, the process cannot avoid heaven's will. Only through the injecting of heaven's will can there be immortal essence stones produced. This is an impossible loop. Fei Wu accurately pointed out that heaven's will was the most crucial element in producing immortal essence stones. But it was impossible to make heaven's will do this voluntarily, as it violated the rules of the heavenly Tao. But nothing was absolute. In history, heavenly court succeeded. During primordial origin Immortal Venerables era, he used the special trait of Ichiz to produce immortal essence stones. During star constellation Immortal Venerables era, Ichiz suicided, but she assimilated with the Tao and altered heaven's will, allowing it to work with heavenly court to produce immortal essence stones. So what is the special trait of Ichiz? Since it suicided, how did it revive? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable asked the most important question. Fei Wu immediately answered, Ichiz is not its full name. Its actual name is Unified Essence Ichiz. It is a very special legendary immemorial desolate beast, somewhat similar to Di Zongsheng, which appeared later in the future. When a Gu master undergoes immortal ascension, there is a crucial step to draw in heaven and earth qi to mix with one's human qi and balance all three. If the balancing of three qi succeeds, the qi lump will condense and become smaller until it reaches the limit. This qi lump is known as the qi of unified essence. This is the root cause of the creation of unified essence Ichiz. As long as there are Gu masters undergoing immortal ascension in the world, they will produce the qi of unified essence. Even if it is destroyed, it can be reborn. Initially, during the immemorial era, it was granted intelligence by a beastman great expert. Thus, it gained an immortal aperture and rose in strength, becoming a legendary immemorial beast. When primordial origin Immortal Venerable challenged the various variant human races, Ichiz fought against the Immortal Venerable and lost, getting captured. But to the outside world, primordial origin declared that it was killed. Primordial origin Immortal Venerable held Ichiz captive and used it to produce immortal essence stones. Ichiz lost its freedom, unwilling to give in. It tried all ways to escape. No matter what it tried to do, primordial origin Immortal Venerable still foiled its plans. After him, Star Constellation took over. She was even more skilled at planning and was extremely perceptive. Ichiz had no choice but to suicide out of despair. This is the reason why he suicided in heavenly court. Yao Huang did not understand it. So how are they still producing immortal essence stones? Brilliance shone in Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's eyes. He muttered, so that's it. At this moment, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable finally understood why Destined Birth, through luck, revived Fei Wu. This was because his revival would give Giant Sun Immortal Venerable a way to replenish his immortal essence. This was more useful and beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable than rank 9 Light Gu. But luck path itself was an uncertainty. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could ensure that positive variables happened to benefit him, but he could not control the exact situation as that would involve controlling certainty. Chapter 2298. Yin-Yang Path. Multiple pregnancy Gu Fei Wu saw Yao Huang's expression of confusion and laughed. He explained happily, when a Gu master undergoes immortal ascension, they will have a fortuitous encounter known as natural inspiration. What is the cause of it? Heaven and earth qi contain heaven's will, while human qi contains human will. At this crucial moment, the three qi fuse together, meaning heaven's will and human will congregate, allowing the person to ask heaven and earth for answers regarding the profundities and truths of the world. This is because heavens will acknowledge the human will. Why? From what I see, once an aperture undergoes qualitative change, it will become an immortal aperture. This is an achievement that grants benefit to the world, but the heavenly Tao wants to see this happen. Thus, it rewards the human will. The specialty of unified essence, Ichiz, lies here. Its body is made of the qi of unified essence, which is the fusion of three qi. Thus, it is able to receive the acknowledgement and reward of heaven's will at all times. Yao Huang stared with wide eyes. That means it is able to undergo natural inspiration at all times. Fei Wu shook his head. Strictly speaking, yes, but the truth is different. We all know that the three qi create the unified essence. It needs to be balanced carefully. If the lump of three qi loses balance, The Gu cultivator will die. This is not true for each EZ. Failure to balance the 3 Qi will not cause it to be in fatal danger. Instead, it will lose its rationality. Continuously controlling and balancing the 3 Qi is too difficult. We have all undergone Immortal Ascension. It is already too tough for us to sustain the state of balancing the 3 Qi for half a day. But Unified Essence, each EZ has to undergo it at all times. Thus, after it expends all its effort or gets sick of balancing the 3 Qi, its body will lose control of the 3 Qi. This causes heaven's will and the human will to intertwine and result in chaos, causing it to lose its rationality. In this condition, it cannot even think normally. How can it make use of a natural inspiration? Regardless, as long as the Qi of Unified Essence exists, heavens will still favors the human will. It will be willing to help. If this is an ordinary Gu master who has not created the immortal aperture yet, they will only be able to interact with heaven's will and undergo natural inspiration. But each EZ is different. It has an immortal aperture already. Thus, when it is sane and clear-headed, its immortal aperture will produce immortal essence. When it is irrational and insane, its immortal aperture will produce immortal essence stones that contain heaven's will. Yao Huang finally understood everything. Unified Essence each EZ was too special. Because of its unique physique, primordial origin Immortal Venerable gained Immortal Essence Stones, but he only distributed rank 6 Immortal Essence Stones after Unified Essence each EZ died. Star Constellation assimilated with the Tao. Although she could control heaven's will to some extent, there was a limit to it. Thus, from then on, Heavenly Court could only produce rank 6 Immortal Essence Stones. Fei Wu continued. Back then, I accidentally found Unified Essence each EZ in the fierce area. It was in a state of insanity, buried deep underground and unable to move. I spoke with it, but it could not respond clearly. Its answer was jumbled. But it cursed Heavenly Court's 2 Venerables with deep hatred. After some time, I pieced together the story and deduced many truths behind the situation. I mobilized the entire Fei tribe and wanted to obtain Unified Essence each EZ. I expended immortal materials and modified killer moves to try and manipulate it. After completing my preparations, I went into the fierce area and execute my plan. But to think that Unified Essence each EZ actually had its sanity at that time, I could not back out anymore. I had to continue my plan forcefully. Fei tribe was wiped out while Unified Essence each EZ was also sealed by our Fei tribe's method. Without any accidents, it should still be trapped at the original spot. Ancestor, you only need to go retrieve it. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable nodded. He brought Fei Wu to the Jade Ring fierce area. Northern Plains had 10 great fierce areas. Within them were countless desolate beast groups. Immemorial desolate beast and plants were also not rare. Super forces had the ability to develop in them. But if a mistake happened, they would trigger a huge beast tide to Fei tribes. Failure was one of the examples. Jade Ring fierce area had more than 10 different rings of huge ancient trees that as one entered deeper into each ring, they would face more danger and threat. Unified Essence each EZ was hidden in the 6th ring. A Giant Sun Immortal Venerable personally took action. He quickly arrived at it. Fei Wu had just revived and had no Gu worms, but he was only giving directions towards his ancestor. He did not hide anything, but only said the truth. After Giant Sun Immortal Venerable made his deductions, he used a newly modified Luck Path killer move. It triggered the arrangements of Fei tribe. After doing that, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable extracted a huge black pearl from deep underground. The black pearl was large as an elephant. It had a smooth surface and a deeply hidden aura. This is the result that our Fei tribe created. Even a legendary immemorial beast was sealed by us. Fei Wu looked at each EZ as he sighed with deep emotions. He had grand ambitions that ended in failure, and the entire Fei tribe was wiped out. But thankfully, he was able to revive and use the arrangements they made to help their ancestor. This was all worth it. After inspecting for some time, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable saw through the information of each EZ using the intel from Fei Wu. Unified Essence each EZ was a lump of the Qi of Unified Essence. When it was sane, it would be in human form. The appearance would be hard to differentiate from actual people. When it stops balancing the 3 Qi and they go into chaos, it would turn into a lump of the Qi of Unified Essence. That if there was more heaven Qi, it would float higher. If there was more earth Qi, it would sink into the ground. When Fei tribe fought against it, it had not regained its sanity fully. Thus, it could not use its full strength. Fei Wu and the rest made ample preparations. They deduced a killer move that countered Unified Essence each EZ, eventually sealing it here. Although Fei Wu was only rank 7, Fei tribe had many rank 8s in the past. They also had Immortal Gu houses that were the foundation of a super force. Most importantly, Unified Essence each EZ was not sane, so its strength could not be used properly. Without rationality, Even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable could not take down Fairy Ziwei and Anguished yet. A long time had passed. By now, Fei Tribe's killer move was already greatly weakened. The sealing effect had reached its limit. But even if Ichi-Z regained freely, in its current condition, it would remain on the spot without regaining its senses. The giant sun, Immortal Venerable, looked through the chi of unified essence and inspected that deep within its immortal aperture, there were many rank 8 immortal essence stones. The production of immortal essence was as natural as breathing to the immortal aperture origin core, with heavens will suppressing the human will the entire time. Legendary immemorial beast Ichi-Z's immortal aperture had a large number of rank 8 immortal essence stones. Rank 6 immortal essence stones had little significance to giant sun Immortal Venerable, but rank 8 immortal essence stones were different. That while happy, giant sun Immortal Venerable also found a problem. There was a lot of heavens will inside these rank 8 immortal essence stones. If he wanted to absorb them, he would need to get rid of the heavens will. It was troublesome. If he handled it poorly, it would affect the conversion rate of the immortal essence stones. For example, one rank 8 immortal essence stone might only be able to produce half a bead of rank 8 immortal essence after getting rid of the heavens will. Rank 6 immortal essence stones had no such problem because the heavens will inside was too little. After considering it for a while, giant sun Immortal Venerable thought. Back then, primordial origin Immortal Venerable made use of Ichi-Z. He also had rank 8 immortal essence stones, but only distributed the rank 6 version. He was not likely trying not to alert the variant human Gu immortals that by Star Constellation Immortal Venerables era, Ichi-Z suicided, and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable altered heaven's will. By fusing it with Heavenly Court's origin core, they could only produce rank 6 immortal essence stones. However, where did the storage of rank 8 immortal essence stones go? Are they used up or hidden somewhere? If they are hidden, why did I not find them when I attacked Heavenly Court? Did Spectral Soul Demon Venerable obtain them after ransacking Heavenly Court's treasury? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable shook his head. Afterwards, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was captured by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, made turned into her puppet. If he had obtained those valuable rank 8 immortal essence stones, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would have retrieved them. But the situation was clear. She had always been lacking immortal essence. The entire time. No, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cultivates wisdom path. What if she is hiding it the entire time? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable frowned. His expression turned slightly solemn. If she has an abundant supply of immortal essence, why does she still lack it? In what area did she use the essence? Ever since Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refined Heavenly Court's wisdom path marks, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had not inspected her situation anymore. As for Fang Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could inspect him easily each time. If that is the situation, then Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, how much are you hiding? How deep are your secrets? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable looked in the direction of Central Continent, Eastern Seed. Any Venerable has talent that is unimaginable to the average genius. Fang Yuan had already comprehended the information that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable handed to him in their transaction. He obtained what he wanted. Fang Yuan had already refined rank 5 Blood Skull Gu. Earlier, he was only using rank 4 Blood Skull Gu, but Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had a newly developed rank 5 version. But although it was a Mortal Gu recipe, it had developed beyond the original limit of the world. This showed Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's immense talent. Rank 5 Blood Skull Gu only needed to extract a certain amount of bloodline from the target's kin. There was no need to slaughter the entire clan. There was also a method to produce twins that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had no choice but to hand over the research results of Yin-Yang path that he was secretly looking into. Back then, in 88 True Yang building, there was the inheritance of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable regarding Yin-Yang path that the content was a method. To use it, a male and female Gu Immortal had to cooperate, using copulation to extend the lifespan of one of them. But there was a flaw in this. If one gains lifespan, the other must lose lifespan. In other words, it was to transfer the lifespan of one person to the other. Right now, the Yin-Yang path research result that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable handed to Fang Yuan was much more complete and comprehensive than the one hidden in 88 True Yang building. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had grand ambitions in creating this path. He wanted to use Yin-Yang to describe all beings in the world. This was the same as Feng Jiugu's desire to use Sound Path to express all life in this world. But as Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's strength and knowledge increased, he recognized that his former ideology of Yin-Yang was very shallow. He eventually gave up on creating it. Although there were some research results in Yin-Yang path, it could not achieve a qualitative change to become a brand new path. At most, It could be used with other paths to occasionally create some unorthodox small gains. Yin-Yang life extension method was one of such results. Another of such small gains were abortion Gu, safe pregnancy Gu, multiple pregnancy Gu, become pregnant Gu, reincarnation Gu, dead fetus Gu, and others. The multiple pregnancy Gu was what Fang Yuan wanted. Rank 1 could be used to produce one child. Rank 2 produced twins. Rank 3 produced triplets. Rank 4 produced quadruplets. And Rank 5 produced quintuplets. Chapter 2299. Floating Refinement Hive inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. So, can you tell me anything about my father? Gui Wefang Xiang looked at the hairy man Gu Immortal in front of him. Beside him, there was a female immortal. The hairy man Gu Immortal 12th hair took a look at the female immortal before casting his gaze at Gui Wefang Xiang. This female immortal was mermaid Lian Coxian. That it turned out that after Gui Wefang Xiang passed the tribulation to become a Gu Immortal and returned to the hairy man continent, he saw his mother, Steel Thread City Lord, who was in an unconscious state. Lian Coxian had been helping him with his tribulation. She explained the truth of this world to him. Gui Wefang Xiang realized that to save his mother, he needed to make sufficient contributions to the great love Immortal Venerable of this world. In that case, he could use contribution points that he earned to issue a mission for those healing Gu Immortals to heal his mother. Moreover, Lian Coxian told Fang Xiang that this hairy man continent was governed by a hairy man Gu Immortal. If he wanted to find his father, he could go and ask him. Under Lian Coxian's lead, Gui Wefang Xiang met 12th hair for the first time. He asked about the information regarding his father. 12th hair nodded. I do know something about your father, but that is from long ago. If you want to know, help me with something. Gui Wefang Xiang was a little hesitant. He did not agree immediately. Lian Coxian saw this and immediately said, Friend 12th hair, Fang Xiang has just become an immortal. If you want to request a difficult task, we will have to decline. Gui Wefang Xiang casted a grateful gaze at Lian Coxian. 12th hair laughed loudly. Friend Fang Xiang is half of our hairy man bloodline. Why will I bully him? Don't worry. This matter involves the arrangement of floating refinement hive. Oh, you have already refined this hive. Lian Coxian was really surprised. 12th hair answered. With the method that our master created personally, we hairy man Gu Immortals only had to follow the instructions to achieve success. Next, 12th hair looked at Fang Xiang. Floating refinement hive has already been created. You only need to place it inside refinement C. This is much easier than creating it. If you can complete the mission, I will tell you things about your father. Gui Wefang Xiang could not decide. He looked towards Lian Coxian subconsciously. Lian Coxian smiled at him and nodded. All right, I'll do it. Gui Wefang Xiang immediately decided. Thus, 12th hair transferred the floating refinement hive into Gui Wefang Xiang's immortal aperture. Gui Wefang Xiang saw the floating refinement hive for the first time. This structure was quite peculiar. It was large as a mountain, but had the appearance and structure of a beehive. There were many small spaces of various sizes inside. The floating refinement hive had a narrow top and a broad bottom, which was the base of the hive. It could float on the sea and resist huge waves with great stability. This is amazing. Fang Xiang used investigative methods and observed. His eyes stared wide in amazement. 12th hair laughed and said in a proud tone, This is invented by our master. Of course it is amazing that each floating refinement hive can be considered an incomplete secluded domain of heaven and earth, that it contains countless refinement path down marks. If one refined Gu inside, not only will the success rate be much higher, they can even save on the cost of Gu refinement. Floating refinement hive can not only accommodate countless refinement path Gu masters, it can also hold 10 refinement path Gu immortals at most. With refinement path Gu immortals stationed here, the hive can continuously produce immortal Gu. Each floating refinement hive can be seen as a refinement path super resource point. All right, there is no time. Get going now. Fang Xiang nodded and immediately set off to Refinement C with Lian Coxian. That Refinement C was at the center of mini Eastern Sea. It was not large compared to the other sea areas, but it had extraordinary value. This is a genuine secluded domain of heaven and earth. After hearing Lian Coxian's explanation, Fang Yuan understood the value of Refinement Seed. Master is really amazing. His methods are unfathomable, like true immortal deities. He can even create his own secluded domain of heaven and earth. Fang Xiang praised continuously. The current Refinement C had already been completed by Fang Yuan. It was a genuine secluded domain of heaven and earth. Back then, Lang Yalan's spirit used calamities and tribulations to collect waterpath Dao marks and painstakingly built the incomplete Refinement Seed. After Fang Yuan obtained it, his speed of building it was many times faster. Firstly, Fang Yuan was a venerable. He was even stronger than long-hair ancestor, not to mention Lang Yalan's spirit. Secondly, Fang Yuan was a Supreme Grandmaster in Refinement Path. Yet the current Supreme Grandmaster was far superior to the Supreme Grandmaster of the past. Thirdly, Fang Yuan had sovereign immortal body with non-conflicting Dao marks. He could use methods of any path. He directly used water path methods that were far more efficient than Lang Yalan Spirit's idea. Fang Xiang soon found his destination. But there was a need to create an immortal formation here. The content was much more difficult than he imagined. That was because there was more than one floating refinement hive in the current refinement. See, there were many other hives. Arranging the floating refinement hive was not as simple as dumping it here. It needed a stable location to form a certain connection with the surrounding floating refinement hives. After the floating refinement hives reached a certain number, the immortal formation would activate and cause all the hives to float around with the waves of refinement sea. They were like ink pens that drew a painting on this refinement sea as the canvas. The refinement sea helped the refinement hives to refine Gu, while the refinement hives replenished the refinement sea after it was expended greatly. This was a grand system that was established. Under Lian Xian's guidance and cooperation, Fang Xiang started arranging the immortal formation. 3 days later, they only completed 10% of it. This will not do. It is too slow. Lian Xian immediately decided as she used some contribution points to post a mission to recruit helpers. Not long after, a Gu Immortal came. I am a newly advanced formation path Gu Immortal, and I Lao Sure. This Ni clan Gu Immortal was a purebred human. He accepted Lian Xian's mission that with his help, there was rapid progress. 3 days passed. The arrangement of Refinement Hive was finally completed. Fang Xiang and Ni Lao Sure left with lingering reluctance. They became good friends after 3 days. Fang Xiang had spent his entire life on the Hairy Man continent. He rarely interacted with humans. He knew that his father was a human, so he bore curiosity and good feelings for them. Ni Lao Sure was honest and loyal. It was natural that they became good friends. Fang Xiang's perspective of the humans improved again, but after completing 12th Hair's mission, he returned to the Hairy Man continent and asked about his father. For Ni Lao Sure, he took a sum of contribution points from Lian Xian and immediately went back to his clan. After returning to Ni clan's territory, he was welcomed by the entire clan's cheers. Ni clan was originally situated in southern border. It was moved into the sovereign immortal aperture by Fang Yuan to research the human path Gu refinement method. Now, Fang Yuan became a refinement path venerable. Ni clan lost its value but still remained in the sovereign immortal aperture to develop. Ni clan had several Gu immortal seeds, but the least outstanding Ni Lao Sure actually succeeded in the immortal ascension. With a Gu immortal, Ni clan became a super force. Ni Lao Sure assembled the higher-ups of Ni clan and expressed his thoughts to them. One of Master's clones has some gains from researching Dream Path. He is able to create a Dream Path formation to raise the aptitude of an entire clan. I already have sufficient contribution points. I'll bring you to the formation now. What do you think? Seeing that Ni Lao Sure had become an immortal but did not forget his roots, the higher-ups were very moved that he still cared about their development. They nodded their heads in agreement. Ni Lao Sure placed the clansman into his immortal aperture as he set off to find Meng Qiuzhen. After Ni Lao Sure paid his respects and stated his intention, Meng Qiuzhen brought him to a Dream Path formation. Ni Lao Sure paid the necessary contribution points. As Meng Qiuzhen activated the formation, the former opened his immortal aperture door and let out his clansman, who walked into the Dream Path formation. Will there be any issues? Ni Lao Sure stared with a fixed gaze until the final Ni clansman walked into the formation. He had an expression of worry as he said that, especially when his parents were among them. But Meng Qiuzhen smiled lightly as he shook his head. How can that be? Don't worry. Saying so, he activated the formation. At the next moment, all the Ni clansmen who entered the formation fell onto the ground as some started snoring. They had all fallen asleep. However, there was a chain of explosions that soon followed. These Ni clansmen had all self-detonated and died in their dreams. Their blood was extracted by the formation and pumped into the sole surviving Ni clansman. After completing everything, Human C, who was deep within the formation, also activated. Thus, the self-detonated Ni clansmen were revived, but they remained asleep. How many clans have already come to this place? Ni Lao Sure asked. There were 4. You are the 5th clan. Meng Qiuzhen said. Don't worry. This formation is very safe. At the same time, the Ni clansmen started the second round of self-detonation, but this time, the final survivor was switched to another person. Like this, they were revived and slaughtered continuously until all the Ni clan members' aptitude rose. Meng Qiuzhen stopped the formation and woke them up. Immediately, waves of astonishment hit the Ni clansmen as they cheered and shouted with loud voices. Amazing, my aptitude improved. What method is this? It is so strong, so strong. Ni Lao Sure is a really good child. He did not forget us even after Immortal Ascension. He repaid us fully. Ni Lao sure inspected everyone. Almost all of them had a great aptitude. This is truly a miracle. I guess only someone like Master can perform such legendary acts. Ni Lao sure was very shocked. His admiration towards Fang Yuan grew deeper. But he did not know the truth. Dream Path formation. No, this was clearly a blood path formation. But Dream Path was a great cover that could convince many Gu immortals that after all, they had all fallen asleep. It was quite similar to Dream Path methods, so this seemed quite normal on the surface. Chapter 2300. Born with a rank 5 Gu, Fang Yuan's divine sense spread rapidly in the sovereign immortal aperture. Maybe I should build some small wisdom path formations so my divine sense can spread here more easily? Fang Yuan thought. His divine sense was moving at a rapid speed, but the sovereign immortal aperture was just too big. It was too troublesome for Fang Yuan to look into his immortal aperture closely each time he entered. Ordinary Gu immortals had no such issue. Although their immortal aperture was called a small world, it could not compare to Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Not long after, Fang Yuan's divine sense reached the destination. Mini Western Desert, Inkman City. There was a family at an unassuming corner of the city. The man of the family was a young Inkman Gu master. He had limited aptitude and only had rank 2 cultivation. Currently, he had a nervous expression as he paced outside the room. Wah! The crying of a baby could be heard coming from within the room. The man immediately showed an expression of joy. He rushed into the room and saw his wife and the female doctor who he had hired at a high price. The female doctor was hiding a male Inkman baby. He was very small and ugly, but was healthy. Everything is normal, except the female doctor smiled at the man and directed her gaze to the baby's arm. In his hands, there were a pair of Gu worms. They were bone flesh unity Gu. The female doctor had an expression of shock. Because she was the doctor here, she saw that this pair of Gu worms were born alongside the baby. If I had not been here the entire time, I would not have believed this. Is this the effect of the pregnancy temple? The female doctor asked the male Inkman. The male Inkman saw this immediately. His eyes turned red after seeing the Gu worms. With his strength and wealth, he would need to expend a vast amount of time and effort to get such Gu worms. But now, this pair of rare Gu worms was born alongside his son. This was such a huge surprise. The male Inkman nodded. He said chokingly, "Yes, after the pregnancy temple was built, my wife and I went to give it a try. To think that it really worked." The female doctor sighed and said, "You must not be the only one. This pregnancy temple really works as they said. It can help you to rapidly have children, and if lucky, they will be born with Gu worms." The male Inkman wanted to speak, but hesitated. The female doctor cast at him a gaze of suspicion. On the bed, the weak female Inkman spoke now. She wanted the doctor to test their bloodline. The female doctor was stunned. She realized that they were worried this baby was not their own. Immediately after, the test was completed. It was a joyful ending. "This is my son. I finally have a son. Oh goodness, I finally have a son." The male Inkman had no hesitation anymore. He held the baby and cried tears of joy. Fang Yuan's divine sense observed the scene and left quietly. This pregnancy temple was his arrangement. There were many of such mortal Gu houses. After Fang Yuan built them, he placed them all over the sovereign immortal aperture for the people to use. Pregnancy temple was a human path immortal Gu house. The core human path Gu worms it used included become pregnant Gu, triplet Gu, dead fetus Gu, multiple pregnancy Gu, and safe pregnancy Gu. It even used a large number of time path and refinement path Gu worms. The actual effect of pregnancy temple was to extract the Yin-Yang chi of the male and female to activate become pregnant Gu and make the female pregnant. After that, it would use triplet Gu to turn the fetus into triplets. After that, 2 of the fetuses would be used as Gu materials after dead fetus Gu activated, while the final one would be protected by safe pregnancy Gu. The 2 dead fetuses would be refined as bone flesh unity Gu, born together with the final fetus. The entire process of the pregnancy to childbirth would not take more than 7 days. This was the effect of time path Gu worms. In that case, the sovereign immortal aperture's population would rise rapidly. Once the population went up, more clans would be created, and under the effect of the dream path method, their aptitudes would rise together and produce more Gu immortal seeds. Throughout the process, the citizens of the sovereign immortal aperture would feel more admiration and love towards their great leader Fang Yuan. They would feel indebted to him. It was clear that they would become increasingly loyal to him. The bone flesh unity Gu that comes with the baby act as the vital Gu and is refined naturally. Once these babies are born, they will have a rank 5 vital Gu. After bone flesh unity Gu reaches a certain level, they will switch to other Gu worms. In that case, the growth of these babies will be accelerated. Fang Yuan planned inwardly. It was not hard for the current him to achieve this. It was completely a breeze. He used the human body Gu refinement method, which was one of the peak profundities of refinement path, originating from an I clan. When an I clan's bloodline reached a certain density, the current generation Yin-Yang would be born with an immortal Gu appearing in their body. Fang Yuan was only producing mortal Gu now. When Giant Sun Immortal Venerable created Yin-Yang path, the essence was in Gu worms like abortion Gu, safe pregnancy Gu, and multiple pregnancy Gu. All the past Venerables have comprehended some human path killer moves from the legends of Renzu, but these methods are too profound and not suited for the masses. Thus, Heavenly Court arranged for Divine Emperor City to develop the foundation of human path. The truth is, there is a very special man among the Venerables. He had actually created many foundational mortal Gu of human path, but had always kept them to himself and did not popularize them. The prospect and development of human path is truly great. Fang Yuan's side. Higher-level human path killer moves were able to easily turn the situation of the Fate War around, while lower-level methods had incredible use. Fang Yuan was certain that human path was not inferior to heaven path. Most importantly, human path had not developed yet. Human path is suppressed by the heavenly Tao. Just these human path mortal Gu that are created by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable have such a terrifying effect. How can the heavenly Tao that emphasizes balance allow such a qualitative change in the growth of humanity? Fang Yuan was increasingly understanding why Heavenly Court was focusing on developing human path. Heavenly Court had always been tampering with heavens while using Fate Gu as their pillar. After Fate Gu was destroyed, Heavenly Court became the #1 superforce that heavens will disliked. Being unable to use heaven's will, Heavenly Court decided to develop human path instead. But why would Star Constellation Immortal Venerable not know about the weakness of the derivation formation? Fang Yuan had a deep and eerie gaze. Derivation formation was situated in Heavenly Court. Any research results that it produced would be known by heaven's will. This meant that as those Gu cultivators who entered the derivation formation grew, the heavenly Tao also grew together with them. But even if the heavenly Tao gained from this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable still had benefits to gain from using the derivation formation. She could develop herself to surpass the other Venerables. It was possible that in her plan, she would first eliminate the other Venerables and make Heavenly Court the dominating force before dealing with heaven's will. Thus, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has not entered the derivation formation herself, or is she waiting for a chance? Fang Yuan guessed to himself. At least, Fang Yuan knew that Craze Demon Cave was the most suitable place to put the derivation formation. The first 7 layers of Craze Demon Cave could not isolate heaven's will, but the 8th and 9th layers were safe. Other than that, Fang Yuan could not see any other possibilities. It would not work if one placed the derivation formation into a venerable aperture. Because the wild derivation Gu was rank 9, it contained too much heaven's will. If placed into the Venerable's immortal aperture, the heaven's will within would connect with the heaven's will of the 5 regions, allowing the Venerable to be detected by heaven's will. Fang Yuan had once suffered a loss from this. Limitless Demon Venerable created the Crazed Demon formation, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable must have been a part of it. After all, the formation needs Wisdom Path's help. This is also why Star Constellation Immortal Venerable held the initiative in Crazed Demon Cave. After returning to Heavenly Court, she easily created the derivation formation. But Crazed Demon Cave itself must have been made by Limitless Demon Venerable alone. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable does not know of its profundity. Otherwise, it will be the first thing she constructs. Fang Yuan's divine sense continued to search. There were many families in Inkman City that had given birth to children. The situation was quite successful. Each newborn had a Bone-Flesh Unity Gu as their vital Gu. Come to speak of it, Bone-Flesh Unity Gu's recipe was modified by Fang Yuan. Rank 8 Wisdom Gu was of some help to Fang Yuan. During this period of time, he easily raised Wisdom Gu to rank 8. In addition, Refinement C and Human C were completed. It was just that Human C lacked Human Mountain. It was not a complete secluded domain now and could still be expended. The cost of reviving mortals was much cheaper than Gu Immortals. It could last for a very long time. Other than Human C and Refinement C, Fang Yuan had also collected many fragments of the Qian Kuan Crystal Wall. Most of the Qian Kuan Crystal Wall fragments scattered in Eastern Sea, Southern Border, and Western Desert were currently in Fang Yuan's hands. As for the other 2 regions, because of the existence of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Fang Yuan did not ask about them when he used Stealing Heavenly Secret. The complete Qian Kuan Crystal Wall was even stronger than Stealing Heavenly Secret. It contained the information of all situations that happened in the world. If Stealing Heavenly Secret was said to be a ladle that was drawing water from the vat, then the Qian Kuan Crystal Wall was the vat itself. According to Fang Yuan's understanding after using Stealing Heavenly Secret, the complete Qian Kuan crystal wall could create primordial domain. Moving his divine sense, Fang Yuan left Inkman City and came to Mini Eastern Sea to inspect the floating refinement hives. These floating refinement hives were arranged appropriately. There were no issues. They were originally derived from the Fang Yuan stone nest. Back then, Fang Yuan had the concept of a production line. He created these stone nests and arranged for many Hairyman Gu masters to refine Gu. Right now, each of the floating refinement hives were an incomplete, secluded domain of heaven and earth. They were far superior to the Fang Yuan stone nest back then. There were already many Hairyman Gu masters in some of the floating refinement hives. The first batch of Gu worms to refine were Relic Gu and Connecting Heaven Gu. After Fang Yuan's divine sense looked around for a while, he left again. After a while, under the control of his divine sense, countless Gu worms expended his rich reserves of rank 9 Immortal essence to activate an Immortal killer move, Endless Trouble. The core Immortal Gu of this move was rank 8 after. It could delay the current calamity or tribulation to the next time and face them together. Fang Yuan had already modified this killer move and used it many times. He adjusted the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time flow to make it much faster. This caused calamities and tribulations to occur more frequently, but each time, Fang Yuan used Endless Trouble killer move to delay them to the next tribulation. Such an action infuriated Heaven's will. When the actual tribulation occurs, it would be extremely strong. For this was a flaw that Fang Yuan could benefit from. Even if the tribulations erupted with the anger of Heaven's will and became more powerful, Fang Yuan was confident of passing them and getting a large number of down marks.